Good morning and welcome to a beautiful day, a day after independence. This is VOP Television. I am Moses Humphrey, and of course, it's the second day in October 2025. Nigerians are still weighing in on the president's speech and asking if truly enough will be enough when we talk about the case of insecurity. But we do have some other issues that we will be focusing on this Thursday morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Now, first on our radar, I'm in danger of sudden death. Nnamdi Kanu cries out, lists ailment in DSS custody. And also, 2027 presidency, I am willing to step down for a younger candidate. Atiku Abubakar speaks. Also, President Tinubu claims APC has fulfilled the change it promised 10 years ago, as Obi, Amechi, Ezekwesili demand sweeping reforms. Now, these are the conversations on our table this morning. So come along with us as we dive into this and make sense of it all.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Away from those major topics, there are also other interesting and trending stories within the polity, and we'll chime into them briefly before we get into the major topics of discussion. And one of them is that an Ebola outbreak declared in the DRC, that is Democratic Republic of Congo, in early September has caused 42 deaths out of 64 confirmed cases. The risk of it spreading in the region is moderate, the World Health Organization said on Wednesday. While health authorities in DRC began rolling out a vaccine program against the often fatal virus 2 weeks ago, the highly contagious hemorrhagic fever has killed some 15,000 people in Africa over the past 50 years. Quite unfortunate. Well, the deadliest Ebola outbreak in DRC between 2018 and 2020 killed nearly 2,300 people. Last month's vaccination campaign followed the announcement of a resurgence of the disease in central province of Kasai. World Health Organization Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus posted on X that at this time, 64 people have had Ebola in the DRC, of which 42 have died. Quite a sad one. He added that the UN Health Agency and its partners are supporting the government-led response. Now, this is some kind of bad news, but it's also a call for people to become proactive. The Ebola crisis that happened sometime during the Jonathan era is quite instructive, because, well, the government at that time was very proactive and they were able to nip it in the bud. And the casualty was very, very minimal. The casualty was very, very minimal. But we can bring in all of those processes that saw that, look, there was a pushback and there was no incursion into our... I don't know how to put it now, but...
Ebola, for me, the name that comes to mind is Dr. Adadevo.
Okay.
Dr. Adadevo.
Dr. Adadevo.
Yes.
And Patrick Sawyer.
Well, I don't want to think
I moved from Patrick Sawyer then to Adadevo. When it comes into my mind, that is the first person I remember is Patrick Sawyer. I brought it.
Into Nigeria.
Adadevo that paid the supreme price
yes.
for
So
it. You know.
Her paying the supreme price is something. And I think some did she get a national honor? I think she did.
At some point,
she was given a national honor. But that's as far back as 2014, 2015?
Yeah, between 2014 and 2015.
But right now, it's interesting and troubling to see that West Africa is still, battling Ebola, the spread of Ebola and all of that. And there have been vaccines, the Everbo, I think it's RSVSV or something, that, but that tackles a strain of Ebola, the Zaire strain of Ebola. I'm not sure if we've been able to find a vaccine to tackle the Sudan strain. There are different strains to it. I'm not sure if there's a vaccine to tackle that one. But the basic thing is humans endeavoring to keep to simple hygiene, basic hygiene. Wash your hands regularly, before you shake hands. If you shake hands with someone, wash, use hand sanitizers.
I think, is it the one that comes with the eating of
bats?
Is it bats or what do you call it? Bushmeat.
It's I think the spread, the initial spread, the one that spread some time back was contact with infected bats.
Bats, okay.
Yes, some people ate infected bats, and then it spread to humans, and then human to human contact
and all of that. But
I think
the most serious problem here, when you talk about developing vaccines for the different strains, is that the virus mutates quickly as possible. So while you are trying to solve one, the thing mutates into another thing, you know. But like I said, my concern here is the efforts government, you know, is making to put the process in place to ensure that it puts a wedge on it. But I think it has
governments around Africa or government in Nigeria.
Government in Nigeria.
Okay.
It's a Nigerian thing. Like at a point we had to even shut down our borders.
Yes, at that time.
At that time.
Ebola is not so much of a threat to us in Nigeria now.
Okay.
It's not so much of a threat, but
no, but we don't. My point is that we should not allow it to become a threat. So this is the right time.
Agree.
This is the right time to say, look, these are the measures we should put in place to ensure that because we're already dealing with a lot as a people.
Yes,
you know,
indeed.
we're already dealing with a lot as a people. If we get that into the pot again and say this is what we are cooking and all of that, it becomes a very serious problem. I think that's my worry.
Something came to mind, but
no, just spill it.
Just spill.
I
don't know if this is for public consumption.
Okay, then keep it.
I'm just saying. I mean, while you were speaking, something, you know, what if?
Okay.
You know, Ebola spreads more. I mean, it spreads more within the hinterlands, the suburbs.
Okay.
Those are the areas that are easily more affected because it's more difficult for vaccine to get to those areas.
Okay.
What if there is, you know, maybe just one case,
okay,
and then it gets to the camp of these insurgents, and they don't have vaccine,
okay,
and they all get infected with Ebola? I'm just saying.
Okay, that's your own track. That's your own track of fighting insurgency.
That just came to mind.
Well, intelligence. I think it's intelligence. You know, there was a time, there was a very dangerous disease, you know, that was during the Second World War. Around that time, there was a very dangerous disease, and the enemy, I think the Allied forces, you know, used to infiltrate the camp,
okay,
you know, of the enemy camps and all of that. And unknowing to them, even without shooting guns, people were dying because there was no cure for that particular disease at that point in time. And I think we are taught now it's more like a real. It's like everything. Weapons of war. There are so many weapons of war, not just guns and ammunition. You know, not just Tucano jets and all of that. Indeed. But I think you have given the intelligence community one good idea. If they can exploit it and exploit it well, for us, very good. Oh well. But the thing about is the vaccine we are talking now, is it curative or is it preventive?
Curative, I think it is, because it's usually applied some 10 days after exposure.
Okay.
So I think, so 10 days after exposure or a few days after exposure. So that's when the vaccine...
it's also open, you know, for medical scientists, researchers, biologists, and all of that to get into, you know, to the lab to ensure that, to see if they can bring out a preventive one, you know. Like, you know, the thing in business, what we were taught in business school is that for every problem you have, is an opportunity for people to make money.
Exactly.
You know, so solution provision. If you provide solution, now there's a problem. Researchers, biologists, medical scientists, you have a problem in our hands. So
in all the years Ebola has existed, I think we ought to have gotten a permanent solution to it by now.
How about HIV?
We're still struggling with Lassa fever.
HIV?
HIV is it's business for some people.
Okay. You think?
We had this conversation sometime back.
Yes,
not on the air, but I believe HIV has cure. I mean, it's just my thoughts.
Okay, like they said, it's a country's invention to discourage SEX and all of that.
Well, maybe, but I do believe there is cure for it. It's not just given.
You know, a lot of people never believed it existed until they saw people who were infected. Honestly, to be very honest, I never believed until I saw someone that was infected. You know, I think it was just scaremongering, you know, until I got into a hospital, saw someone, and I said, wow, so this is real.
Oh, well, away from that, let's hope that it doesn't get into Nigeria. Right now, I don't think Nigeria is top on the list of countries that might be infected, but let's keep it that way. Let's keep it far away from our shores. But let's go to another conversation Nigerians are having. Now, troops of the 6th Brigade of the Nigerian Army, working in collaboration with operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, in Taraba State, have arrested 2 men who posed as mobile policemen while transporting cannabis in 2 vehicles. Confirming the development in a statement issued yesterday, the acting assistant director, Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Umar Mohammed, said the suspects were intercepted at Takum Junction, Wukari local government area, with large consignment of cannabis concealed in 2 Toyota Hilux vans. Now, he said the operation was carried out following credible intelligence. The statement further disclosed that the vehicles were traced back to Akure, Ondo State, where they were loaded and were headed to Adamawa State before being intercepted. Now, one of the vehicles was abandoned after its occupants fled on sighting the troops. Okay, so they fled, and they were not tracked down. So they got away, basically.
They got away, yes, that's it.
I don't have so much. This is not new. This is not new.
It's not new. There's always collaboration.
Yes. And, it's interesting when they say men who posed like policemen or security agents, and we actually see security agents escort these things.
Yes.
We see them escort these things. And in fact, when they get to checkpoints, it's unfortunate. They get to checkpoints, sometimes they let these people go. If you're able to settle, really well, they let you go. So I think something went awry in this instance, and these consignment was taken. But now the fact that we don't even know the people, so that means they cannot be identified. So they've been let off the hook, or maybe forgiven. But the crux of the matter is that there is a huge market for cannabis and the rest of it, these gateway drugs. And I wonder what if government usage is limited beyond a certain quantity, and if it goes beyond that, then it becomes a crime. That way, it can be, because these things are used for medicine, actual medicine that people take. And maybe that way, the government can also start collecting taxes on cultivation and transportation and usage of these things.
No, like you said, some of these products are used in the pharmaceutical industry.
Yes.
They are actually allowed, but when it gets into the wrong hands, that is when it becomes a problem. So, but talking about legalizing it, I'm not sure we are ripe now, to the level where, because the thing is that the side effects is quite destructive, to a certain segment of the population. I would like to speak about the issue of collaboration here. When I say collaboration, I mean between security agencies and criminals. It's not just in the drug sector. You see smugglers collaborating with customs men. You see people who, you see policemen providing ammunition to armed robbers. It's collaboration. You see soldiers providing arms and ammunition to terrorists, bandits, and insurgents. We don't need to travel far. Our National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, said sometime that, look, a certain percentage of the arms used by bandits were actually supplied, are owned by the Nigerian military. And we also hear in some places that headsmen, killer headsmen, when they are apprehended, you look at the arms that bear, the AK-47 and all of that, they have Nigerian Army inscription on them. So there's some form, it's not as if they were stolen. They were handed over to them for the job, and after that, they returned them. So there's always been this collaboration. So it's the responsibility of security agencies, to trace these things. And like we heard, these people escaped. How far can they run? Like a CIA will always tell you can only run, but you cannot hide. Wherever you are, we are going to smoke you out. And I still believe that our intelligence community here, the security agencies, they are very good. When they want to be on top of their job, they are very good. Wherever you are, they will trace you. I've seen someone that committed a crime somewhere in the southeast, and he was traced to the north, Kano in particular. But the thing is that the way the operations are structured here is that you have to provide money for the security agencies to work. If you don't provide money, they will not do their job. And that is another issue that the government should start looking into. When you ask the policeman to investigate, if there is a case that is brought before an IPO, is it the responsibility of the complainant to provide the IPO with funds for investigation, or is it the responsibility of the police? I think it is an issue because it also hampers the job of security agencies. When you report a case, they say, okay, we need petrol, we need fuel in our vehicle. Whose responsibility is that? Is it that of the complainant or that of the police authorities? So it's a holistic thing. We need reform within the security agencies for them to be able to carry out their jobs. Like we normally say, when we see them go out for outside operations, they perform very well. But back home here, there are barriers, that stop them from performing exceptionally well like they do outside. So these are the things that authorities should look into. Like I said, we have so many things in the pot that we are cooking, and the earlier we start separating them one after the other, the better for us. Well, let's move away from that and get into another very unfortunate issue here. Reality TV star Fina has accused Dangote Group of companies of negligence in the case of her late sister, Ruth Otabo. Well, in a series of posts on her Instagram story, the former Big Brother Niger housemate claimed that the company failed to take full responsibility for hospital and burial expenses after publicly stating otherwise. According to Fina, Dangote Group only paid hospital bills at Legon Hospital, while other expenses incurred during her transfer from Auchi to Erua were handled by the family without any refund. She alleged that the company did not assist with other pressing needs, including mortuary and burial costs, despite earlier promises. On the day of the burial, September 13, Fina said several calls placed to the company were ignored, leaving her family to cover all pending payments. Well, this, she claimed, contradicted public statements issued by the company that all hospital and burial bills had been settled. The reality star further revealed that the letter was later sent to her father, written by the company, asking him to sign an acknowledgement for funds allegedly provided for the burial. She accused the group of impersonating her father by drafting the letter themselves instead of requesting the family to prepare one, describing the move as disrespectful and deeply hurtful. Fina also expressed concern about Ruth's children, stating that no form of support has been extended to them since their mother's death. Now, this is quite unfortunate. For them to bring this to the public means that it has already gotten to a point where they can no longer take it, where they can't take it no more. So that is why they are putting it out to the public. Well, this is their own side of the story.
Yes,
I wish
it's her side of the story.
Yes, side of the story.
There are many sides to it. I heard that the Dangote company or refinery paid certain amount of money to the dad. I think they paid about, was it 20 million to the father. But she is saying that, look, that cannot do anything.
Where did you hear this from? From Dangote itself?
It's out there in the online space.
Put out by who? That is the.
I don't know. It's out there in the online space that they paid a certain amount of money. Now, but she said that her father was made to sign, some acknowledgement
acknowledging that she received he received a certain amount.
Now, if he did not receive a certain amount of money, would he sign? Was he coerced into it?
No, maybe because Fina also said they paid the hospital bills only.
I think, my opinion, now, in as much as my heart goes out to the family of Fina and her sister and the children that she has, it's terrible to lose a loved one. But I think, shouldn't a lawyer be handling this instead of her coming out on social media to, want to drag the company? I think it should be a lawyer. So we should be hearing from the lawyer.
But I think the Dangote Group also needs to respond to all of this. They need to put out the story as clear as possible so that Nigerians will understand the true situation of things. Like I said, this is Fina's side of the story.
Yeah.
We have not heard from Dangote, and you also heard, elsewhere. But how authentic is that source? So in all of this, what the Dangote company needs to do is to come out clearly and say, this is the true position of things. Like you said, I can't imagine, losing a young woman like that has children and all of that. And FINA says the children are left in the lodge, Schools have resumed and all of that. So where does that leave them? It's quite unfortunate.
The onus now is on the company to clear their name. Yes. But I just hope this isn't stretching things, unnecessarily. Well, maybe not unnecessarily.
No, but beyond this, you also hear that, on most occasions when Dangote trucks are involved in accidents, the victims usually complain about how they were treated. They have thousands of companies, of vehicles and all of that. And they are always getting into trouble. Now, because it's a very large corporation, it's difficult to tie all of this to the personality of Aliko himself.
Of course.
Because there's officialdom. He has executive directors, general managers, corporate communications, and all of that. So it is their responsibility to clear the name of the company. That company is doing very well in terms of providing employment, in terms of corporate social responsibility. If they continuously put out their name in bad manner, in bad light, it is going to affect their reputation over time. If it becomes pattern along this line, the people will start reacting negatively, even to their products and all of that. And their marketing department should also be mindful of this, because it could actually impact on their sales, on their bottom line negatively over time. It might not be in the immediate, but when it becomes pattern, over time, it will affect their bottom line. So I think they need to work hard on this, their reputation in particular.
Oh, yes. The public relations of the company, they have their work cut out for them. But also, I think people shouldn't take overdue advantage of certain situations. Let's hear from the lawyers on both sides. Dangote's a lawyer, FINA's lawyer. It would be a good thing if the lawyer pushes this.
FINA is at liberty. The FINA family, they are at liberty to use a lawyer or not. It's not cast in concrete. They can decide to be speaking for themselves. I'm just saying.
Okay. Okay. But I do believe it will help put everything, you know exactly what to put out there and what not to put out there, because if there was an agreement and Dangote Refinery had reached their own side of that agreement and you're coming to ask for more, then there will be a problem.
Okay, so that's why the group needs to talk now.
Oh, well. Away from all of that, let's run to the papers now. Let's look at stories that made it to the cover pages of the dailies. So come with us. I do have, we'll take a break. We'll take a little break, and when we come back, we'll be looking at headlines from the papers. Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Daily Independent. It's right here. The big story on the cover page of Daily Independent is Tinubu's speech not in tandem with realities. Sergei, Okorie, others react. And then the window headlines: record 5.7 trillion naira, liquidity surge, hands banks windfall, but lending tight. Nigeria at 65, stakeholders express disappointment over a Greek journey. And some of the headlines here: Pengerson suspends strike after FG's intervention. ADC alerts on plunder of national wealth, rejects planned NNPC sell-off. More governors to decamp to APC, Akpabio assures Tinubu. Okay. SANU set to commence strike October 6 over pending demands. Uche Azikiwe to governors, emulate Zeke, Awo, bellows free education legacy, and Ilubelu Bag's 2025 Appeal of Conscience Award. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Daily Independent.
And from the Nigerian Tribune, Lagos government falls Obi on trade fair demolition. Insists buildings had no approval. That's the Nigerian Tribune. Kwara, security forces attack kidnappers' hideouts. Government urges limited movement. Now the big story. Dangote, Pengasan suspends strike. Issues fresh threat. With the rider, how FG brokered truce over disputes. Scarcity of cooking gas hits Lagos. Vendors sell 1,600 naira per kg. Don't sell our assets in oil industry. ADC cautions Tinubu. Report warns Nigeria of declining global oil demands. Urges focus on non-oil exports. Tax reforms. Probe attempts to pay out 12.75 billion naira Osun LGA funds as legal fees. PDP asks IGP, EFCC. PDP is confused. Party should be ignored. APC spokesman. Kogiv government mourns as 26 feared killed, others missing in boat accident. And in the health sector, eating more fruits protect lungs against air pollution. That's from a study. And that's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
Well, wanted. And from First Daily, FG ends Dangote Pengasan rift after 2-day talks. Independence Day, Nigerians still living in fear. SDP's Adebayo. Nigeria at 65, Abuja, one of the safest cities. Wike. Nigeria at 65, Tinubu, Atiku, Kuka, Jonathan, Obi clash on nation's future. The riders to that story. Tinubu insists toughest days are over, vows brighter economy ahead. Atiku fires back. Nigerians reduced to refugees, beggars under APC. Kuka rebuts. Tinubu, insecurity far from over, nation in lull. Jonathan urges citizens to stay hopeful despite daunting challenges. Obi, despite APC failures, Nigeria can still be great. All right. And then other headlines there. Osun governor frees 36 inmates to mark independence. Power supply major milestone for Bayelsa at 29. Governor Diri. Sanwo-Olu urges Nigerians to reflect, not just celebrate at 65. U.S. Embassy assures Nigerians of visa, passport services despite shutdown. Fubara dissolves cabinet. Thanks commissioners. All right, those are the headlines on the cover page of First Daily newspaper.
And quickly, let's run to the Vanguard newspaper. Stock market investors earn 1.8 trillion naira in September amid CBN's reforms. That's from the Vanguard newspaper. With the window headlines, Tinubu not jittery about opposition. That's coming from the presidency. Death of Arise TV anchor. Som Tochukwu jumped from top floor. FCT police boss. Pengasan suspends strike after FG's intervention. Now the big story. Nigeria at 65. Opposition leaders, others take Tinubu to task. With the riders, Tinubu unmoved, uncaring amid hunger, bandit attacks. That's coming from article. Nigeria falling under APC. Obi. It is the worst. If the worst is over, why are Nigerians still dying? That's coming from ADC. We are hungry for food, not statistics. Can Christian Association of Nigeria. Nigeria's future bleak under leaders with entitlement mentality. That's coming from the Anglican primate. Okay, there are more stories from the Vanguard newspaper. 2027, Amechi, Obi, Utomi, Ezekwesili push to end courtroom democracy. Iyaloja General is allying to us, Oba of Benin. U.S. shutdown, visa, passport services to continue in Nigeria. That's coming from U.S. Embassy. Obi, Lagos government differ over trade fair complex demolition. And that's it from the Vanguard newspaper.
And that's how far we can go on newspaper review. But at 10 o'clock, we'll go deeper into the newspapers proper. That's newspaper review. This is newspaper headlines, just to differentiate both. Well, let's get into the conversation now. I'm in danger of sudden death in DSS custody. Nnamdi Kanu cries out. Let's x-ray this when we come back. Join us again.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be, listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
We were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. So, shout out to VOP TV.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, thanks for joining us again. Now, let's dive into the conversation this morning. Well, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has revealed the illnesses he is battling with in the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS. Well, Kanu revealed that he's battling with tinnitus and sleeping deprivation, which he described as among the gravest threats to his survival. In a letter of complaint and appeal to the Nigerian Medical Association NMA, Nnamdi Kanu said, tinnitus exacerbates by hypertension puts him at risk of stroke, collapse, and sudden death. He disclosed other diseases to include liver, pancreas, kidney, bladder, prostate, and white matter disease, sleep apnea, and most critically, tinnitus, the constant internal chipping sound in his ears. Well, the letter, titled The Danger of Tinnitus and Sleep Deprivation, reads partly, among the gravest threats to my survival today is tinnitus. The incessant chipping in my ears is more than a nuisance. It robs me of sleep, sometimes making rest completely impossible. It exacerbates my hypertension. The IPOB leader also accused the DSS doctor, Nasir Muhammad, of falsifying his medical records despite continued symptoms. He informed NMA that DSS subjected his longtime physician, his doctor, to intimidation and silence. Well, let's meet our guest. We have with us in the studio, we have Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter. We also have joining us, we have from Abuja, Loknan LD Dumbain, who is a media personality and public affairs commentator. We have Dr. Bright, I beg your pardon, Dr. Emmanuel, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama, a socio-political commentator and advocate of good governance. And also we have Dr. Ganiu Oluwashola, who also joins us in the studio. He's a tax professional. Thank you very much for joining us. Managing partner, KJB Professional Services. Good to have you join us today. And you look, you're still in the celebratory mood.
So we are proud Nigerians.
Proud Nigerians.
These are people we still believe in Nigeria, right? I mean, very soon Nigeria will have visa free to enter over 23 countries without visa.
Oh,
we
wow.
want to go to UK, US. And before, you don't need visa to enter UK. You see people traveling on Friday, coming back to Lagos on Sunday.
They still do.
Yes. So there was no need of visa. To US, very soon we don't need visa to go to US. Then Germany, you don't need visa to go to bed. Now, very soon the things are coming back. You know, then Nigeria then, you travel from abroad, from Canada, from Germany to come and lecture in Nigeria. Yeah. I remember when we were growing up, it's not a private school. One of my teachers, my account teacher, was a German, right? So then they see Nigeria as a more precious place to lecture. So if you travel out of Nigeria to go and study, you'll be seen as a failure, right? That you can't pass the HSC.
So you believe those times are
coming back? They're returning back. It's a matter of time. It's not just Nigeria, it's just peculiar. Some countries have faced this kind of issue. But when they were political, we have political power, political willpower to be able to change things. Okay. Then you see the country changing. China changes. You see, even what they call it? Japan, they change, right? So Nigeria can still change when we have some strategic leaders that can
Nigeria can still change, or Nigeria is changing.
Nigeria can still change. So it's still changing. So as when we change, we could see. You know, now first time the president is part of his speech yesterday. He said Nigerian first, right? Yes. So we're choosing that Nigeria is going somewhere. America could say, Trump could say America first. So if he can now say that anything you produce in Nigeria must be used in Nigeria, Nigeria must be patronized first. So if we begin to go through that route, now see Nigeria coming out of the hoop and see our resources being used and utilized, and on average Nigeria is doing well. I now see the president of America coming to Nigeria for treatment. because of
it's refreshing to see that, there are Nigerians that have faith in Nigeria. And, when you say Nigeria happened to me, it's not in a bad light. Yes?
Yeah, it could come in a good light. It's just
yes, it could be good.
Yeah, it's just like when they make this Fuji man to be an ambassador, right? Kwamwan to be an ambassador. Ambassador could be the bad side, it could be the good side.
So was he the good side?
It was to act as a deterrent.
Okay.
That when you do a bad thing, you become an ambassador because you won't be punished. You now tell people that don't do that bad thing again because I'm ambassador for this bad behavior.
That I did was
bad.
a mistake. So
so don't do that again. So you can also be an ambassador of Nigeria in the US. That's also a good one. So
yeah, the same way we've made Mandi Kiss, the internet content creator, an ambassador for anti-drug. She's now an anti-drug ambassador by the Lagos State government. Remember, she did say some time back that she was going to break a record of sleeping with 100 men in 24 hours, and then she's been made an ambassador just before breaking that record.
Hopefully, when she was talking about the 100 men, she was unable to capture him. So
no, she was actually looking at Nigerians like you.
I think you are very good at satire, so you need to do more of that. You are very good at it. I want you to do more.
Well, let's also welcome Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama, Chief Dr. Irayanama. Good to have you join the conversation.
Good morning, the panel. Good morning, Nigerians.
All right, good morning to you. Now, let's get into this. Let me start off with you, Dr. Gani Oluwashola. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the news again. This time around, he's talking about ailments that he's been going through. It's not the first time he's talking about, the chipping in his ears, the sound that, disturbs him. I don't know if you know anyone that has suffered from anything like it. I think I had sort of that experience. I wasn't diagnosed for it, but there was a time I had that experience where there was this humming sound in my ears and couldn't sleep, couldn't take in anything because of that humming sound in my ears. I don't know if that's the same thing that he's feeling, but now he's asked for to be let off for medical treatment, but he's been deprived. What do you think government should do now that he's putting this information out there? Because if he dies in custody, don't you think things will get out of hand, especially within the Southeast?
Well, that's a beautiful question. But tiny toss, it's more or less like something that an average Nigeria experience. Because when there's inability to sleep, right? When you have inability to sleep, but it becomes worse because we never get to that age, right? But when you begin to hear sounds in your ear, when you begin to hear hum in your ear,
I've experienced
you're running mad. So at that point in time, you need to withdraw. You need to just go and leave. Because once you begin to hear humming and you're hearing sounds, because it just gets into the side of insanity, because you're already driving yourself crazy. And sleepless night could also could exacerbate right into it, because you can lead to stroke. If you don't sleep very well.
So his complaints are valid?
His complaints are valid, right? He's been there since 2021. That's almost 5 years, right? And his case has not been decided, right? And there was a time there's a verdict from the judge and said that release him and compensate him with 500 million. So why is you still keeping him behind bars, right? So there's some reservation from different quarters that once he's been released, it can instigate or re-engineer or revitalize the IPOB members, right? And the vicinity, the area is still volatile because of this here at home. And even those people that they're calling themselves IPOB, that they've gone beyond measure, that you cannot tame them again because they're already wild. It is beyond whom it can tame. So the government is also being careful because they're thinking that if they release him, it can instigate a lot of things, right? And it could bring a lot of things to pay, and it could trigger a lot of insecurity in that space. But the question is that we can't just assume, we can't just presume. We should release him first. And it will be a surprise to you that even some southeastern government, they don't want governors, they don't want him released. I think it was also on records that they were discussing with the former president, late Muhammadu Buhari, that they should still keep him behind bars. But I think they should release him because his allegation, his concern is valid, right? Because you cannot stay there. Psychologically, you will not be balanced. And if you're not sleeping very well, right, it could lead to stroke. It could lead to a lot of medical issues. It could lead to mental breakdown, right? It can even run into depression. And so if he dies there, it could also trigger a whole lot of things in that region that the country might not be able to cope in the long run. I think a situation called for concern. Okay. They should take it not at a literal level. They should go to, and if they need to also put him in a proper medical care, let them, because he is a Nigerian. Either what has happened is still a Nigerian, so he must be given the care he needs. And it's also in Nigeria, there's what we call fairness, equity, and justice. Yes, someone could compare him with Igboho. So Igboho will also be thanking his God that he was not extradited into Nigeria. Remember, his case was resolved in Benin. And so it was resolved and he came back. So if Kanu's case was also resolved in Nigeria, in Kenya, perhaps he would have been released for a longer time. So I think the government should look into it. And I was also thinking that perhaps the government should have even make it to form part of his independence speech to be able to say, oh, we release this man to be able to mark our 65th independence. And if it goes like that, I think there will not be so much agitation. They will still give him some kind of kudos for doing that. And another thing, people could be saying that, oh, once it's been released, perhaps it could trigger a lot of people and make people not vote for APC in that region when the time of election comes. Okay. But we should not allow a typical Nigerian to suffer injustice when we need to decide his case. If he needs to be jailed, let him be jailed. If he needs to be released, let him be released. Not keeping him behind bars for almost 5 years.
Period of time. All right then, Chief Dr. Irayan Nama, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think now that he has listed, a few things that he's suffering and it's out there in the open, it might be, they might allow another doctor, because he's saying that the DSS doctor is compromised and his own doctor has been deprived from seeing him. Do you think he will be allowed to see another doctor, maybe released on that condition?
If you talk about release, it's not just a given thing. Ordinarily, we must understand that there is a price for every act committed. My concern has always been the fact that the judiciary is not something that is working for me. The judiciary has taken just too long, and they say justice delayed is justice denied. So that's where I have issues. But for him seeing another doctor, yes, the state owes him an opportunity to see as many doctors as he may want, since he's within their custody. So if he had claimed that this doctor has been compromised and he wants other doctors to see him, there's something wrong in it. The state should be able to allow him have access to proper medical care. Like we all say, you are innocent until proven guilty. So until that is done, you should enjoy the privilege of being innocent. The judiciary should sit up and come to a conclusion over this case as soon as possible. What I don't like usually is people attaching the fact that at every point in time, if this is not done, a zone will go on fire. No zone will go on fire. Nobody can hold the nation to ransom, as it were. Nothing will happen. But he deserves treatment. He deserves quick time in his case, as quick as possible. Nobody has monopoly of violence. They say if you don't allow your parents to sleep, you're likely not going to sleep. So that's part of the consequences.
Okay.
But that does not mean that you should die in prison.
All right, Dr. Iroyanama, when you say that no zone should hold the order to ransom, I want you to be clearer on what you mean, because we see a situation where a group of people from a particular zone say, we will make this country ungovernable for you. And they do it. And we see the consequences. Isn't that holding the whole country to ransom?
It's unfortunate that one thing this country has lost over the years, and perhaps what has brought us this far, is the fact that we do not have consequence for bad behavior. And some people do the things they do at certain points just on their own. The truth is, nobody has a monopoly of violence. If the North can be violent to people, the East can be violent to people. If the East can be violent to people, the South can be violent to people. If the South can be violent to people, the West can be violent to people. And I'm not sure if we all require violence as a way out as a country. So people should begin to think and think straight.
Okay.
That one zone has done it at one time and went scot-free shouldn't make it become a tradition that that's what we should be doing as a country.
Okay.
We should tell ourselves.
All right.
That no part of us.
All right. Dr. Troyan, I think we are talking about what is and what should be. But let's come back to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu now. Like you said that the judiciary has probably failed in your assessment because they should have dispensed with this case at this moment. They have kept him there for 5 years. Now, do you think that away from the judiciary, from the judicial track, how about looking for a political track to resolve all of this? Wouldn't it be appropriate for both the person that is being incarcerated, the person that is incarcerated, and the government to find a way out of this? Because it seems to, like a lot of people believe that it seems to have feared insecurity in some part of the country. What should the government do to resolve this thing as quickly as possible?
A political dimension to resolving the matter on ground is not out of place. However, care must be taken for precedence. We've been a nation that is used to allowing things happen, and then instead of finding direct solutions to it, we turn around at the end of the day and give one solution tied to politics. And it's dangerous. Like you said, some persons have either to at some point said they will make the country ungovernable, and then perhaps they gave it political solution. So what happened? It gave others power to also pass through that route. And then we'll keep on resolving matters, not for their merits or demerits as it were, but their political means. I've been one person who had advocated for the fact that one way to treat an issue is to call the matter what it is at every point in time. If the thing is bad, we should follow the normal process and call it bad so that others will learn from it.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel Iroyanama, who joined us from Port Harcourt in Rivers State. Well, let's come back to the studio where we have here Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Dele, once again.
Good morning.
Now, Nnamdi Kanu is been in detention and he's sick. He says, look, DSS is not allowing me to access Medicare and all of that. And I'm at a point of probably, if nothing happens, I might just die. What's your reaction between his what he has said and what the DSS is doing? Shouldn't he be entitled to Medicare and all of that? As a political prisoner, has he lost his rights to Medicare and all of that? What's your broad reaction to his plight now?
You will recall that on many occasions there, early this year or late last year, I've always said that Kanu should not stay too long in detention. And we, even from what we have reeled out here now, nobody's talking about the psychological part of his problem. You know, that tingling sensation from his ear could be even more psychological than medical. How do you keep somebody who is active, who at will picks his passport and travel to anywhere in the world for 5 years without any movement? Somebody who is in his 40s, and you think it will not be affected psychologically or otherwise. So for me, I was just shaking my head when that man said he should be treated otherwise. The only thing that government may not want to accede to is allowing the free will to go to anywhere to access medical. But government owes him a duty. He's still a suspect. He has not been convicted. Even people on death row are still Nigerians. There should be some modicum of respect for their dignity. So he should be taken care of adequately. And the government owes him to provide him the best of medical treatment while in detention. He has not been convicted. He is still a free Nigerian. Yes, he may be incarcerated. You see, when you look at the medical side, yes, you might say he has a prostrate, somebody who has not been active for 5 years. He might even, in fact, I won't be surprised if he has diabetes now, because naturally somebody who's supposed to be active now living a sedentary life in solitary confinement. There is no way those elements will not creep in. So for me, I think the appropriate thing for government to do is to, if he says he has lost confidence in the doctors provided by the DSS, there should be an independent doctor. We have a whole Ministry of Health. We have the National Hospital in Abuja. If it's not for security reasons, if we will not be taken to the National Hospital, there are consultants in the National Hospital that can be drafted, or in the alternative, it can be moved to a military facility.
Now, bottom line is government should
take care of him.
Give him access to medical.
Yes.
Now let's leave the medical angle to it and come to the politics of the politics. You know, because I recall that on this show sometime early this year, like you rightly said, especially when Bianca Ojukwu
was intervening.
When she was made Minister of State and she said, look, in a matter of time, very soon Nnamdi Kanu will come out. And you had a hunch then that he was to be released very soon. That hunch, has it failed you? Because it's more than 8-9 months now. So how soon was their soon then?
You see, my soon was predicated on the fact that if Kanu had those who are genuinely, not those who are making political capital of his incarceration, those who are genuinely working towards his release, if they had opted for the political solution to it, perhaps it would have been released. But there was this hues and cry that no, we don't want him to capitulate. We don't want him to. We don't want federal government to say he's begging. It is right that he should be free, and so they should go through the courts. And we all know the justice system in Nigeria. Perhaps if we have not had that route of prosecution, and there is the political maneuvering, perhaps by now he would have been released.
Okay, now I'm talking about the powers, people that say, look, we don't want him released to us because he's causing trouble in our zone and all of that. Dr. Organi, I want to come back to you because I think you made allusions to that. Now, the personality of the president, the current president that you know, do you think that the president is that kind of person that will listen to outsiders who come in the day and say, please release this young man to us? We guarantee that there will be peace in our zone if you hand him over to him. And come back at night to say, please, sir, don't let this man go. Keep him. The personality of the president that you know, do you think that he's that kind of person that will accept that kind of maneuvering?
Okay, that's a brilliant question. The personality of the president I know is a Democrat to the core. And we also have this knowledge and this perception that once he comes into power, he's going to release him. Because We want a situation where everybody have their fair share, right? And also want a situation where people might not be able to question his decision. Because he has been in detention for now, and we are hopeful that this man should have been released, right, based on his precedents. The precedents of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we know that he should have released him to go, and perhaps you release him and make him to be in house arrest. And so the personality of people coming in the day, acting like a chameleon, and in the night saying that, hey, leave this man here, so that we don't have a kind of issue over there. Because in the long run, there's always a saying that say, on easy lies, they ask that wear the crown. Nobody knows the personality of the people coming to meeting. Okay. We only see him as the #1 citizen that has the say to be able to allow him to go, right? I think we should keep bias, we should put biasness aside and sentiments aside. We should look at what is right to be done, and we should do it, right? So if this man is released today, what will be the result? We should not assume. Let's see what happens. Since once you release him, you still hold his international passport. You put him on the surveillance and say that, oh, let's see what is happening. There's a way you can track my calls without me knowing, right? You would have put some note around there, and which is confidential. And once you discover there are traces, and you could also trigger and bring this to me. So I don't get in line with what is on the social media that some eastern, southeastern, and eastern government say they don't want him to be released, right? But there's no name mentioned to them, right, to that effect. But we also, some people also look at this man, Ohaze, came up and said that, let the Southeast, let them get united. That the Southwest, they were speaking in one voice. That was why Sunday Igboho was released. That was why they allowed him to go scot-free. Let them come together and let them speak in one voice. Speak to the presidency and allow this man get released. And let's see if we are going to have some kind of free movement in the Southeast, because I think there's a lot of development going around there. Maybe let's see if this is being released. Let's see if things will go normal and we are going to have some kind of peace in that side of the country.
All right, Chief Dr. Nnamdi, let's try and draw some sorts of comparison between the issue of Nnamdi Kanu and that of El Zakzaky, who also has been in detention, suffered complaints of ailments, toxins in getting into his bloodstream from the debris of metals from bullets that were lodged. But he was taken abroad for treatment. He was taken to Iran for treatment, even though he said treatment wasn't complete, as at the time he was brought back to the country. Can we see that being done? I mean, if you're not releasing him per se, couldn't you escort him out or escort him for treatment and then bring him back at some point? Wouldn't that give some sort of respite, knowing that, and also let the people know that, yes, government intends to keep this person alive while the case goes on? Dr. Nnamdi, I would like for you to unmute your microphone so we can hear.
Like I said before, all of that are possibilities. First, he has a right to health. As of today, that cannot be taken away from him. But comparing directly with El Zakzaky case, maybe slightly different. El Zakzaky's case has a religious tone, and Iran was ready to guarantee his being brought and returned. So we also need to look at all of that. The Islamic nation headed by Iran at that time actually was ready to get him, treat him, and then hand him back to Nigeria. I'm not sure any country had opted for that on the case of Nnamdi Kanu. But let's go one thing. One of our colleagues there said something. Is Nnamdi Kanu looking at a plea for mercy, Or is he still adamant that he has not committed any offense for which the law will take its course? Because when we talk about political solutions and the rest of it all, a political solution will only come when the parties in question agree or want it. One party cannot unilaterally decide to take a political solution in the matter as it is today. Is Nnamdi Kanu ready and willing to take the part of a political solution? That should be something we should also bring to the fore and discuss clearly. Everybody, I'm sure, at least as of today, one piece. But that piece must have its terms. We must be able to discuss it and see where nobody will want to.
Do you think the man insisting that he hasn't done any wrong is part of the reasons he's still being incarcerated?
Oh, yes. That's what I think. That's why it's in court. And the only person that can prove it is the court. Unfortunately, our judicial system is funny. And they're taking just too long to prove or remove, disprove that simple question. They've not been able to answer that question quickly. That's, for me, is the issue. The government thinks you've done X, Y, Z. You said, no, I didn't do X, Y, Z.
So, in your opinion, what would be the easier way out now? Just come out and say, okay, I'm sorry. Or
the parties, including Nnamdi Kanu, the parties must be able to come. Look, there are very simple things.
Okay.
He got himself involved by way of agitation and whatever he has been claimed to have done. That's where he is. As of today, I'm also sure, in his right thinking sense, he never thought that he would take this route. So it is left for him to say, whatever it is, I did this for this purpose. I'm still a Nigerian.
Okay.
How do we resolve this matter? And that will open up a way for people to begin to say, okay, the man himself is not saying it must be that way again. Why not give him
all right then
this space to land?
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Irayanama. We'll give you some time to take care of your health because I can see you do have common cold. Well, let's bring it back to the studio now. Mr. Fanimo, do you think if Nnamdi Kanu decides to ask for forgiveness and say, look, I'm not clamoring for an independent state of Biafra anymore, we are Nigerians, and I understand, I want all of this to end, do you think his people, his supporters, will back that idea? Or will there be a pushback? And how would that affect his case going forward?
It's a dicey question you have just asked. Because time may have overtaken that armistice that you are proposing. Because this is a case that is almost similar to that of MK Abiola. Perhaps left for MK Abiola when he was incarcerated, when the likes of Adidibu went to meet him privately and told him, look, surrender this, your mandate for now, because who fight and run lives to fight another day. But some people who later profited maximally from his death said no way, that Omar King, that a brave man will never be a coward. Stay on. We are fighting on your behalf out there. Unfortunately, they were plotting. And the rest is history. So, naturally, we can't read the mind of Nnamdi Kanu in incarceration. But the optics there is, a lot of people feel that if he capitulates, then the future of the Southeast is not guaranteed in the corporate Nigeria, that he has to fight to the end. But unfortunately, the gladiators that seem to fight in the morning are the ones that are urging government to say, look, this man will be a big trouble for us if he's let off the hook. So please keep him at least maybe till 2027, when we would have concluded all elections. And it's quite unfortunate. But I think if he would have opportunity of taking decisions solely based on how he feels and what he feels, I would suggest that he would just say, look, whatever it is, let's bring this to an end. I need to leave. And I don't know how to put it. Maybe somebody would have to help me. In Yoruba land, they say, Ashiri Lungbeja.
All right, then. We'll look for interpretation somewhere. We'll look for an interpretation. You want to help us interpret?
Go ahead.
Oh, well. Well, let's move away from that conversation into another. You just might help us with the interpretation underneath the YouTube channel or on our social media channels for that one. Well, 2027 presidency. I'm willing to step down for a younger candidate. This is coming from Atiku Abubakar. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has declared that he is ready to serve his presidential ambition ahead of the 2027 general election if a younger and widely acceptable candidate emerges under the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Well, Atiku made this known during an interview with BBC House Service on Wednesday, that's yesterday, as part of activities marking Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary. The former presidential candidate explained that his interest in the 2027 race is not about personal ambition, but about providing a credible alternative to rescue the country from its current state. Quite interesting. While he urged the younger Nigerians to actively participate in politics, assuring them of his full backing if they choose to run for the highest office. In his words, and I quote, "My being in the 2027 race does not prevent anyone from contesting. If a vibrant and widely accepted younger candidate emerges, I'm willing to step aside." End quote. Well, Atiku also shed light on his decision to align with the ADC, blaming internal crisis within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and alleged government interference for his departure. According to him, efforts to build a united opposition under the PDP were repeatedly undermined by some party leaders who he claimed were being used by the ruling All Progressives Congress to create division. Beautiful. We still have in the studio here with us Dr. Ganiyu and Delefanimo. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Dr. Ganiyu, let me start with you. I want you to interrogate Atiku Abubakar's statement within the context that you understand him as a person. He says, if I see a vibrant younger person step into the race to contest for the presidency on the platform of the ADC, what do you make out of Atiku's take?
Okay, I think it's a political statement. For me, it's a political statement. Because if you say that you wouldn't mind to step down for a younger candidate, who is the youngest candidate in that streamline? Is Peter Obi. And Peter Obi, in the real sense, is not also young in terms of age, right? And so what we talk about in the stream of things, if you want to step down for the young candidate, you should not go for contest. Because if 3 people are going for contest, this is Atiku Abubakar, this is Rotimi Amechi, this is Peter Obi. There's surety for Atiku to win because this is a man that everybody knows, and Al-Rufai will be forever loyal to him because the one that bring him into politics, right? And you see a lot of, when you look at the handwriting in that group, you discover that when they go for contest, it might likely to come up. Right, look at the contest they did in PDP. That was what forced Peter Obi to go to Labour Party, correct? When and that was what made Rike begin to behave in a kind of manner that is becoming unbecoming, right? So because it felt slighted, it felt cheated, that one overnight will the former Sokoto governor will now surrender to Atiku and convert and bring him up. So when you make that statement, if actually that statement is factual, what you will just say, guys, we are not going for election. We are unanimously picking someone, right, and giving him advice. It's not bad picking Peter Obi and say Al-Rufai to be his vice, right, for them to run for the election, right? Remember, when APC come together, when they form APC, ACN, right, Action Congress of Nigeria, CPC, right, Congress for Progressive Change, ANPP, some part of ANPP, some part of ABGA, right, and some of the people in PDP, they formed the party. They never did a primary, right? They just unanimously said that Buhari, you're going, and let's get him a vice.
Okay, more like a consensus candidate.
A consensus candidate, because they know that these are the people that are meant to win. So, and they also have it on plan that once this guy go, it's my turn. So nobody is fighting it. Okay. So when they are almost finishing, and it gets as if they want to play the game so that it doesn't come into power, then he took the bull by his own. I said, I am the game master here. So he did not, he went to a place where people will say, he went to Ogun State and he make a public statement that I am the next person to be voted into power. Either you like it or not, I'm coming in. Okay. Right. So, and that was...
So you think that Atiku Abubakar, if he's sincere, in giving up that space for a younger person, like he said, widely acceptable person, he should also follow that track and say, look, I'm out of it. Now let's support this person. Do you think that is what he should do?
I think that's the best route. Because when you are going for a contest, the surety, mark my word, that he will be appointed. Because he has the clouds. The people there. And when he's also saying it, he's saying it in Hausa language. You need an interpreter, right? So these are people, and average Hausa people are loyal, right? In case it's going to be an open ballot. So there's tendency for him to win. Even look at why Rotimi Amici is going out with Toban. Toban now because of political reason. So he needs to get their sentiment to his side. Okay. Right. So I think if he wants to actually go through the route, and you don't want to make the statement political, not to be seen as if you are in their need of that position, that is sincerely you want to step down, then you don't need to do it. Just step down and allow the two people you unanimously agree to feature for that party. Let them go, let them check.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ganiyu. Now, Dele, let me come to you. You've always had an opinion about Atiku and his political ambition. The statement that he made, does it make a difference to you?
Nothing has changed, as far as I'm concerned. Atiku is too slippery for anybody to hold on to his words. Somebody who has gone out of PDP 3 times and returned. Somebody who was on the side of Tinubu, that Tinubu gave a ticket to contest, turning to opposition, and somebody who is contesting the 7th time, the record 7th time, to become president of Nigeria, and he has not given up. Is it this time that he will give up? And what are the optics that will make him give up? His ambition and some zoom it under somebody else. You know the clever way that he outmaneuvered the likes of Peter Obi and the rest of them in the build-up to the 2023 election. He was practically waiting in the wings and setting those guys up against themselves so that he can grab the ticket. So, for me, Atiku is not to be trusted politically. And it's an old war horse that can spring up surprise anytime, any day. For me, nothing has changed.
Okay, nothing has changed. Talking about springing surprises. Atiku has officially left the PDP, but he has not joined the ADC. Do you think, what kind of game do you think he's playing at this point?
You see, Atiku has not even gotten to his destination. He's just testing waters.
Okay, so you think ADC might not be the last bus stop?
It may not be the last bus stop before 2027 for Atiku. If that place becomes too hostile for him, since he has not joined, there are other parties he could pick, and he has the war chest to build any political party from the scratch. And he knows his foot soldiers will follow him as long as the price is right.
Talking about war chest, should we focus on an individual saying, okay, I'm going to let younger ones run? But there's the not too young to run bill. There is the political parties themselves tend to come up with very exorbitant expression of interest and nomination fees. In 2023, APC had put theirs at 100 million naira, which is ordinarily out of the reach.
People got.
And
23 people.
23 people, which is ordinarily out of the reach of the young Nigerian. And by young, I mean 45 and under. Now, the PDP in 2023 put theirs at 40 million. I can't remember what the Labour Party presidential form went for, but these two major powers had 100 million and 40 million. Now, should there be some sort of INEC regulation that states that the nomination form will be regulated by INEC and other parties now, and placing it at a level where young individuals with, a verifiable income can go for?
You know that, let me start by telling you that the not too young to run has been obeyed in breach since that pronouncement was made. Now, about INEC regulating how much those who want to contest, aspirants should pay to contest primaries. I don't think those who coined the law that empowers INEC, the act that empowers INEC to do certain things, envisage this kind of implosion in terms of raising the bar on who to contest, how much it will pay. And so, except if it has to go back to the National Assembly and through an amendment so that INEC can put a ceiling to how much a political party can charge whoever is interested in any political office. But as it is today, INEC does not have that power. And so, you see, we have many young people that have the resources to buy, even if it is 1 billion. But the point is, some of them are afraid of coming out with such humongous money because they are afraid of their opponents instigating EFCC to probe the source of their income. So they will later let it be. I know of a prominent Yahoo person that wanted to contest House of Rep in Ondo State. The only thing the opponents used against him that he had to back out was that perhaps EFCC should screen us to know the source of our income. And he knew that he couldn't defend the source of income, so he had to back out. So there are a lot of variables that are not there, but they operate, that will deter the not too young to run people from running an election. Again, if you lower the bar, you reduce the bar, there is tendency to be an influx of too many people.
Isn't that better for us?
It's not better.
Then you can choose from the too many people and choose a few individuals that can actually fly the flag of the parties.
In politics, there are so many things that would happen that we may not be able to put our fingers on here, because it will still be subject to debate. There won't be a consensus. For instance, do you know that most of these people that obtain this form, they obtain it because they want to be seen by those who will eventually win those tickets as participants for negotiation to become either commissioner or minister. So they are just paying in anticipation that, okay, I have paid 100 million, you have paid 100 million. But I know that the powers that be are behind you. But let me just fritter 100 million naira in exchange for military position that in less than 3 months I will make my 100 million naira and make profit going forward. I will buy and I will struggle and make some feeble attempt at trying to outsmart you. And then you come into negotiation table as a bros come. You say this no be fight. Can we sort ourselves out? Now you know that I am primed for this position, but you are not primed. But I will return your 100 million and I will make you this and this. And the man will say, I support the next day, and life goes on. So a lot of variables are there, you know. But the long and short of it, to come back to your question straight, it is not healthy for democracy when you raise the bar too high for people that you are de-enfranchising these people who probably would have done better if they have access to the ballot. But unfortunately, because of all this, there is no way we can tame godfatherism in Nigeria politics. As long as this would continue until there is a halt. And those in the National Assembly will not even allow it to see the light of day because they want to remain somebody in the Senate today. Almost 20% of senators are ex-governors. That it has almost become a rest house for ex-governors. So those governors that are still godfather in their state will sit in the National Assembly and pass a law that will make an activist who has only 10 million naira to contest and by popular vote win an election that will not be betrothed to them. No way.
All right then. Dr. Irayaname, I hope you can, speak to us now. What are your thoughts on this statement coming from Atiku Abubakar and the not too young to run law? How can we use that better to get younger people running for political positions?
Let me start with the latter question. By laws as of today, the management of political parties is the prerogative of the political party. INEC does not manage the parties, so INEC has no power to tell how much parties should charge on her nomination forms. That's one serious area perhaps that we need to go for amendment. But having said that, Atiku Abubakar's statement for me is one thing the rest of the aspirants should begin to think of what to say. It's a welcome development for me. Welcome in the sense that he has said, I'm not contesting to rule out others. Perhaps we should even set record straight. In 2014-2015, Buhari never had the nomination a la carte. There was a primary in which he won. And that was part of the reasons why you found the National Assembly that time divided into two. Because there were two camps, two strong camps that contested the primaries at the time. So let's also set that record straight. I wish Anamechi will also say anybody else can go. I will support a person whether I win or not. I will remain in the party. I will work for the person. I wish Anobi can also say anybody else can go. Whether I win or not, I will support a person. That's the only time the opposition will say they're actually talking. None of them have single right that it must be me if they actually want to win an election in 2027. Perhaps one of the things APC is counting on is the fact that they can't come together on how to resolve who gets their ticket. And today, Atiku have control over Oluwaseyi is to a large extent, yes. Does the followership by Nnamdi declare do or die if he doesn't get. Perhaps the that will have issues. Not sure over his own support base. So if he comes out to say no, they will abandon him immediately. As long as his support base is concerned, it will be or nothing else. And so while that goes to an opposition, one begins to ask, how can they marry all their aspirations? A very serious concern. Our electoral law should allow for private candidacies.
All right.
Because we can't control the parties as the laws are.
All right.
So if young people want to come out and young people think, yes, it was with this, they can support the person and go straight.
All right. The electoral laws should allow for private.
Arrive, we won't have that kind of problem.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama. Now, let's move on to our final conversation this morning. President Tinubu claims APC has fulfilled the change it promised 10 years ago as Obi Amechi Ezekwesili demands sweeping reforms. Let's talk about this when we come back and also reflect on some things that the president said yesterday at the Presidential Independence Day broadcast. Let's talk about this. Join us again.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has insisted that the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, has fulfilled the promise of change it made to Nigerians 10 years ago. Speaking on Tuesday, that's yesterday, during a book launch, day before yesterday, during a book launch at the commissioning of projects in Imo State, the president declared that his administration has broken away from the old ways that nearly pushed the country to collapse. Tinubu further maintained that Nigeria is no longer where it was a decade ago. Meanwhile, ahead of the 2027 general elections, prominent Nigerians and civil society leaders have called for comprehensive electoral reform to strengthen the credibility of Nigeria's electoral process. Recommendations which covered legal, procedural, and administrative changes were part of discussions at an electoral reform summit held via Zoom on Wednesday. Participants included the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi, former Minister of Education, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, political economist, Professor Pat Tomi, and Ambassador Nkoyo Toyo, among others. Speakers at the summit expressed concern about what they described as the retrogression of Nigeria's elections since 2015. Well, they lamented that the gains recorded during the 2015 elections had been eroded by subsequent poor performances and controversial judicial pronouncements, which they argued relied more on technicalities than substantive justice. In her presentation, Dr. Ezekwesili advocated for direct funding of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, insisting that the electoral umpire must be held accountable for the funds allocated to it. She also called for INEC to be given enhanced prosecutorial powers to hold politicians accountable for electoral misconduct. Well, we still have in the studio here with us, gentlemen, Dr. Ganiolu Washola and Dele Fanimo, and virtually Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama, who joined us from Port Harcourt. Dr. Irayanama, let me come straight to you on this. Straight off, President says we have delivered the promises made 10 years ago to Nigerians. We promised change. Change is here. Quickly get into it and tell us how much of the change the APC has promised as far as we are concerned. Quick one, sir.
The president did not tell us the changes he had brought in. In fact, change as it is could mean change from good to bad or bad to good. All will amount to change. Perhaps what we have seen to a large extent is from good to bad. Now, I'll take you on this. I'll take one by one, rather. How has government changed Today we have an autocratic legislature. Today we have a presidency that can get into any state, capture the state, the funds of that state being managed the way he wants, and nobody questions. Is that the change we want to see? Today we can see a Senate president who uses his own one voice to swallow the thousands of persons' vote in the National Assembly. Today we have a minister who is known as I, and every other thing in the country is his. Today we have a corruption agency, or we have corruption agencies who only look for Yahoo boys and allow politicians steal and loot our tills dry. Is that the change that APC had brought in 10 years? Mr. President may need to tell us outrightly which areas the change were promised and which areas they have actually given that change. I consider the statement purely political. Of course, he's a politician, so I don't expect anything less. But I can beat my chest to say no change, no positive change have happened in Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Eroyenema. Dr. Eroyenema has not seen any change. In fact, the only change he has seen in the past 10 years is negative change. Now, let's come back to the studio where we have Dr. Ganiyu Oluwashola. Doctor, you wanted to take me to US, or you want to take me to US without visa. You see that coming?
Yeah.
Talk more about that. What change have you seen in the past 10 years? Is Nigeria better off now or in 2015? Which one will it be for you?
So when we talk about change, change is also relative, depending on who is speaking about it, right? Vis-a-vis what we've seen over time. When we talk about change, we talk about my part of practice. Our law has been around for a longer time, but we have the new tax reform.
Okay.
So the new tax reform comes in and it brings a lot of changes, right? Also, we talk about the withholding tax environment when they charge people 5%, 10%, and it has been reduced to 2%, right? Which is practically getting more respite for the average citizen. And also we see that a kind of the unification of our foreign exchange. We have different leg, we have the parallel market, we have the I and E windows, we have several windows which have been brought together as one, right? But the question also is that, are we where we used to be? No, because when we talk about now we say that our currency is stable, 1.5.
Are we in a better place?
That's what I'm saying, is that before we come into this government, right, our dollar to a naira is around maybe 400, less than 500, right? So, and fuel was around 200, 300, while people are still complaining, right? People are paying almost 900. Do they have
pains, actually?
So you could see, that's why I said that when we talk about change, and change also we talk about, we have our own refinery, right? Talking about before we take our fuel outside to refine, now we have full refinery in Nigeria.
That's a private individual.
Sorry?
That's
but
a
it
private
happens
individual.
in his tenure. It's the same thing where we have telecommunication during Obasanjo's tenure. So we could always talk about, and like someone also say in real sense, that if we always focus on the negative side, we will lose track of opportunity, because we will not see the good side of the other end, and so we might not be able to clamp down on the opportunity. Yeah, we've seen a whole lot of things that has happened. Nigeria moving from back to war somehow like that, and we also see our presence in the global space. Also, we need to look at some practical changes that happen. Also, the unification of the naira. We having, though it's a private organization. Now then before it comes into power, you purchase the crude oil with dollar, but now they say that it is naira for crude oil, talking about making it to show some changes. And also, when we look at it vis-a-vis what is happening. Oh, yeah, we say that so you can see then when Buhari was around, it's more or less like every now and then people are kidnapped, people are, there's somehow, some way, maybe it was yeah, it's been a bit
minimal.
During, you know, when it comes to when Jonathan was there,
so.
Chibok girls, a whole lot of hundreds of, yeah, the noise has been reduced a bit, right?
The noise has been reduced.
It has reduced a bit.
Not that the kidnappings and the and everything else has
Then you
reduced.
can't compare it. Then it's just like when you step into the
I
country,
think a lot of Nigerians will disagree with you on that one, because if you want to compare those that were kidnapped and died during the Buhari administration, they went there in the numbers about 16,000 people or above that.
Is above that?
Above that, yes, were said to have been kidnapped and died. You know.
I mean,
yes,
I'm not talking Buhari.
63,000.
I'm not talking Buhari. I'm talking about Tinubu's tenure. Right? I'm not talking about.
But he's counting from
APC. 10 years of APC.
10 years of APC.
So you see, that is what we talk about leadership. He needs to take responsibility of the bad and the worst.
Yes, but then,
you understand? Because if he's just talking about his tenure, so it shows that what happened is that deep.
When Buhari was coming back for his second term, Nigerians on the streets were like, we don't want change anymore, because this change has put basically putting the noose around our neck. We feel like we are being choked. That was when Buhari was coming back in 2019 or thereabout. And Nigerians, they want to hear the word change. And then APC came up with renewed hope, as it were. And right now, a lot of Nigerians are saying, look, our hopes have been dashed. So is it fair? Let me come to Mr. Fanimo now. Is it fair that the president will count the change experience as good, when Nigerians are saying, look, that was a bad time for us, in comparison to, if you look at the price of things then and price of things now? I mean, price of things before the APC administration and now.
We are to blame.
Pardon?
We are to blame.
By we, you mean?
Nigerians. When Buhari came, backed by the current president, that is coming with change, did we interrogate the change, if it is positive or negative?
Ordinarily, we expected that it would be positive.
We expected that assumption.
And that is what it should be. It's not an assumption.
It's an assumption. It's an assumption.
No, because no government will come and promise you
an assumption
to take you backwards.
I said
it's always
assumption.
Forward movement.
It's an assumption. You are right to assume that it is ordinarily it's supposed to be positive.
Okay.
But perhaps if we have asked, maybe there will be a further elaboration of that word change.
And do you think Buhari would have told us, I will take you back?
He wouldn't have told us, but if he doesn't have
okay,
answer,
so we take it for granted that the change they meant was forward movement.
If he had told you and you said, this change you are bringing, can you explain to us the trajectory of the change? And then it is for you to either accept where it's taking you to or not. But the mantra just resonated and everybody began the change. Even when few words that wanted to interrogate the word change, the first thing they say is, what is your concern? Even if we said it doesn't have certificates, CRUSAT, minimum, said, okay, bring your NEPA bill as substitute for certificate. So here we are today. But talking seriously, you see, change in the last 10 years has not brought better living condition to Nigeria. And I was one of the ardent and strident voices against Buhari coming in 2015. Because I knew clearly that whatever gains Buhari came up with was probably the handiwork of Tunde Diago. Buhari, and I stand to be corrected, does not measure up to being a leader in Nigeria, even as military head of state.
Are you saying this now because he cannot defend himself? Because
I've said it.
At the time,
if you go back in time before his death, I've said it several times. To the extent that even in my newsroom when I was in the Guardian, they called me Mr. PDP. But it's not the PDP thing, but I have taken time to study his utterances and all his body language and all that. It's just like Shagari. These are reluctant people foisted on us.
Foisted on us?
Yes, by the powers that be.
And then he governed Nigeria as a military head and as a civilian.
Do whatever he wants to do and retire. But it was foisted on us. He was a reluctant president. Buhari had retired after crying to his Daura and Kaduna homes when, because of futuristic, enlightened, selfish interest, some people came to pick him up and say, no, I need you as front for me to get to my destination. And here we are today. So for me, I have not seen any remarkable change. At least for the 80 years of Buhari, I have not seen anything. Show me a particular reform that takes us to a particular trajectory in all his policies and administration.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Before Buhari left, he removed power generation from the exclusive to the concurrent, where both the federal and the states could legislate and take action on it. He also removed railway. He removed correctional facilities. Now, it's been 2 years plus that he left. Have you seen any of the state governments or do anything in those areas? Wasn't that change enough? Wasn't it good enough a change?
In the myriad of problems facing Abia State, as somebody from Abia, would you have told Alex Oti to build prison instead of other facilities?
Okay, if you can't build a prison, why can't you build a rail line? Or a power generating plant?
You know a rail line, except the cosmetic, the one that River State Governor Amechi built, River State, that is not even put to use up to now. The real rail line connecting states is beyond the finances of the state governor.
Really?
Of the state, yes.
With so much amount of money that they are getting.
Is it now? They are just getting this money now. During Buhari's administration, when he made that law, there was no.
Buhari didn't make the law for himself. He made it for
what I'm saying
the
is for the states. What I'm saying is, as at that time, the states were battling to pay wages. How would you now concentrate? In fact, the whole budget of a state at that time cannot even
the battle ended about 2 years ago, and in those 2 years, do we see any blueprint on ground for any state to say, look, I'm building from
for electricity? Yes, Oyo State has started.
Okay, good.
Lagos State has started.
Beautiful.
At least I know of
Akwa Ibom. So now, do you see one thing good? Do you see one thing good that Buhari did?
The enactment of that law is just, for me, is just not the real thing.
Okay, what should have been?
The real thing is we want to see infrastructure in the health sector, a quantum leap in what education sector used to be when it came to administration.
All right.
And two, another thing that also assailed us that we are now seeing the I won't say the gain now is NNPC. NNPC under Buhari's watch had a free rein to the common team.
All right, then. Well, this will be a good place to anchor the conversation. Of course, it continues. We will continue to...
Sorry, can I just...
Okay,
up,
okay. In a few seconds.
Well, in a few seconds. When you look at, like a saying, before Ghana got transformed, it's said that it's not that Ghana was poor. It's because Ghana was poorly managed.
Okay.
The same thing is not that Nigeria was poor. It's because our resources were poorly managed, right? Because as we speak now, I think Nigerian GDP is around $440 billion, our GDP. And annually we produce 37 billion barrel of oil per year, right? So if all these resources are, look at what is happening in Zamfara, right? Zamfara, where people can airlift gold and take it to another jurisdiction, and they are enjoying the wealth that Nigerians should enjoy. So if our resources are practically managed properly and we have political will, Nigeria will be better and good. So I can take him to US without visa.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Ganio Luashola, Managing Partner, KJB Professional Services. Thank you very much for your time on the program. And also, big thanks to Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama, political commentator. Thank you for being on the program. Thank you, Daily Fanimo, for joining us as well. Well, we'll move away now, and then at 10 o'clock will be newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey, and he's Chukuma Okoro. We'll be back at 10. Join us then.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padaputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564
64 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore'S Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave rock. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all
Well, thanks for joining us again. And this is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, Daily Fanimo stays with us as we dive into the papers this morning. Thank you very much for staying with us.
My pleasure.
Now let's go to the papers. Daily Trust insecurity. Over 180 schools shot in the north. That's the big story on the cover page of the Daily Trust. And the other is a congratulatory message on Nigeria's National Day celebration. Right there. Okay. 180 schools shot in the north. Oh, well. Another headline from the First Daily. FG ends Dangote Pengasin rift after 2-day talks. Independence Day, Nigerians still living in fear. SDP's Adebayo. Well, let's start off with the end to the Dangote Pengasin rift, a situation where Nigerians are now hopeful that they can get PMS. But then there's also the fear that the price might be pushed up. There's that fear. You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think the loss to Nigerians, is the gains of Dangote's rollout will not come at the time we expect it to come because of this disruption. Dangote had planned to roll out 2,000 trucks this week, and I think it was part of his own way of celebrating the
Independence
anniversary.
Okay.
And he had made announcements that with the commencement of this rollout, fuel will be bought at uniform price of 841 naira per litre, which is about 20 naira lower than the current price or more. So now this gain, we may have to wait till next week before we begin to see this gain, because tankers will now start loading and exiting the gantries maybe towards the end of this week. Because with the lifting of this, with the suspension of this strike, Pengasan had to issue notice to its affiliates, its members, to begin to release gas to Dangote refinery, and it will take a while. Most of these equipment are so sophisticated that it's very easy to shut them down, but to rev them back to life takes a lot of time. So, factoring this, there is no way Dangote would not have incurred losses in the process. So, and even the gas companies that supply gas would have also incurred losses.
Yes, talking about gas supply, it's in one of the dailies that shortage of gas has hit Lagos, and dealers are beginning to sell at over 1,000 naira per kg.
I think the last time I checked, it's about 1,150 now.
Last time you checked was today? Yesterday?
No, I think it was Sunday.
In Ibadan. It's about 1,600 here.
In Lagos?
Yes.
Now, maybe in the last 3 days. Of course, it will. It's a function of demand and supply.
That's
if you don't get surplus in the market, the quantum that is available, they know that people will jostle for it. Some people will even go and buy as a result of panic. Some people would have to go and get additional cylinder and fill so that they don't get caught up in no gas. So, but in all of this, I think I'm happy that reason prevailed.
And it's interesting how our lives have been tied around this, because Nigerians have moved from using kerosene to gas. Now,
kerosene is even more expensive.
It's more expensive.
It's more expensive. So we don't have a choice other than to just stick to gas. And so, but in all honesty, government had done well by mediating, and it's also nice that the Senior Staff Association of Oil and Gas Workers, Bengasin, have been magnanimous enough to allow this to pass. And also, we also have to commend Dangote.
Well, it's not Uhuru yet. It's not Uhuru because they're saying, it's only suspension if their demands are not met.
No strike has ever been shelved. It's always suspended.
And they will always give you like, if you don't do this,
we'll come back. So for me, but it's a good thing that we are out of it, because it could snowball into a major crisis if these people refuse to take heed and do the needful. But we're happy now that everything is back to normal.
All right then. Okay. Someone who urges Nigerians to reflect, not just celebrate 65. Austrian governor frees 36 inmates.
Should we lose sight of that 180 schools?
Okay.
Yes.
Story. We shouldn't lose sight of it.
180 schools short.
We shouldn't, yes.
Because for every of these schools, you have a minimum of 500 pupils or students. Pupils for primary school, then students for secondary school.
Or at least about...
let's assume
200.
That it's just 500 per school multiplied by over 180 schools. Now you're talking about millions of children.
I'm talking about out-of-school children.
Already we have a glut. Now we are moving those ones to add to over 20 million that we are still contending with. And majority of these pupils or students may not even want to go back to school. After all, after the whole thing must have been resolved. And are we not having an implosion in our hands?
Because
why would Boko Haram? Yes. Why would Boko Haram and bandits not have a feeder stock from which they poach? So that's why somebody said if you kill 10 Boko Haram member or bandits today that are willing 20 or 30 that are ready to replace them. And that's why military will say we have decimated, we have done this, we have done that, and yet they keep coming back. This is something that government should work on and make sure that these children are back to school. We need to declare a state of emergency in the area of security in this country if we must get anywhere. Because, we only bound these statistics when it is convenient for us. But in a Senate climb, it is alarming when you hear that 180 schools are short. Now, you are not looking at the structure. You should be looking at those people that have been deprived education and where they will end. Some of them will be impregnated prematurely and they become housewives at 13, 14.
And so it adds to the number of out-of-school children.
Yes. So it's a big problem that we cannot gloss over.
We had a guest on this morning, I think that was yesterday, and he was making a distinction between fighting a war and a battle. In the battlefield, it is a war.
It's a war.
But outside, there's a battle, a bigger problem.
Yes.
Which is one of these.
Yes.
Now, we're already complaining about the number of out-of-school children up north. It's everywhere, but it seems like the preponderance is in the north.
Yes.
It's more pronounced in the north. And you see some form of migration of all these people down south. They also constitute some kind of economic problem for even the southerners and all of that in terms of accommodation. Some of them don't have places to live and all of that. The infrastructure down south. Now, and we keep hearing a government that says, look, we have made strides in fighting insecurity and all of that. Now, this is a battle they don't factor in because it's clearly a war, but not a battle. While we are fighting insurgents and terrorists, we are also dealing with offshoots of the problems of insurgency, IDPs and all of that. People can't go back to their ancestral homes. The people in IDP, do they have schools?
They don't have schools because they are just like nomads.
So you discover that if these things persist in the next 5 7
places they have some makeshift schools.
Makeshift schools.
Yeah,
okay,
where they
makeshift now we have
they teach
standard schools
themselves.
and we are complaining about the quality of education.
Is it makeshift that will do better?
I mean, so the government, when they talk about fighting insecurity and saying we have neutralized this, we have neutralized that, there are also other factors to it that they should.
No, this is a feeder stock.
Yes, because it's supplies. It's a supply chain.
It's a supply chain.
It's quite unfortunate. So the governors of those states, what are they doing?
What are they doing?
And they go to National Economic Council meeting, and the issue of state police, which is paramount,
they don't care about
then
it.
they don't talk about it. And they go back to their states and do what? And start negotiating with terrorists.
Giving chieftaincy title.
Giving chieftaincy title. And even paying them. Okay. Now, a situation where communities have taken it upon themselves to even say, okay, come, let's talk with you. Give us time. We'll pay you a certain amount of money, but allow us to go and harvest our crops. And halfway they say, no, the monies you paid have expired. So you have to pay again. Otherwise, we'll come back and attack you. And all these things happen in the full glare of government. We have the central government, we have the federal government, we have the state governments, and we even have local governments.
It's a lot.
It's a lot indeed, a lot to take in. Oh well. Let's take some other headlines here. Still from First Daily, we have Nigeria at 65, Tinubu, Atiku, Kuka, Jonathan, Obi clash on nation's future. The riders to that one, Tinubu insists toughest days are over, vows brighter economy ahead. Atiku fires back. Nigerians reduced to refugees, beggars under APC. You know, we've talked about IDP camps and how Nigerians are being treated. Kuka rebuts Tinubu, insecurity far from over, nation in lull. Jonathan urges citizens to stay hopeful despite daunting challenges. And Obi, despite APC's failure, Nigeria can still be great. Well, those are the headlines. Osun governor frees 36 inmates to mark independence. This, I think, is laudable. If their files have been, if they've gone through their files and they see that yes, these people are maybe long overdue, or they were, you know, detained without proper investigation being carried out. You know, it's a way to decongest our prisons.
If you take a look at some of these individually, if you extract the reason behind their freedom, you find out that some of them had even overstayed the conviction, if they were actually convicted. You understand? As a result of negligence, as a result of judiciary's laxity and all that. But my only fear is that this is politics and this is democracy. A lot of people that ordinarily should have been kept behind for longer period may be freed, maybe for their use in the outside world. And it doesn't add up if it's in that direction.
Why do we have lack
because
of trust?
Because I know of a particular guy that was a terrorist to some villagers in Edo. Because the current government at that time needed him to do their archer job. They gave him pardon. You know, the day they gave him pardon, the second day he went after those he perceived as his enemies who led him to the prison and killed 3 of them before he was arrested.
He was rearrested.
He was arrested. But what punishment can you give somebody who was on a death row and you free, and then he came back to kill 3 people? Would that not be negligence on the part of whoever did that pardon?
You raised a valid point, but before the governor would pardon anybody, the governor should do that with the Attorney General of the state.
Yes, there's a committee set up to review that case.
So will they pardon someone who's on death row?
That committee, the members, they are not infallible. They could make mistakes.
Yes.
Based on the information available to them.
That is
because they might have taken the decision based on available information.
Do you know that there was a controversy last year in Osun State when a particular
young boy
was freed.
Because
and the guy was innocent.
Yes.
But the judge insisted.
The medical student.
The judge insisted that he actually committed that crime. And it became a subject of controversy. I know that we had a serious argument over it
one night. That we had to call a lawyer.
Yes, we had to call, even not just one lawyer.
Mr. Asim.
Yes, we called about 2 lawyers to say, what is the position of
the
this
law
case? The law in this case, So sometimes it could be controversial, but at the point of accepting to that proposal, the government will not know the fact of the case. I'm telling you, it is what the Attorney General and the committee gives him that he will work on. If there are 20 people and the committee says you can only pardon 5, you go ahead and pardon.
Okay, I think it's good that you brought the issue of the Oshun case, the medical student who was pardoned, and when he came out, I think that time he was looking very robust and very well fed. Now, away from that, I think I want to talk about the Oshun State governor. I think I like him, Jackson Adeleke. He's always in the news.
You are also a dancer.
Yes, and he dances a lot. He dances a lot. Then it was yesterday I asked you, this governor, does he do any other thing apart from dancing? Because if you open your Facebook, he's always there. He's always there dancing with his knees and all of that.
He is running the state.
Yes. So I like that. He doesn't allow the problem of Osun State to overwhelm to his head. He doesn't overwhelm him. And before you know it, the other time they met in Zamfara State, you saw him in that traditional attire, and he almost started dancing before the governor. But I like him because the fact that, see, if you look through the numbers, you see that a lot of people that have been incarcerated might actually be innocent. They might actually be innocent because we have seen police get into raids. Police raid bars, pubs. A crime is committed at number 4 XYZ Street. The police starts from number 50 to raid. And any young man that happens to be walking across that time becomes a suspect. The person is arrested, thrown into the Hillox box, taken to the station. If you don't pay 10,000 or a certain amount of money,
you are kept in the town.
And sometimes they look up and they take cases against you.
They will just take you to ATM. Will it surprise you that more than 65% of inmates in Nigerian correctional centers are awaiting trial?
Of course now.
And if you interrogate those people, they tell you, I was just walking the streets, walking through. My father, my mother sent me to buy something, and I was accosted by policemen and taken in. On most occasions, in most cases, the families don't even know.
They don't know the whereabouts of
these kids. And they stay there for like, you and I met someone who walked into the station
12 years.
He spent 12 years.
In Kirikiri.
12 years. And when we asked him, he said, yes, I actually committed a crime. That I shouldn't have been kept, The
sentence for that offense is just 3 years.
It's just less than 3 years or so.
It was awaiting trial for 9 years.
For 9 years. So these things happen not just in Osun State, across
everywhere.
All the states of the
That's why I say
so
that.
Between the governors and the attorney general, what they should do is to conduct this kind of exercise periodically so that innocent people don't suffer, don't languish in jail.
And that, I think it was mooted by one state government in the past that some magistrate courts should reside within the prison.
Yes,
so
I think you raised the idea.
I raised it. So that this idea of our camp
couldn't bring this person to court.
So they can just walk in and then do the trial. If he's convicted, he moves from ATM to the other side for the convicted inmates. A lot of people, after failure to bring them to court 2-3 times, their file gets missing and their life gets missing. They are there in the prison. The only succor is when these church people go there to preach and they listen to them. I told you I have a case at hand that guy would have died perpetually in that prison. He came into the prison when he was 27. Today he's 32. 5 years after. And he's a lifer in the prison. For an offense
that would have just been a slap a slap at the back of the hand or something.
Yeah. So he had a fight with the girlfriend, and it boiled over, and there was injury. The lady did not die. He was the one that even took the lady to the hospital, treated her, and all that. But by the time they arraigned him, no money, no lawyer. And even
the charge itself was.
Yes.
And that's another thing. If you don't have
the child became attempted murder in the presence of a judge that is a female, who likely will have emotional sentiment attached and bias. So it became a lifer. If not for the intervention of the lawyer that met him and said, what is this person doing in this prison? And they got talking. He felt at first that the guy was lying. But when he went to the case, went to the Ministry of Justice, saw the judgment and all that, and he saw loopholes, he decided to take the case up pro bono. That was at that point when I got wind of it and I came into it. Hopefully, by this month now, they will list the case in the appeal courts. And we pray that it's less
after 5 years spent already.
But how many of those ones are there in the prison?
Indeed.
That
they don't have a voice.
They may never have the opportunity of going out. I watched a video last week. This man is now 72. He went into prison in 1994.
That's 31 years ago.
31 years ago.
So he would have gone at the age of 40. 41.
You know his offense. Somebody gave him Dansun C20. You can remember when they faced Dansun C20. And he was in the garage. Not this so-called soil by the roadside. He was in the garage. 3 men came to the garage and said they were going to Ogumaki. There's a village called Ogumaki. And he charged them. They said they wanted to charter him. He agreed. They paid. And he took them. Right at the roadblock, they met policemen. In the course of searching them, one of them bolted away. And so they intensified search and they saw gun inside one of the bags. They locked him up with these people. They later apprehended the one that escaped. They brought him dead to the station. After 3 or 4 days, Osanaye was CP.
Okay.
At that time, you know, Osanaye retired many years ago and is even dead now. To know the history of this case.
How long ago?
Do you know that between the police station at Challenge, they removed 6 of his teeth through torture. By the time he got to Iagoku State CID, they removed another 5, making 11. He brought it out in the video, in the interview. The man is now a pastor. He brought it out. Now, by the time he got to court, his members in NURTW, the money they were asking, they couldn't pay. He was charged for armed robbery.
And
those 2 other guys, they said they took them, no, 3 other guys, I think they were 4. He said they took them out on investigation. Chukuma. They brought these people back dead. They were shot. So, there was no opportunity for this guy to plead his case, because those people probably, if they were still alive, would have told the court that he's not one of them. So he stood no chance and he was convicted. The only opportunity he had was that governors were not signing death warrants. And he spent over 30 years of his life in the prison. Now look at that. But if that guy had been taken out for execution, everybody will say, now God don't catch this one. But unknown to us, we will never hear this story.
Quite unfortunate. A lot of these stories come up, and you start to wonder what is going on with our justice system. When will things be better? especially in our justice
I said it's a
system.
crime. It's a crime to be Mr. Nobody.
It is indeed.
It's a crime.
In Nigeria.
Yes,
it is
Nigeria.
indeed.
It's a crime to be Mr. Nobody. But I will even elevate it to a sin.
Okay. Let's go to other dailies. We have the Vanguard here. Stock market investor earned 1.8 trillion naira in September amid CBN's reforms. And then Tinubu not jittery about opposition presidency. Death of a Rise TV anchor, Somtochukwu. Death of a Rise TV anchor. Somtochukwu jumped from third floor FCT police boss. I have my reservation to this story because I keep asking myself, if she jumped, what led her to jumping? Is it to escape the armed robbers who we hear were robbing other houses as well? Anyway, we wait for more investigation to make more revelations. Penderson suspends strike after FD's intervention. We've chimed in on that already. Nigeria at 65, opposition leaders, others take Tinubu to task. Tinubu unmoved, uncaring amid hunger, bandit attacks coming from Atiku. Nigeria failing under APC. Obi, if the worst is over, why are Nigerians still dying? ADC, we are hungry for food, not statistics. Can Nigeria's future bleak under leaders with entitlement mentality? That's coming from Anglican Private. And yes, of course, Amechi Obi Utomi Ezekwesili pushed to end courtroom democracy. Iyaloja General is alien to us, Oba of Benin. US shut down visa passport services to continue in Nigeria. Embassy. Obi, Lagos government differ over trade fair complex demolition. All right. Now let's have your take on these stories. Well, from the Guardian newspaper, Akpabio hints at fresh wave of opposition defection to APC. Writers, power grabbers, ambitious politicians threaten ADC existence, says Lukman. Party flays proposed sale of NNPCL by Tinubu government. Gentlemen, what's your reaction to this headline?
Which of these is...
Party flays proposed sale of NNPCL by Tinubu's government. Power grabbers, ambitious politicians threaten ADC existence, says Lukman. Akpabio hints at fresh wave of opposition defection to APC. These are the headlines.
It's all about campaigns. What good will this refinery serve us that it has not served us all this while?
You don't consider the sale of the refinery as a sale of national assets.
Which national asset?
National assets that is
not even
national assets that is assetless.
that serves no good. That is even a drain in our resources.
In fact, you see my worry. My fear is that who wants to buy? Except they are buying the land.
That's it.
Except they are buying the land. Probably you now cannibalize.
You know there are some components that can still be salvaged and cannibalized.
Except when you cannibalize it, you sell them as scrap. You could actually get some. If you melt some of those things, you can
that's what I'm saying. So you can still get some money out of it.
But I think the drive there would be to acquire that land. That space, probably for something else. Maybe another refinery. Another refinery because of this proximity, to the source of raw material. No, but in terms of functionality, it will take some angels.
It's a drain in our resources.
It's a drain. How can buy
Let's just close our eyes and
for 16 billion? Obasanjo did.
It was that brought them back.
Came and revised the sale of the refinery. See, like I keep saying, I started my career as a young graduate, when I left journalism temporarily and got into public communications in an oil service sector, And I understand what went down during turnaround maintenance, biddings and all of that in Port Harcourt refinery. How companies bid and how nothing happens, how people are paid for doing nothing and all of that. You know, and it has persisted over time. I'm talking about over 30 years ago.
Of course.
Over 30 years ago, and so in fact it has even deepened at this moment.
It's an inherited corruption. Successive government hand it over to the current government.
So let them just sell it.
So Akpabio is saying that opposition are planning to come back to APC. We will wait. You know, there are certain things you don't take for granted when politicians. It could be a kite
that is flying. You know,
so
it could also be testing the waters. But the thing is that we expect to see movements.
There will be movement, no doubt.
APC
across the lines.
Across the lines, you know. It's going to be a network of movement from this party to another party and all of that. But Nigerians will interrogate on what grounds is Akpabio saying this. You know, because he's in government, anything he says, people will interrogate it more than when an opposition party, because opposition is also saying, okay, you have 22, you have more governors, you know, moving to APC. PDP had 22 governors. Jonathan had 22 governors and still lost the election. You know, so we expect to see more of this happen. You know, NMPP, Pokwanso is denying, look, I'm not planning any movement to APC, and people are saying, people within his party are saying, no, you want to move. But when you move, we are not moving with you. I think the issue of who serves as running mate to the president is in the cooler now. It's frozen at the moment because we have not heard, you know, that upbeat about Pokwanso and Shetima and all of that. Because people were making calculations. How many votes is Kanu State going to turn in for the presidency if Pokwanso takes up that slot? And how much do you expect Borno State to do? How much? Okay, how many votes did Borno State bring in 2023 and all of that? And I think the president is also being careful, you know, so that he doesn't misstep. Because if he does, it might rebound.
Yeah, he understands the dynamics of such interplay. And that's why he's a little bit taciturn now.
Okay.
Just trying to gauge the pulse of the people and then look at the political barometer. But
but have you noticed that the push by the North against the president, against the APC, has died? It has quietened out. It has died down.
But I told you the other time, I said, while opposition is busy with the social media, this one is penetrating the North, mobilizing, they are relating one-on-one with politicians, his foot soldiers. He has sent all his ministers from the North to their home states to have meetings, and they gave them practical reasons why they should vote Tinubu, while the opposition is busy playing in the social media.
All right, then let's look at a few other headlines here. Fubara sacks commissioners, others affected by Supreme Court judgment. You're smiling. I wonder why you're smiling.
Yes, it's good to smile.
Well, these commissioners, I think they've suffered.
I don't even know if my smile is rueful.
I think they've suffered. I think these commissioners, they've been thrown here and there. First, the governor appointed them, and then people felt the sole administrator came, suspended them, and the governor came back, and people felt, okay, he'll work with some of them, but he had to let them go.
Yeah, on top of my head, I want to recall, Ibas, did he appoint commissioners?
No,
he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Okay, he worked with permanent secretaries and all of that. Okay. So these commissioners sat now were the ones that were
he appointed before the suspension. Yes. So now people are saying
appointed by Fubara.
Yes.
You know,
before the suspension.
I've re-emphasized appointed by Fubara. You know, because we also
nominated by
someone, but appointed by him. Yes. Now, okay, they stayed.
Is he trying to be his own man now?
Good.
Is he trying to be? No, I don't think so.
No,
so I don't think it's him trying to be his own man. Because
somewhere.
These men were appointed when he was trying to be his own man.
Really? That's what I want to find out. Okay, yes. They were not the first set of commissioners.
No.
It's getting clearer.
It's getting clearer now. The picture is getting clearer. Now, he must have been told, do away with this lot.
Exactly.
Let's have another set.
Exactly. That's why I said they've suffered. They've been thrown here and there.
No, these ones have not been Okay, you mean commissionership or this set
The
of
commissioners, this commissioners, this set of commissioners.
This set of commissioners.
I mean, he appointed them.
They didn't enjoy the perks of office because they never settled down.
You know, while growing up, if you were a commissioner, you were part of government. If you were a commissioner, you were part of government. Because we had people, you know, in my school whose parents were commissioners at that time. And when they come to take them, when they come for visits and all of that, and there's an aura of this is the government. But now, you know that there are commissioners who stay for 3, 4, 6 months.
Without accommodation?
It's not without accommodation, apart from the state executive council.
I'm told that there's a particular state that 6 months after appointment of commissioner, they don't have official time.
No, yes, it happens. No, that is not even the issue. That apart from the state executive council meeting, they don't get to have a one-on-one with the governor.
No, let me give you a typical example. When Bukola Saraki was made governor by his father, his father insisted, it became a fight. His father insisted that he will appoint all the commissioners. So somebody now told him, I said, allow your father to appoint all these commissioners, if that is what he wants. Then you appoint aides that will do your job. So apparently the man agreed and went back to his father and said, okay, Daddy, you are free to appoint all the commissioners. He appointed them. You know, I got a close interaction with some of these things when I was working with Herald newspaper.
Okay.
One of my bosses later became commissioner for information. So I got to know this thing.
Okay. In Kwara State.
In Kwara State.
Okay.
Do you know what happened? The only time the governor meets with his commissioner is during ESCO. They will eat, drink, throw banters, it ends there. Till another ESCO meeting. No discussion on policy, no discussion on implementation of policies. In the night, this same Abdullahi, that is now the spokesperson, Bolaji was a commissioner for education.
Okay.
They will come back.
Appointed by who? By Bukala's
I said, who later became commissioner for education was SA.
Okay.
From this day, he made him SA, special assistant on one portfolio. His likes will converge in the night. He will now give them specific instructions. This project must be concluded this time. So the commissioners, they now became passive commissioners. Files were not going through them. They were just eating and drinking and and the first thing he did was those who were to be given 1 car, he gave them 2. If you are entitled to 2 policemen, he will give you 5. So that how will you now go back to his father and say, Daddy, yes, you have appointed commissioners, but you are not doing the commission.
That is politics. That's politics for you.
All right.
Politics.
Okay. Well, just flipping the pages here. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, has directed doctors to stop call duty beyond 24 hours because they say that leads to burnout of doctors. But we know why this has happened over time. We've had a ratio of 1. I think we have about 11,000 doctors, 11,000 resident doctors, which puts it at 1 doctor, 11,000 to about 240 million Nigerians, which is like 1 doctor to about 9,000 plus people, which is way above the United Nations ratio, which is 1 to 600 patients.
Before
we are not employing, we are not paying them well, and we are reducing the work hours. Where does that leave patients now?
Now, you see, the Oyibo man that designed all these things and brought us to us in Africa, they didn't just wake up one day and say, doctors shouldn't attend to patients more than 5 hours a day. Pilots shouldn't fly more than so number of hours.
Mileage, yes.
You know, they knew that mentally it is more exhaustive to do mental work than do manual work. So, how would a doctor concentrate? Do you know that if you go to some of these public hospitals, the moment you step into the waiting room, something will tell you that there's a problem. Because you see over 50 people waiting in the waiting room to take their turn with the doctor.
To see one doctor.
To see just one doctor. And the doctor, even if he's hungry, the fear of these people shouting will make him stay and sometimes eat in his office. Then, by the time he goes round to attend to maybe 30 of these 50, already is distracted.
And we complain of diagnosis
and all that. So it's a huge problem. You see, some problems ail us in this country that we overlook, we gloss over. But in other clients, they don't gloss over it. Because a distracted doctor is a disaster waiting to happen.
Indeed.
A distracted pilot is disaster waiting to happen. Even a distracted engineer is disaster waiting to happen. Because one sleep could cause many deaths that you cannot even imagine. And unfortunately, even the ones that we are talking about, they are waiting to take their turn at the airport to escape. Do you know that in teaching hospitals now, it's almost like a monthly thing that they do staff audits? Okay. Because the nurse you see today, the next day if you ask, they say, she's in Qatar, he's in Durban, he's in Toronto. And in 1 month, in a particular section of UCH, at some point in time, out of 12 workers, 7 took flight. So they were left with 5. How, even with 12, it's difficult to cope with patients. Now imagine 5 coping with the same number of patients.
Same number of patients, even more. Okay. Interesting headline here. Nigeria joins global space race with democratic astronaut selection.
Take that again.
Nigeria joins global space race with democratic astronaut selection. Nigeria has taken a bold step into the future of space exploration with the launch of a democratic astronaut selection initiative unveiled on Tuesday by the Space Exploration and Research Agency, SERA. Now, the program gives ordinary citizens the chance to represent the nation in space through a transparent, community-driven process. Okay, this is a nice, this is an interesting read. Probably will go deeper into this one. It says in a statement, the Director, Media and Corporate Communications of the National Space Research and Development Agency, Dr. Felix Ale, explained that the initiative promotes community-selected astronauts in Nigeria, India, Indonesia, Brazil, and Thailand, according to him. Citizens from these countries will be able to vote for their respective, their representatives through a blockchain-powered platform. All right? Interesting thing. Well, we probably will dive into all of that in other programs. But let's look at a few more headlines here. Iyaloja General is alien to us. This is coming from Oba of Benin. Well, you're familiar with this story, aren't you? Where
one woman that is from Benin was imposed on the market women. You know, it's part of a wave of protest. I think it was 2 weeks ago that this thing happened.
Iyaloja is more like the woman in charge of the market.
Yes.
Market leader.
Market leader.
Okay. The kind of thing that is it Folashade Tinubu that is?
Yes.
Her own is
she's Iyaloja Lagos basically, but
is it Lagos?
It's Lagos.
I think it's a national.
There was a time they resisted it. They said Grand Iyaloja of Nigeria. Other states resisted it that no, don't bring it here. Okay. And that is what is happening in Edo.
In Edo State.
The Edo State own is even peculiar. The woman in question is not even from Edo.
From Edo State.
And it was a creation of the government. And the government imposed her on the market women. And so they are resisting it vehemently. And now that there is a seal from the throne.
Okay. Now, I would like for us to... It's a very interesting news, but it brings something to the fore. do you think that our democracy will get to a point where what is happening in Edo State, where you see somebody from outside the state take up a position of Iya Oloja of Ojo, of Edo State? I ask that in the light of the fact that in advanced democracies, you know the Bush family that produced two presidents. At a point, we had two of their sons, Jeff and Bush too, the one that later became president. They were governors of two states.
Two states, yes.
Two different states in the United States of America. So apparently, Jeff, who have left, stayed for some months or some years in a particular state and became the governor. George, the younger George, was governor of Texas, you know, and all of. Do you think that we'll get to a point where I will now say, okay, I've lived in Ondo State for like...
We'll get to, or we'll go back.
No, when we were...
I think we were there before.
We were there before.
Yes.
But it wasn't at that level.
We're still there, really. We're still there in some states. In some states. I would, in this regard, Lagos State. Lagos State still has... Yes, it still does at the local government level.
No. I'm talking at the state level.
They have to graduate from local government to state level now. They have to graduate from one level to another.
So you think we'll eventually get there?
I think we can get back there.
No, when you say get back there, did you have a Westerner become the premier of Eastern region? It never happened. Or an Easterner become the premier of Western region? It never happened. I'm talking at the level of federating units.
Okay.
Like we had in the US.
No, it will be difficult because these fault lines.
Fault lines that keep widening every other day.
We are not likely to get there soon. We're not likely to get there soon.
Yeah, because I think we have pockets of people, like the head of service of my state, Abia State, is actually from Edo State. You have in Enugu State, you have the person in charge of the ESBS, Enugu State Broadcasting Corporation, I think he's from Ondo State. He's from the Southwest.
Yeah. He's from Ali.
Okay.
He used to be with Channels.
With Channels, yes.
He was also chairman of Ondo State.
We have had people from the East, from Anambra. Ben Akaboze held very important position.
My brother, was
Joey Bokwe as well. But do we get to? Is it possible? Okay, I go back to it anyway. We have discussed it. It will take a while, you know, for say somebody from Imo State, you come here, become the governor of Lagos State, or you are from Ondo State, you go to Abia State and become the governor of Abia
Maybe
State.
After residing there for like 15, 20 years.
But our constitution has to make in such a way that if you can show evidence, if you can show proof that you have lived...
It's part of the law. I don't know if it's at the constitutional level, that if you had stayed in a particular state for 10 years or
you can run for elections.
In terms of citizenship.
Yes, it's in the books, but then in practice, it's really tough.
Now, it's a step that is in the books. These Gen Zs might wake up tomorrow after we probably have left and say...
The Gen Zs are even more divided than you and I. If you go through the social media, you see that the Gen Zs are more divided than you and I.
Oh, well.
Sometimes when I read, I shut up. You look at the person, young man, you know, even his English will tell you that he's a young man. And the way he's lashing out at the other group, and I say, God, what's going on?
Oh, well, this will be a good place to anchor the conversation. What is going on? When will we be united? And as the national anthem says, though we speak with different tongues, you know, we are still one Nigeria. Oh, well, when will that time be? Well, we'll see this in practice, actually. Well, big thanks to Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter, public affairs commentator, for being with us on the program. Also, Chukwumakoro makes a return later today at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. You want to tell us what to expect?
I'll be joined here at 6 o'clock by same Mr. Dele Fanimo here, who is with us. We are going to take a journey around Nigeria to look at politics, what is happening here, what is happening there. It promises to be quite interesting. Join us then.
All right, that's a program you don't want to miss. So 6 p.m. Political Lens. In the meantime, 11 o'clock, we have sports coming up. I'm Moses Humphrey wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
telivishọn awụchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị? Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu? Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedu ka o si aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV Channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shakes with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. All day, all night. Once live, let the world ignite.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore'S Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People.
Yeah, it's a beautiful Thursday morning, throwback Thursday, as people are going to call it. I mean, Thursdays in Nigeria are known to, to go back in time and you remember things that gave you this nostalgia. You get what I'm saying? And yeah, it's a beautiful morning, and you are welcome to Sports Republic on Voice of the People TV. My name is Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm standing in. Sorry for your regular face, Kizzy K. And yeah. Well, how well can we start the show? Let's start with the just concluded Nigeria 65 celebration. Yesterday, October 1st, Nigeria turned 65 as an independent nation. We got our independence October 1st, 1960. And a lot happened. It was greeted with fanfare. I'm sure because of the economic nation of the country, a lot of people are looking at it like, what has changed, in 65 years that Nigeria has gained independence. But yeah, we can't all dwell in the doom and gloom. We still have to, try to make ourselves happy. And that leads us to our first story. Will the Super Eagles give Nigeria at 65 the World Cup tickets? Because we are on the brink of missing the World Cup in US, Canada, and Mexico back to back now. Because Qatar 2022, we were not there, which is sad enough. We lost that place to Ghana. Now, it's looking like we might lose it to, not just even South Africa, we might lose it to Benin Republic. Benin Republic, we did this. We're not far from us. We might lose that World Cup place, that World Cup ticket to Benin Republic, and it's looking really, really bleak right now. Nigeria crossed 65, yes, like I said earlier, as an independent nation yesterday. It was a day that Nigerians celebrated with fanfare, a day that we recall with joy in our hearts. Our founding fathers gave their all to ensure that we gained independence from our colonial masters. It is not by error that we are the biggest black nation on earth. And when they don't follow us, Dragamo. I hope you guys know. But yes, we are still the biggest black nation on earth, but not by mouth. We have to show workings. You understand? It's not by church or church. So it's an design that different tribes will come together, to form Nigeria, and we have lived together as one, irrespective of our different cultures and languages. Our strength is generally believed it lies in our diversity. A country of over 200 million people ought to be the best in virtually all spheres of life, facts. But on the show this morning, let us talk about our sports sector, from 1960 till date. At inception in the 1960s, Nigeria had great promise. We had top athletes that distinguished themselves right from the Empire Games. 6 years before independence, Emmanuel Ifeajuna became the first black African to win gold at multi-sports competition. Yes, his high jump goal was celebrated, and it became the turning for new nation when the independence came in 1960. I mean, Emmanuel Ifeajuna, wherever you are now, I'm sure. I don't think we're still alive. Yes, but then Nigeria, we still celebrated him recently, and he did really, really well for us. We can't forget him. He's always part of our history. From boxing to track and field and to football, we had them. Nigeria really, really had them. We had men and women. Yes, that's Emmanuel Ifeajuna. Yes, that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, like I said, we have them. We have some of the best athletes in the world. Names like Dick Tiger, Richard Ihetu, Noji Mayegun, Jimmy Omagbemi, Abdulkarim Amu, Sam Egun, Smart Akaraka, Violet Odogun, Wajay, Modupe Oshikoya, and several others. Too many to mention. They took the world by storm, winning medals at both the Olympics, Commonwealth Games, and the All-African Games. Mayegun is on record as the first Nigerian to win an Olympic medal, a bronze, at the 1964 Tokyo Olympics. In recent times, to even see bronze safe, now wahala, and it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. We can't be dwelling on the past. You get what I'm saying? But then we still have to remember those that have done it for us, and we hope that the present, the Nigerians, the present, the athletes, the present, the sportsmen, the footballers, whatever sport you are doing, you can emulate those that have done it, in the past. Dick Tiger, yes, I mentioned his name earlier, Richard Ihetu. He won his first world middleweight title and then moved up to also win the world light heavyweight crown. It became an instant hero, although Egun didn't really win an Olympic medal, but ruled the high jump and the triple jump at the All-African Games and the Commonwealth Games. Commonwealth Games is coming up in next year, 2026, and in 2030, we are looking to host the Commonwealth Games. You know, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came out to say that he would like Nigeria to host the Commonwealth Games in 2030. I hope by that time we won't just be talking about the sports. I hope the economy will have improved by that time, because we need to deal with that one first before whatever that one brings. The positivity we see in our economy is what will determine what's going to happen at the Commonwealth Games if we are given that ticket, to host the games. The others may not have made significant strides like Mayegun and Igun, but they made Nigeria a household name in track and field. Yeah, and we have some athletes that participated for us back in the day. They didn't really gain the biggest of names, but they are still part of our history, just like I said. And of course, our football team, yes, you remember Segun Odegbami, the mathematician, and we are still using his mathematics. We are still pressing calculator till date. We want to qualify for any competition, be it the AFCON, be it the World Cup. Presently, in the World Cup now that is happening next year, we are still bringing out our calculators. So, Segun Odegbami, the mathematics, we know that you applied it on the pitch, but now we are applying it off the pitch. We are calculating. South Africa loses these 2 games. If Benin Republic loses a point, Nigeria we are still calculating till date, 65 years. Okay, let me say from 1980 to now, that should be about 45 years, and we are still calculating. Segun Odegbami, but shout out to you, Christian Chukwu, and several others in that 1976 Olympic squad. Yes, in that 1976 Olympic squad, they went on 4 years later to win the AFCON in 1980. They were not from the American collegiate system, but they were products of robust sports and academic fusion in the country. It was not until 1984 Los Angeles Olympic Games that Nigeria won the first track bronze medal in the men's 4x400 meter relay that had the likes of Sunday Uti. Sunday Uti, my dad talks about him a lot. Moses Ugboisen, Rotimi Peters, and Innocent Egbunike. Peter Konyegwachi went a step higher than Mayegun, winning a silver medal in the featherweight division. 4 years later, Nigeria failed to win any medal at Seoul 88. Ibadu. Instead, it was a catalogue of issues bordering on officials going crazy shopping. It was nothing better than the 1980 games in Moscow that was characterized by sex scandal. I mean, these issues that we are having in present-day sports in Nigeria it's gone way back. It's been happening way back, and we really need to change that in our system going forward. Because right now, like I said, we just recently clocked 65 as an independent nation. I hope when Nigeria clocks 70, we won't still be talking about the same thing that has gone on from 1960 to when we are 70, and that will be in 2030. Nigeria, we need to really, really stand up. It's time to, as we are reflecting back on the people that made it good, our sports sector very, very good then, it's time to, improve on what they did, and we should even be bigger come 2030 when we are celebrating 70. Barcelona 92 in Spain reviewed Nigeria as the next powerhouse in track and field, next to Team USA. Of the 8 men in the 100-meter finals, Nigeria had Olopade Adenikan and Davidson Ezinwa in that race. Although they didn't make the podium, they sure portrayed the glowing influence of Nigeria in the sprint. Marion Yali was in that final in the women's division. Marion Yali, a sprinter, she was good. She was good at boys. The issue she had later on was that when she was showing that I won't call it regression now, but normally when you hit your peak, then it starts declining. When she was showing that decline, we still our Nigerian government was still milking her. Instead of us to develop brand new athletes from the grassroots, who kept on milking her, thinking that what she did when she was young was what she was going to do when she was nearing that decline. But then she couldn't keep up. Although she missed the podium, but made up with the likes of Beatrice Utondu, Faith Iden, Christy Okwara Thompson, and yes, Marion Yali, she was with them to win a precious bronze medal with a national record in the 4x100 meter relay. David Izonrite won a silver in the boxing heavyweight. But it was not until Atlanta 96, yes, at least Atlanta 96, we can remember. It can never be erased from Nigeria's sporting history. Atlanta 96 gave us a lot, to be very, very, very joyous about. But it was not until Atlanta 96 that Chioma Ajunwa won Nigeria's first individual gold medal in the women's long jump event. Nigeria's dream team, led by the irrepressible Kanu Wako, Sunday Olise, Austin J.J. Okocha, the Babayaro brothers Celestine and Emmanuel, Joseph Dosu, Mobi Okparako, Teslim Fatusin, Taribo West, Uche Okechukwu, and several others did the unimaginable, beating almighty Brazil and Argentina to win the Olympic men's football gold for the first time by an African nation. I'm sure our old heads, maybe not the the recent generation, but the old heads, you always remember this song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Brazilians come dey cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, 1996 Atlanta Games, really gave us a lot. It gave us a lot. That game we had to come back to beat Brazil 4-3, and we went back again. In the final against Argentina, we were not fancied at all, but we also did a comeback to win Olympic gold. Question is, when next we go win Olympic gold again? 1996 till now, 29 years, right? If I'm not mistaken. When next are we going to win Olympic gold? A 29-year-old child now na boss. A 29-year-old person na boss, male or female. So when next are we going to win Olympic gold? We came close, let me say in 2008 in Beijing. Of course, I can't dispute that. We came close. Argentina, I think they got the revenge this time around from what happened in 1996. The likes of Lionel Messi, Di Maria, they denied us that Olympic gold. 2016, I think we got bronze as well. But then we need to win gold again and put smiles on Nigerians' faces. 4 years later, down under in Australia, the quarterfinalists like Sunday Bada, Jude Monye, Clement Chukwu, Enefiok Uduobong, Fidelis Gazama, and Unduka Awaze won a precious silver medal that eventually became gold, yes, following the disqualification of Team USA because Antonio Pettigrew confessed to being on a banned substance when they won the gold. Former Nigerian athlete Gloria Alozie overcame the death of her fiancé to win a silver medal in the 100 meters hurdles. These were the people that whatever was going on, in their personal life, they did not let it affect, their sports. Did not let it affect what the passion they had for their sports, the passion they had for the country, and they really went on to do well. There were a few other medals in other sports. Yeah, there were a few other medals in other sports, but the relay medal was the icing on the cake. Because of the manner Uduobong ran the race of his life to make it possible. Yes, I was talking about Enefiok Uduobong. Uduobong was again in the 1,500 meter relay team that won a bronze at Athens 4 years later. After Athens, Nigeria's medals have been coming in trickles. Beijing 2008 fetched Nigeria a silver in men's football, while Blessing Okagbare, yes, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians will be very, very synonymous with Blessing Okagbare. She got elevated to silver in the women's long jump. London 2012, that was really nothing to write home about, really. Rio 2016 was a little better as John Mikelobi and his dream team salvaged a bronze medal in the men's football. Blessing Oborodudu and Esebrume got to the podium, winning silver and bronze in the wrestling and long jump, respectively, at COVID-19 Tokyo 2020. I want to go back to Rio 2016, speaking about Mikelobi. He came out recently to speak about how he, allegedly, I think it's not just confirmed because there's still a lot going on. It's where he said he dipped his hands in his pockets to pay for certain things at Rio 2016 and is yet to be paid back. People have come out to debunk his statements. But which way? Are we supposed to still be going like this in recent times? No. I mean, we have a government, we have a sector responsible for players' welfare. We shouldn't be having issues like this. And trust me, these issues have been there. Even at Atlanta 96, J.J. Okocha also came out recently to say that they were living poorly. And I'm sure finances were earmarked for competitions like that, but these people still went on to do good. When Okocha spoke, Nigerians came out to say, whether the government provided this or not, you should still be able to put the passion. Not be now. It's not now. Now, passion and money, they go together. When these people are not encouraged, when you are not giving them, when you are not providing the right environment for them, you are not giving them the right platform, you are not encouraging them, and you still want them to give you 100%. I mean, it's not done. And we shouldn't still be having the issues we had in 1996 in 1992, 1984, we shouldn't be having issues now in 2025. We don't hold. 65-year-old don't hold. I beg. Nigeria, please, this is a call on the Nigerian government to please let us do better. Paris 2024 was a total disaster like London 2012, and that's just recently, that's just last year. Despite the failure in the Olympics in recent time, Tobi Amusan, yes, Tobi Amusan, she's that one is also etched in Nigeria's history for years to come because she put Nigeria on the world map at the 2022 World Athletics Championships in Oregon, USA. She set a world record of 12.12 seconds in the 100 meters hurdles. Same year, she led Nigerian track and field team to the Birmingham Commonwealth Games for a near total clean out of medals in the tracks. Now Commonwealth Games with the show working. So when it comes to the Olympics where the whole world, and that's the oldest sports competition in history, in the whole world when we are watching, when we expect us to do something. I'm sure the athletes give us a lot, to be happy about, but then other sports, it's not just football. It's like recently we are too football centric, if there's a word like that. Let me put it that way. In Nigeria, everything are ball. There are other sports. What happened to swimming? What happened to boxing? What happened to golf? Cricket? I mean, we can dominate lawn tennis. We used to have good lawn tennis players. Look at the likes of Roger Federer. They won gold for their country at the Olympics. Why can't we do that, Nigeria? We should be able to still do that because we are a big nation. Like I said earlier, we're the biggest black nation on earth. We're supposed to show workings. But Nigerian sports aficionados are quick to insist that yes, all that we did in the past stays in memories. Exactly, like I said, everything don't happen. I get them before the property. Yes, we have won AFCON 3 times. Super Falcons have won AFCON 10 times. We did La Decima recently. Golden Eagles are the record holders of five under-17 World Cup titles. Yes, those achievements, yes, like I said, Nigerians insist that they belong to the past. They are used to the street lingo, just like I said now. I get them before, no be property. They cannot understand how a country that produced the Super Eagles team that was rated 5th best team in the world, yes, at their debut at USA 94 World Cup, is going to miss a second Mundial back-to-back. We were 5th in the world in 1994. Top 5 in the whole world. And now, you said, are we not 36th or 45th in the world? How about now? It's not supposed to be so. We are not even top in Africa. I mean, the likes of Morocco, Senegal, Algeria, Cape Verde, they're now trying to match up with them. Much respect to them, but African giant for a reason now. When people say African giant, they turn dwarf, and it's not supposed to be so. It's not supposed to be so. We are still a big nation. Nigerians consider qualifying for the World Cup as a birthright. Yes, since USA 94, we were there in France 98, Korea, Japan 2002. Not so fond memories of Korea, Japan 2002 personally for me because that was like my second World Cup. The first one I can say that I watched very, very well, and there's nothing to write them about. We lost our first game to Argentina 1-0. We drew with Sweden 2-2. Then we also drew. We lost to Sweden 2-1. Yes, we lost to Sweden 2-1. Korea, Japan 2002. Julius Ogawa scoring our goal. I remember very well. I watched that game. Then I think 2 Henry Glassing goals, downed the Super Eagles. Then we drew 0-0 with England. We couldn't qualify. We missed Germany 2006. That was sad. We lost the World Cup ticket there to Angola. Then we went to the first World Cup in the continent. So I was good for that one. If we don't qualify for that one in South Africa, then we cannot even be having mouths that we are even still trying to have today. We qualified for Brazil 2014. We didn't really do so bad, even though we got to the round of 16 and were knocked out by France. Super Eagles were in action at Russia 2018. Yes, we defeated Iceland 2-0, 2 Ahmed Musa goals, but we lost to Argentina. Yes, and if you remember in 2010, let me take our minds back to 2010 in South Africa. Nigerians, you remember that Yakubu? that incident is still, anybody that misses an open goal now, they call you Yakubu. Yes, because Yakubu Aigbeni infamously, he missed that chance, and he has his name he has his place in Nigeria's history. But I'm sure for the good things you mentioned about Yakubu Aigbeni, Nigerians will still cast your mind back to, hey, when we needed you in South Africa in 2010, you missed and you're cheering up. Yakubu Aigbeni, we don't want that example for our new up-and-coming footballers. But the bubble burst for the 2022 edition hosted by Qatar. Yes, we couldn't qualify. We lost the ticket right in front of our eyes to Ghana in Abuja. The Jollof Derby went in favor of the Ghanaians, and they are still claiming today that they have the better Jollof. Do they? Nigerians? Nigerian Jollof or Ghanaian Jollof? That will no matter now, because where it mattered most, qualifying for the World Cup, they took it. There were long speeches that it will never happen again when the fixtures for the qualifying series of the 2026 edition to be hosted by Canada, USA, and Mexico were released. The Group C that had Nigeria paired along with Lesotho, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Benin Republic, and South Africa was considered a walk in the park for the Eagles. This is a group that we're supposed to be negotiating easily. I mean, much respect to Lesotho, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Benin Republic, but come on. The only team that could have struggled with us in that group was South Africa. But right now, look at where we are. We are fourth, right? We are third in the group. I mean, we are now depending on calculators to qualify. This is not supposed to be. We're supposed to be top of the group. We should have even qualified. Let the others, battle for second place. Right now, we are even battling for second place. That is not even sure. It's not sure because it's very, very complicated. The highest we can finish with is 17 points. And there are teams in the second place rankings that have 19. A draw for them, we can't meet them again. In fact, we can't even meet the person on 19 points. There are people with 16 points, people with 15 points. We might not even be able to catch up with those people, those countries. Nigeria, work day to do. However, with just 2 games to round up the qualifiers next month, this month, yes, we are playing the qualifiers, our last 2 games of the qualifiers this month, this new month of October. Nigerians have resorted to using calculators to know if Eagles will qualify directly or go through the torturous journey of intercontinental playoffs. South Africa were leading the pack until FIFA docked 3 points from their 17 points. Now the Bafana are on same 14 points as the Benin Republic. Yeah, Benin Republic are actually leading the group now because FIFA docked South Africa 3 points and got also 5 goals from their +8 goals difference. Now they are on +3, but Benin Republic are on 14 points, but with a goal difference of +4. So they are leading at the moment. And yes, Benin Republic, they were coached by the same Genotrell that we sacked here in Nigeria. We sacked him because we claimed that he was incompetent. Now, he's on the brink of leading Benin Republic, our neighbors, to the World Cup. That one will even be slap. That one will be big punch on our faces. Nigeria and Rwanda are on the same 11 points. Should South Africa win their remaining 2 games against Zimbabwe and Rwanda, they will finish with 20 points. Benin may not be able to match South Africa as they are likely to lose their fixture against Nigeria. Who tell you? They are likely to lose their fixture against Nigeria. It's not over until it's 90 minutes. If they win the other game, they will end up with 17 points. The highest Eagles can finish is 17 points. This is the dilemma that Ibrahim Gusso and his NFF board members are facing as Nigerians wait with arms akimbo, watching the drama that will happen. Will Nigeria miss the second World Cup? That's a very, very big question. And I just hope that we won't be towing the path of Chile, because Chile too, they are on the brink of missing back-to-back World Cups. And with the way it's looking like over there in Chile, their golden era just seems to have gone. And in Nigeria here, we have, I won't call it the golden generation, but we have footballers in their prime playing in Europe. I mean, these are people that, we both the likes of Ola, Alex Iwobi, Victor Osimhen, Victor Boniface, Tolu Arokodare, Bruno Emechi. These players are playing in Europe. And they are in their prime. They are still young. These are players that we're expecting. Look at this team. This is a team that shouldn't be dragging with Lesotho and Benin Republic. Sam Chukwueze, I mentioned Osimhen, there's Bright Osai Samuel, Wilfred Ndidi, Calvin Bassey, William Chustekong. Okay, maybe William Chustekong is not the most popular name right now in Nigeria because of his gaffe in that game against South Africa. But we have Olaino, Moses Simon, Ademola Lookman. We have back-to-back African Footballer of the Year. And the final go World Cup. Full of foul. And yes, like I said, the Super Eagles going to perform the 8 wonders of the world to pick the direct qualification ticket, or will be amongst the 4 teams to qualify for the playoffs. I wish I could show that group that second place rankings to show that Gabon is currently on 19 points. We are not meeting Gabon. Even if we win our last 2 games, we'll be finishing on 17 points, like I mentioned earlier. We are not meeting Gabon, that is on 19 points. So that means we are battling for 3 places now. We are battling with 3 teams, and we want to be in the top 4. 1 place is already gone. We're battling for 3. I think there's Cameroon on 15 points, who is currently 5th in the rankings. We have, I think, Cape Verde. We have Burkina Faso, Madagascar, who are on 16 and 15 points, respectively. Nigeria. Any win for them? I don't think Nigeria is. We are going to the World Cup. It's looking bleak right now, even though some Nigerians are still hopeful. It's not over until it's over, but there are some that you will see that I say this thing not over from far, but we still have to keep going. Perhaps we wait to see if this one that will be the 65th anniversary gift that Super Eagles have for Nigeria. I hope so. I really, really, really hope so. And I just hope that this Super... I don't know. We just have to be optimistic. But it's looking really, really peak right now for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And if we don't qualify for back-to-back World Cup, especially this one in USA, Canada, and Mexico, an extended format of the World Cup, 48 teams are performing. Before it used to be 5 teams from Africa, but now we have 9. And if the the best second place team, if it goes on to qualify, we might have 10 countries coming from Africa. 10 countries to represent Africa at an extended format of the World Cup, going down in 3 countries. And Nigeria might not be part of those 10. That is really, really looking peak. It's not going to be really good on our image, as the African giants, in quotes. I'll be back after this short break. It is still Sports Republic on Voice of the People TV. Stay with us.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. So, shout out to VOP TV.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Back is still Sports Republic on Voice of People TV, and it's me, Afiz Ogubanjo, your host today. Let's move on. And it's the AFCON preparation. The Eagles head to the USA in November, despite unlikely picking the World Cup ticket. Yes, we'll be having 2 games in the USA. It's a friendly matches against Colombia and Venezuela. So even if the Super Eagles fail to qualify for next year's FIFA World Cup, built to be co-hosted by the USA, Canada, and Mexico, the Nigerian national team will still be in the United States of America. Yes, well ahead of all teams that qualify from Africa. Yes, we are there to lay ground for them. Those that are coming to actually play the World Cup in the USA. But we have 2 friendly games. Yes, one against Venezuela and the other against Colombia. Yes, so it's reported that this is sequel to the confirmation of the NFF, yes, their communication department, that the Eagles will play 2 international friendly games in the USA in the month of November as preparations commence towards the next African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Yes, I mean, if you can't qualify for the World Cup, we need to look ahead. We need to. We are not going to drown in the fact that we are not qualifying for the World Cup. We have to move ahead to the AFCON that is coming up in December in Morocco. The forthcoming AFCON will be the first ever edition to spill over into 2 years, as the fixtures will run from this December into January 2026 due to clashes with the European football calendar. That's why I still want CAF to look into it. Let us align our calendar with European football. At the end of the season, let's play our AFCON. The Euros is coming up after the regular season. The World Cup also at the end of the regular season. About what happened with COVID and the weather in Qatar. I can allow that. But for other regular years, let us also place our AFCON at the end of the season. That's why most clubs don't even rate African players. African players, they are not important to the team, they let them go. But the ones that are actually important to their team, to their clubs, the clubs don't usually let them come and represent Africa as it's not supposed to be. So, CAF, please, let us align that AFCON calendar to the European football calendar, so that when it comes at the end of the regular season, we can also have our AFCON. The players will also be well rested and they can represent their countries. So with the Eagles looking unlikely to get an automatic ticket to the 2026 Mundial, though retaining hope of qualifying through the playoff route involving 4 best second-place teams across the African qualifying groups, the NFF appears resigned to turning attention fully on ensuring a resounding consolation conquest of the next AFCON in December and January. Yes, with that target in view, a press statement from the NFF's media unit revealed on Wednesday that the Eagles will face Venezuela and Colombia in God's own country during the November international window. The statement added at length, Super Eagles will be up against Venezuela on Friday, 14th November at the Shell Stadium in Houston, Texas, with kickoff bid for 8 p.m. Texas time. On Tuesday, 18th November 2025, the 3-time African champions will confront Los Cafeteros of Colombia at the Citi Field Stadium in Flushing Meadows, borough of Queens, New York, with kickoff bid for 8 p.m. Eastern time, 1 a.m. That's 1 a.m. Wednesday, 19th November in Nigeria. I hope we'll be able to, negotiate these 2 games, because it's a way to go, playing 2 South American teams. And we know that if you watch South American football, their level of physicality is almost the same as African football. So it will let these boys know what they are up against, come December and January in Morocco, because trust me, African football is really different from European football. Maybe that's what these our current players, maybe that's what they're not understanding yet. Because when you see them when they come to play for us, it looks strange to them, like this is not what I play at my club. It's way different. Even for it happens to the best of the best. The likes of Mohamed Salah, when he came also from Liverpool, when he came to represent Egypt at AFCON, the past AFCON, he looked a shadow of himself. He was scoring penalties. That's not the Mohamed Salah. Mohamed Salah that was taking the world by storm with Liverpool, came to Egypt and it looked like just a regular player. That's what African football will give you. So maybe these our current Jollof boys, can also get to witness what African football really looks like. Because when they play against the likes of Venezuela and Colombia, trust me, Colombia are very, very physical players. The likes of Davinson Sanchez, the likes of Daniel Munoz, the likes of Luis Diaz. It's a blend of physicality and technicality. So technicality is not the only thing that will get you 3 points. You have to be very, very physical in today's game. I mean, that's what to Florian Wirtz of Liverpool, you could see his struggles, and it's majorly down to his physicality. He hasn't adapted to that physicality of the Premier League. So if our players also can't adapt to the physicality of African football, then we are going to be missing out. And just as we're about to miss out in the 2026 World Cup happening in USA, Canada, and Mexico. Yeah, moving on. And also, we are still talking about the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, 2026 World Cup qualification. FIFA has appointed Egypt's Amin Mohamed Omar as the center referee for the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier between Nigeria and Benin Republic. The match day 10 encounter will hold at the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium, Uyo, on Tuesday, 14th October 2025. Omar will be accompanied by an all-Egyptian officiating team. Ghana's Prosper Ado will serve as match commissioner. Nigeria and Benin Republic are in contention to secure top spots in Group C with 2 matches remaining in the qualifiers. Benin Republic top the standings with 14 points from 8 games. Nigeria is in third position with 11 points from the same number of matches. I hope that Amin Mohammed will be very, very, very fair. And let's see what will happen in those games. We need to negotiate Lesotho first before we face Benin Republic, because anything short of a win against Lesotho right there in South Africa, then it's like we have absolutely nothing to play for, even when we face Benin Republic right there in Uyo. I really hope we get a win. I really, really do hope we get a win. So moving on, I mean, from all those World Cup antics, the upcoming World Cup antic, I hope it doesn't really happen, but it's looking like it will. But let's move on to someone who has actually, placed Nigeria on the map. He has really, really done well outside the shores of Nigeria, and we have to, identify with him and congratulate him, because Victor Osimhen, yes, the Nigerian striker, plying his trade right there in Turkey for Galatasaray. Yes, Victor Osimhen has written his name into the history books as the first Nigerian player to score 10 goals in the UEFA Champions League. The Super Eagles striker achieved the milestone on Tuesday night with the 16th-minute penalty for Galatasaray in their group stage clash with Liverpool in Istanbul. His record-breaking strike was enough for the Turkish champions to beat Liverpool 1-0. Osimhen went into the match tied on 9 goals with former Super Eagles forward Obafemi Martins. Yes, Obafemi Martins played for Inter Milan right there in Italy, and he also represented them in the Champions League. But his calm finish from the spot moved him clear at the top. He now has 10 goals. Yes, that's the first by a Nigerian player in the Premier Sports competition right there in Europe. That's talking about the UEFA Champions League. The encounter also carried historical significance for Liverpool star Mohamed Salah, who is just 2 goals away from becoming the first African player to reach 50 goals in the Champions League proper, excluding qualifiers. Yeah, Mohamed Salah, shout out to him. Is a fantastic player, also carrying Africa on the map. He has won the UEFA Champions League. Let's hope that Victor Osimhen, also with the likes of Leroy Sané, as his Galatasaray teammates, Ilkay Gundogan, maybe they can go as far, as winning the Champions League. It's open. It's open. I mean, like I said, it's not over until the final whistle is football. Who says Galatasaray cannot win the Champions League? If Leicester can win the Premier League, who says Galatasaray cannot win the Champions League, even though it's an extended format? Galatasaray have a strong record at home in Europe, losing only 1 in their last 8 games in Istanbul against English opposition. However, they are winless in their last 7 continental matches. Well, they started the season very, very good right there in Turkey, but then they still need to do more in Europe. Liverpool, meanwhile, have struggled in Turkey with just 1 win in 6 away European visits to the country. Yet the Reds remain formidable in the group stage, winning 13 of their last 14 games. Liverpool as well. They started the season quite shakily, but then they've lost back-to-back games, even in the Premier League and the Champions League, and they'll be hoping to bounce back when they resume in the Premier League, this coming weekend. Moving on, and also we have a story coming from a former Super Eagles international. Yes, we are going back to talking about the World Cup qualification. I mentioned that earlier that South Africa were docked 3 points. They were sanctioned by FIFA, where they were docked 3 points, and also they had their goals difference cut down from +8 to +3 now, because they were docked 5 goals as well. And former Nigerian international Dimeji Lawal has urged the Super Eagles to concentrate on their own performances in the World Cup qualifiers, stressing that FIFA's point deduction against South Africa should not become a distraction. Lawal, he said, in his words, he said that I was never in doubt that the deduction would come because rules are rules, but that is not what matters most. What matters is Nigeria doing its own part. We must focus on winning our matches, because relying on other people's mistakes is never a good plan in football. I agree with him, and I'm sure a lot of Nigerians also agree with Dimeji Lawal. It's not about what's happening with South Africa. It's about what's happening with us. We wouldn't be in this situation if we had done our jobs from the beginning. If we had beaten the likes of Lesotho right here in Uyo, Zimbabwe here in Uyo, South Africa here in Uyo, we've already lost to Benin Republic. I mean, Morocco qualified with 16 points. they made sure of their qualification when they had 16 points. They did their jobs. They didn't have to call on their best players to come and represent them for their last 2 games. And now they are in USA playing the competition. What happened with Nigeria? We are not supposed to be here right now thinking about what is happening with South Africa, Benin Republic. No. We should have done our jobs, when we needed to. So the former winger who represented Nigeria at youth and senior level stressed that the players must remain professional and committed. Lawal said, this is an opportunity, yes, but it will mean nothing if we don't win our remaining games. The truth is we hold our destiny in our own hands, of course. We have to beat the teams in front of you, and qualification is guaranteed. Just like I said, if we had won those games earlier, we wouldn't be where we are. Lawal also called on fans to keep supporting the Super Eagles through what it described as a critical moment. We need the fans behind the team. This is not the time for negativity. The boys know what is at stake, and with full focus, Nigeria will qualify. The Super Eagles are scheduled to play their next qualifying fixtures in the coming weeks. Yes, just about a week or 2 from now, with the 3-point deduction leaving the group wide open. Yes, last week FIFA docked 3 points from Bafana after irregularities involving player eligibility, boosting Nigeria's chances in the qualification race. But Lawal insists that Super Eagles must not rely on external factors. And still speaking on the qualification, we have the provisional squad might be released very, very soon by Nigeria's head coach, Eric Chell. So we'll be seeing new faces and maybe the regular faces as well to come and negotiate the last 2 games against Lesotho and Benin Republic. Head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Eric Chell, has officially sent out letter of provisional invitations to players who will be part of the team for the final round of games in the World Cup qualifiers this month of October. Nigeria will be up against Lesotho and Benin Republic, respectively, in their final 2 games of the World Cup qualifiers, where they will be pushing for a win in both games to keep their hope of making at least the playoff spot of the World Cup alive. Chell is optimistic of a positive result and has gone for the best players available to prosecute both games, and he has also made a bold decision to leave out some players who were part of the team for the last round of games. The coach dropped new Panathinaikos forward Cyril Dessas with Nice forward Terry Murphy, taking the spot in attack. There is also a return for FC Porto defender Zaidou Sanusi. Meanwhile, among the players who were invited to the team for the first time, we spoke about this also a while back. Syria midfielder Ebenezer Akinsomiro, who is impressing on loan at Pisa from Inter Milan. Yeah, Pisa right there, they are in the Italian Serie A, and trust me, Ebenezer Akinsomiro has been a fantastic midfielder so far for them. We are still moving on. We are moving on to tennis now, away from football. Yes, Coco Gauff has called she called on Tuesday for shorter tennis seasons, and she said it was impossible, to play more than she already does after Iga Swiatek also hit out at the number of tournaments. Maybe this number of games coming on the high side is not affecting only football alone, and it has spread out to other sports for people like Coco Gauff and Iga Swiatek to come out. They are professional tennis players, and they've come out to hit out at the number of tournaments that they are involved in, in a particular year. They spoke at the China Open, where 5 players retired injured from matches on Monday, with more and more events being 2 weeks. It just doesn't really make sense to strain your body, she said, the American Coco Gauff. She said it after emerging unscathed to reach the quarterfinals. 21-year-old Coco Gauff said, she would like to see in my lifetime on tour that a solution be made to make the season shorter. Gauff, who is a defending China Open champion and the 2-time major winner, weighed in after top seed Iga Swiatek said on Monday that she may skip mandatory tournaments to protect her health. I mean, there's a lot of games to go down for also tennis players. But my own question is this: the likes of Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, I mean, the old tennis players, they also played lots of tennis games. Are we saying that the level of tennis is also getting reduced with this new age of tennis players, because these old players were also involved in a lot of games? Maybe it's time for them to also speak up, because those people there didn't get to say what these people are saying now. There's a lot to be played. The amount of matches in the men's and women's tennis calendar has been a major talking point in recent years, with players such as Novak Djokovic cutting back the number of tournaments they compete in as they near the end of their careers. Starting last year, the WTA, that's the Women's Tennis Association, made it mandatory for top players to participate in each Grand Slam. That's talking about 10 WTA 1000 events, including Beijing, and 6 500-level tournaments. Coco Gauff said that, I guess from a business standpoint, it kind of makes sense, but from a player's health standpoint, I don't really agree with it. I've basically played as much tennis as I can. And also, let me just take this story before we wrap up on the show, where world number one tennis player, they're still on tennis, world number one tennis player, Carlos Alcaraz, was congratulated by Spanish club Real Madrid, because they took to their social media handles to congratulate Spanish tennis star Carlos Alcaraz on his recent Japan Open triumph. Yeah, the victory sees Alcaraz strengthen his grip on world number one spot after he overtook Yannick Sinner, the Italian, after the US Open. A passionate Madrid supporter himself, Alcaraz was praised by the club for his remarkable achievements. Real Madrid, you guys have good tennis players being your fans. Who also can remember the legend himself, Rafael Nadal, who is also a Spaniard, is a Real Madrid supporter. In fact, he goes to Real Madrid games. So Alcaraz is also trained on that part. And if you watch the way Alcaraz plays, it just reminds you of a young Rafael Nadal. And Alcaraz's win in Tokyo, yes, where he defeated American Taylor Fritz 6-4, 6-4 to win the Japan Open. With this victory, it looks set to end the year as world number one. It was already guaranteed even after the US Open in the ATP rankings, and becomes only the 6th player in history to win 8 titles in a single season. He's a fantastic tennis player, and I'm sure that budding Nigerian tennis players could see this and be like, yes, one day maybe I'll be here, and like so a Yimba is posting me, you know, that I'm also a fantastic tennis player. Good one for Carlos Alcaraz, and also a good one for Real Madrid as well. We'll be wrapping up on the show. This is where we wrap up on the show for today. It's been a fantastic ride. I mean, speaking about, you know, when Nigeria will move on, you know, at 65, we need to really move on to greater heights from in our sporting world, not just football, but lots of other sports, so that we can see ourselves in the likes of the World Cup in 2026, the Commonwealth Games. We can be doing well in the Olympics. I hope one day we'll surely get there. It's been a fantastic ride, like I said, and thank you guys for staying with us. I'm Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'll be signing out for today on Sports Republic. Up next is the midday news. Stay with us on the show. Bye for now.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement. giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, culture enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how we had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say, without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is so that means you're like a villain in the movie.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, I'm no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, The Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamola Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Nigerians resume work after Independence Day holiday. President Bola Tinubu Sanwo-Olu urges unity at National Theatre reopening. Vice President Shatima returns after Unger and German visit. INC calls for national dialogue on resource control federalism. Pengerson vows to defend workers' rights. IRG rejects Akwa Ibom ESCO dissolution. In the world of business, debt servicing dropped to $2.86 billion in 8 months. And in the world of sports, Aziza Tushwala wins Saudi League Player of the Month. In the world of entertainment, Thames sets U.S. sales records for African female artists. And the news in full. Nigerians today returned to work after the federal government declared Wednesday, October the 1st, 2025, a public holiday for Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary. All public and private workers are now expected to resume their duties and resume work after this holiday period. This year's celebration carries the theme, Nigeria at 65, all hands on deck for a greater nation. Still in the news, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed Nigeria's unity, saying the country will not break up but grow into a strong, vibrant economy under his leadership. Speaking at the reopening of the renovated National Arts Theatre in Igomu, Lagos, Tinubu urged citizens to stop projecting a negative image of the country and instead build it together in unity. The National Theatre, now renamed Wole Soyinka Center for Culture and Creative Arts, was renovated by the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Bankers Committee in partnership with the Lagos State and federal government. President Bola Tinubu praised Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka as one of the nation's most gifted minds and called on Nigerians to proudly project the country's culture and creativity. CBN's governor, Olayemi Cardoso, highlighted the transformation of the facility as a symbol of national renewal, building on a project approved in 2020. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the theatre as center to Nigeria's creative and cultural development. In his remarks, Wole Soyinka said he accepted the honor with mixed feelings, reflecting on the value of the edifice and recalling a near-death experience there with his acting crew. He expressed hope that Nigerians would no longer need to travel abroad to enjoy African cinema. Away from that report, Vice President Kashim Shettima is back in Abuja after representing President Bola Tinubu at the 80th UN General Assembly in New York and wrapping up key engagements in Germany. During the week-long trip, he delivered Nigeria's national statement calling for sweeping UN reforms and advocated for Nigeria's and Africa's control over its $700 billion in mineral resources. He also met with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who commended Nigeria's push for a permanent seat on the Security Council. In separate meetings, the Vice President promoted Nigeria's $200 billion energy transition plan and strengthened ties with global partners, including the UK and the Gates Foundation. Before heading to Germany, he assured the Nigerian diaspora of the Tinubu's administration's commitment to inclusive engagement. Moving on, the Ijaw National Congress is renewing its call for a national dialogue to address key issues of resource control and true federalism. INC President Benjamin Okaba made the call in a statement marking Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary. Okaba described Nigeria's journey as one of broken promises and brazen injustice, insisting the Ijaw position is not just on grievance, but on historical facts and legal rights. In another development, the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Penguin, says it remains committed to protecting all sector workers following recent layoffs at the Dangote refinery. The union said it suspended its planned nationwide strike after giving the federal government a chance to mediate in the dispute. Speaking in a TV interview, Penguin's president, Festus Osifo, said the union's priority is safeguarding the rights and livelihood of affected workers and their families. He added that Penguin will still hold the tools of negotiation, discussion, and escalation if government's efforts to ensure fair treatment for its members. And in politics, the National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Samuel Anyanwu, has dismissed the announcement dissolving the Akwa Ibom State Executive Committee of the party. Anyanwu described the statement issued by the National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, as null and void. Ologunagba had on Wednesday announced the dissolution of the state ESCO and the appointment of a 31-member caretaker committee led by Barrister Igwat Umorin to serve for 3 months pending new congresses. But in a statement addressed to the embattled state chairman, Anyanwu said no formal meeting of the National Working Committee was held to approve such a decision and urged party members to disregard the announcement. Elsewhere, the Kwara State government says the notorious kidnap kingpin known as Maidawa has been killed along with several of his gang members in ongoing airstrikes by the Nigerian Air Force. The operation targeted thick forests around Isan-Luisi and neighboring parts of Kogi State. Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Rafiu Ajakaye, disclosed this in a statement issued in Ilorin. He said interceptor communications confirmed that Maidawa and many of his foot soldiers were eliminated in a joint security operation. Still talking security, troops of the 6th Brigade Nigerian Army has forwarded a terrorist attack and neutralized 2 suspect terrorists in Taraba State. The operation was carried out under Sector 3 of Operation Wild Stroke. Acting Army Public Relations Officer Lieutenant Umar Mohammed confirmed the development in a statement. He quoted Brigade Commander Brigadier General Kingsley Uwa as commending the troops for their swift response and professionalism. The commander also urged them to sustain the momentum and reassured residents of the brigade's commitment to their safety. Today, October the 2nd, the world observed the International Day of Nonviolence, making the birthday of Mahatma Gandhi a global icon of peace resistance. The day serves as a reminder of the power of dialogue and cooperation in resolving conflicts. Here in Nigeria, peace advocates say non-violent approach are more urgent than ever in addressing insecurity and social tension. Voice of the People TV's Oyindamola Olukuto has more on this report.
Is observed globally as the International Day of Nonviolence in honor of Mahatma Gandhi, a symbol of peace and non-violent struggle for justice. The day urges nations and communities to replace hostility with dialogue, mutual respect, and understanding. In Nigeria, where issues such as communal clashes, electoral violence, and insecurity persist, advocates say prompting non-violent conflict resolution is key to strengthening unity and sustaining peace. Speaking with Mrs. Foluke Ademoko, Executive Coordinator of the Ajoke Aishat Afolabi Foundation and National President of the Association of Nigerian Women in Business, who stressed the importance of empowering communities, especially women and youth, to embrace dialogue and mediation instead of violence.
Level, we have to include women in peace building, in peace management. The conversation round about peace and security must include women. Gender must be, a core consideration. Because take it or leave it, women feel the brunt of insecurity more than men. They are the ones, who easy target. They are soft target, for perpetrators, of violence. Inclusivity is one step that we can take to encourage, dialogue. Once, people feel included in a setting, they will have that feeling that their communication, that their input matters. Let the position of everyone counts. We have to go, into dialogue without being judgmental. That okay, we just want a solution. Once our negotiations are focused on finding solutions, not focused at who is at fault, I think we'll be able to address the issue of violence, more successfully. The one through advocacy, through awareness, creation, because when women are the drivers of peace process, they are able to drive it through their homes. Because women are mothers, they are the ones whose sons will be the soldiers, So, but if a woman, buys into peace, process, just like the ANWIB is an organization with of women, entrepreneurs, they will be able to talk to their members, who in turn will talk to their children, who in turn will talk to their husbands, so that when they go out to take decisions that can lead, to chaos, to violence, because of the involvement of the women, they are able to be more reasonable, because the women will provide their own perspective, and they're also able to talk, to themselves, so that they are not in any way, influencers, of violence. So yes, and when ANWIB is involved, ANWIB will let the women entrepreneurs know that, look, if there is going to be violence, you're a woman, you're a trader, your shop, sometimes people will loot you, they will loot you. And women don't want to lose money. Once they hear that, my goods will go for it, they will think, more strategically and try to bring others on board. Substitute to peace. They should just look round about you at conflict, prone areas, that at areas that are in crisis, you can see that there can be no development.
As the word reflects on Gadi's legacy, campaigners believe that adopting nonviolent approaches is not just ideal, but a practical step forward, inclusive development, and national cohesion. Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Oyindamola, for that particular report. Well, you're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to the analysis segment of the news. And here to help us make sense of the stories and more is virtually, we have with us Mr. Ishmael Ogushola Oladare, a member of the Take It Back movement. Mr. Oladare, a very good afternoon to you. You can please unmute yourself on your mic, or beg your pardon, so that we can hear you. All right, well, we still hope to have Mr. Oladare join this conversation. And of course, our technical teams are working on that. But in the studio here, we have with us Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and major. Oh, yes, I understand Mr. Oladare can hear me now. Good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News analysis segment.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you so very much for being here. All right, I was introducing Mr. Dele Fanimo, who is a seasoned reporter and is also here today in the capacity of a public and political affairs analyst. Mr. Dele Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
David.
And happy World International Day of Nonviolence to you.
Oh. Is anything to celebrate about when you have myriad of problems, conflict, violence, and unbridled killings across the world.
But that again, because at this space that we are, we're not having violence, that is worth celebrating.
What is the joy of being happy when others are not happy? Some people live in fear. Some people don't even know if they will live the next minute. Some people have rocket launchers, missiles directed at their domain, and they don't know the next person that will be hit.
Again, that's
some people are moving dead bodies
as we speak.
As we speak.
Well, that again is another reason why we should preach hope, preach peace, and hoping that the world become a safer place for all of us. Well, let's start off this conversation from the story where the Kwara State government is confirming the kidnapped kingpin arrest and, of course, killed in Ilorin, Kwara State. Talking about Maidawa. That, again, some have said that has been a major breakthrough when it comes to that environment, particularly on insecurity and, of course, kidnapping in that region. What would you say to these kind of news, hearing this kind of, well, I call it a very cheering news because, again, it might just put to bed some level of insecurity in that region. What do you say to this kind of news, particularly in a time where, like you said earlier, some are still not certain of their next move as concerning security?
You see, for me, it's a mixed bag of joy and sadness. Joy that somebody is being taken out after many killings were traced to him. Somebody who has decided to torment the state, torment the citizens and all that. So if he's taken out, well, it's sharing news. But my worry is for every one of these elements taken out, there are 10, 20 replacements for them. And why is it so? There is social dislocation.
Okay.
And when you have such at hand, you can only use the gun for a while. At some point, you'll be wary of using the gun. We need to go back to the root and tackle the root problem. In the newspapers today, there was this story of 180 schools shot in the north, and Kwara is part of the north, as a result of the way terrorists, bandits torment villages, communities. What that tells you is, as we speak, there are over 20 million children that are out of school. Factor the latest 180 schools. For each of these schools, there would be at least 500 pupils or students. Multiply, let's assume, without conceding, that you have 500 in each of these schools. 180 in 500 places.
Right.
You are looking at maybe 18 million.
A very scary figure, I must say.
So it is from this pool. This pool will automatically serve as incubators for potential bandits and terrorists. So that is why the job of security agents cannot be quantified in spite of the tears and blood they employ to keep us safe as bona fide and good citizens of Nigeria.
I still want to stay with you, Mr. Fadimo. Interestingly, the Nigerian army did foil a terrorist attack in Taraba State just yesterday as well, neutralizing 2 suspected terrorists in Taraba State. That, again, is one of the numerous attempts and, of course, victories achieved by the Nigerian army. But, like you did mention, we cannot look out of those social malign that has really made this situation of terrorism, kidnapping, banditry almost become a business in this country. Plus, the president did say yesterday in his broadcast that on the part of security, his government is committed to making sure that Nigeria goes out of it holistically. But again, you did talk about tackling the root cause. How can the root cause be truly put to bed without having to, how am I going to put it now? Without having to disrupt tribalism, ethnicism, regional difference and bias in all of this mix. Because you would recall as well, during the Jonathan era, when of course, what's his name again, the CDS at the time, Ejirika, went so hard on these terrorists. They were termed as killing their people. So how can we put to bed from the root cause this level of insecurity without having all of these tribal sentiments, religious sentiments drop in as a hindrance, particularly on the part of the Nigerian army and of course the federal government is sensitive?
You see, criminality knows no religion, no tribal sentiment, no regional block. A criminal is a criminal. Simplicity. But what we are saying is we fuel these things because there is ready supply of these miscreants from our communities. You see, a criminal is a criminal because he is intelligent enough to contribute positively to the development of his environment or society, but he's not given that opportunity, so he channels it negatively.
Okay.
To now begin to assault the community to which he belongs. Now, we're talking about out-of-school children. What about our porous borders? Isn't it time we began to deploy high-tech? We don't need human factor to monitor our porous borders. Nigeria is rich enough to deploy technology that could trigger any alert if there is any influx of foreigners into the country.
So why do you think with our richness we cannot deploy technology when it comes to...
That's what I'm saying.
Why do you think there is that lacuna of
The lacuna
deploying
is
technology?
There is a block to access those funds, which is corruption. One person that is politically exposed in this country, or a tough civil servant,
okay,
what we locate within his pockets in this country, if extracted from him legally, is enough to deploy technology to part of the borders we have in this country.
I truly would want to stay with you, but let's take this conversation to Mr. Oladare. Again, Mr. Oladare, you're very aware of this conversation, particularly on the several strides that the Nigerian army, I understand that he's out of this conversation. Hopefully, our guys technically can get this, to get him in again, and let's continue with this. Now, I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Fadimo. Interestingly, some quarters have said that our political elites are the ones who empower these miscreants that you mentioned earlier. And of course, for political gains at the time of politics, the political circle, which we are jumping into pretty soon. From your perspective, do you think, and do you also believe that if Nigeria truly was to really want to get this case of insecurity nipped in the bud holistically, we can do it if the political will is there?
You see, the type of people politicians use to foment trouble during the electionary campaign and in the election proper cannot be located within the circle of bandits and terrorists.
Okay. Sorry to hold your thoughts. I understand that Mr. Oladare is back with us, and I would want to hear his position, particularly part of insecurity in Nigeria. Well, once again, Mr. Oladare, welcome to the conversation. Interestingly, the Nigerian army have been recording several strides when it comes to insecurity across Nigeria, and one that seemed to be very vocal is that of the Nigerian army that for the terrorist attack and neutralized 2 suspected terrorists in Taraba State, plus the one that happened in Kwara State where Maidawa, the kidnap kingpin, was killed in a joint security operation. from your position, do you think the Nigerian army, not just at this point, is doing well enough to nip insecurity to the bud, or are there other efforts that should be done by the Nigerian army? We've been talking about quite a few before you joined in. Please unmute your mic. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you once again for having me. I hope I'm loud and clear now.
Yes, you're very well, loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, to go straight to the question here, and without mincing word at all, is to say that the Nigerian army or the Nigerian security at large are not doing anything as far as I am concerned, as far as we are concerned. Because if you look at the rate of insecurity in Nigeria today, no reasonable person would score the Nigerian security or Nigerian army any mark above 5% out of 100, right? Because just this week alone, in the media space alone, we lost 2 intelligent young radio broadcasters and TV personalities to insecurity, one in Ekiti State and one in Abuja, just this week alone, right? So, and this is what is happening across different cities, across different towns, across different communities, and across all the 36 states of Nigeria. And you can't be seeing this happening every day, week in, week out. And you tell me that the Nigerian army or the Nigerian security at large are doing anything reasonable, or they've scored any positive regard whatsoever. So it is not about what they say they are doing. It is about the reality. It is about what we are seeing playing out every day in our country. And for what we are seeing, for what we are witnessing every day, whereby you can't even, personally, someone like me, I've missed countless events, countless meetings across states because I couldn't book a flight, or my flight got cancelled, and I can't travel by road. So this is the state of security in Nigeria. So you can't be seeing all the reality and say that Nigerian security is improving or anything.
Okay, I'm still staying with you, Mr. Oladare. Interestingly, the Commander-in-Chief, who again is the President of the nation, clearly has stated that at this point, Nigeria, his administration, I beg your pardon, will not lie low, but still do what it needs to do, particularly part of insecurity, to nipping it in the bud and, of course, holistically putting it to bed. On the part of the Commander-in-Chief, he also have given a vote of confidence to his to his service chiefs. Do you think that the Commander-in-Chief is getting well enough information to still keep his service chiefs in the office rather than having to change his position, particularly on the part of security in the nation?
Yeah, I'll tell you for a fact. It is either of two things. One, it's either the so-called commander-in-chief and the whole administration.
I would want you to please, sorry, Mr. Ladari, I would want you to please help us with some very kind, not just kind, but some very sane words. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria cannot be referred to as the so-called. So please, can we manage our words? Please, thank you.
It is so-called for people like us because
no, unfortunately, we will not. If you
are not living up to the name
of the nation, we will not sit on this table and allow you to do it. Please.
If you are not living up to that tag,
thank you.
If you are not living up to that tag, we can use that for you.
No,
that's a fact.
It is. So you might have your differences, but do not refer to the President of the nation as a so-called. He is the president of the nation.
That doesn't show any disrespect.
It is.
I'm sorry to say that. That doesn't show any disrespect.
It is actually.
It is my whole reservation.
All right, then.
Because
go ahead with your point.
The president is not linked to that tag. So what I was saying is that it is either of two things. It's either the president doesn't know what he is doing, or they know what they are doing. They just don't want to do the right thing. They know what to do. They just don't know what to. They don't have the will to do it. And if you ask me what it is, I will say that they know what to do. They just don't have the political will to do it.
All right then.
Right?
Let me.
Because if you look at these people, if you look at these people, look at the houses they stay, the kind of education they have, the kind of healthcare they get, they have world standard. It then means that they know how to get all of these things for themselves. Their own security is world standard. So they know how to get it. But to get it for the rest of us, they don't have the political will to do it.
All right, let's bring this conversation back to the studio. Well, Mr. Fadimo, interestingly, there's a path of the willpower on the part of the political elites. And of course, the bulk of this conversation still stays within the hands and the table of the presidency. Has the president done right enough on the part of the citizenry when it comes to insecurity and, of course, his vote of confidence on his service chiefs, plus the fact that the political will, like some have said, is not there on the part of the presidency? What's your position?
Well, the president has his mandate and is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So by that nomenclature, he superintends over security in the country. And the service chiefs, the CDS, are under his purview. So he gives order to them. But at some point, there is hierarchy. You delegate responsibility to people. The only area of vicarious liability that would make me want to blame the president is the fact that if you know your service chiefs are not doing what they ought to do, or they are incapable of doing what they ought to do, the reasonable thing is to take them off and appoint another set of people or another individual.
Sorry to cut you. Mr. Fanimo, is there the possibility that the president is not hands-on on the security situation of Nigeria? Because there was a time the chief whip, the then chief whip of the National Assembly, I'm talking about Aline Dume, did say that the president is being shielded. Is there the possibility that he's not fully hands-on? Because what he gets as reports is from the same service chiefs that we're saying at this point have not done well enough. Is there a possibility that he's not fully aware?
You see, I can state here for a fact that the president gets security brief
from the service chiefs,
from the Director General of DSS, from the Chief of Army Staff, through the CDS, from Chief of Naval Staff, through the CDS, from the Chief of Air Staff, and the National Security Advisor.
Right.
All of them are there, and the man in charge of intelligence, military intelligence. So, but the point is, what manner of security report do they give him? We are not privy to some of these security reports.
Right.
And it's going to act on such security reports, not on social media space, where you can put all manner of things that may not be a true reflection of happenings on ground.
All right.
So when a president begins to act contrary to what Nigerians expect, you may not have so much blame on him, because it's a function of whatever is presented to him that he will act upon.
All right, in 30 seconds, the call by the Ijaw National Council, Ijaw National Congress on true federalism, particularly on resource control. That call, what's your position? 30 seconds.
I've always lent my voice to that, because as it is today, governors are so lazy. Local government chairmen are so lazy. You see a local government that is not not that is agrarian in nature.
Right.
The whole communities in the local government, and yet they want to put electricity when they ought to have cleared the bushes for people to farm and make the road accessible to the city.
All right then. Mr. Olada, I don't know if you're still with us. In 30 seconds, your view as well on the call from the Ijaw National Congress, particularly on true federalism when it comes to resource control.
Yeah, I think for any developing nation or any nation who wants to develop, so to say, that is the most reasonable thing to do. And until we get to that stage, we can't be talking development at all in whatever shape or form you think development should be. Yeah.
All right, and thank you so very much, Mr. Ismail Ogunshola Oladare, member Take It Back Movement. Thank you so very much for lending your voice on the analysis segment of the Midday News. Also, thank you so very much, Mr. Dele Fanimo, for your voice as always on the analysis segment of the Midday News.
It's always my pleasure.
Well, let's also state here that the views and opinions of our analysts is not the position of Voice of the People TV. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People's Television. We'll go on a quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the news will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The National Emergency Management Agency has confirmed that 24 persons were rescued and 4 bodies recovered after a boat accident on the River Niger in Ibaji, Kogi State. NEMA says 42 passengers are still missing. In a post on X, the agency said the incident happened on Tuesday, September 30th, and involved a boat carrying about 80 persons from Onugwa to Olushi village. Boat accidents are a recurring problem in Nigeria's riverine areas where water transport is common. Overcrowding, poor performance, and weak safety enforcement continues to cause deadly incidents. Away from that report, the Lagos State Materials Testing Laboratory has launched a new certification and training program for artisans to curb building collapses across the state. Known as the Certified Structural Integrated Program, the initiative was unveiled at Stakeholders Forum in Esiofi and Badagry. It targets block molders, bricklayers, concrete mixers, steel fabricators, and welders, urging them to adopt safety and safer construction practices. LSMTL General Manager Olayinka Abdul said the 5-year program is a bold step to tackle tragedies linked to substandard materials. The CSIP will also produce a directory of certified artisans to guide developers in sourcing quality construction inputs. Artisan build leaders welcomed the move. Chairman of the Block Molders Association, Fabi Oyeleke, called frequent collapses disheartening, while Bricklayers Association head Fashino Aro stressed the importance of proper materials and soil testing, especially given Lagos' swampy terrain. Moving on, goods worth millions of naira were destroyed after a fire gutted 26 shops in Bariga Market in Lagos in the early hours of Wednesday. The incident occurred less than 24 hours after the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency held a summit on emergency preparedness. The SEMA's Permanent Secretary, Olufemi Oke Oshoyi Tolu, said the fire started around 4 a.m. with several key clap shops already engulfed before responders arrived. The cause of the fire is yet to be determined, but no lives were lost and no injuries were reported. Moving on, there are reports that says the FCT administration has launched 2 new initiatives, the Renewed Hope Mother Baby Kits and the Abuja Breast Fresh Air project to boost maternal health and improve air quality in homes. Minister of State Maria Mahmood flagged off the program at Asokoro District Hospital as part of Nigeria's 65th Independence Celebration. The project's themed We Care Renewing Hope, one baby at a time, at home, at a time, are in partnership with IHS Nigeria. Mahmood said the initiative takes a holistic approach to health and the environment, supporting safe childbirth while tackling indoor air pollution in vulnerable homes. She called the air quality efforts a bold, forward-looking step forward cleaner, healthier living. International Translation Day is viewed globally as a special occasion dedicated to recognizing the vital work of translators and interpreters, professionals whose efforts bridge language gaps, promote global understanding, and connect cultures across the world. In this special report, Voice of the People TV's Precious Agumano brings us up to speed with the importance of this profession as she speaks to experts in the field.
International Translation Day, celebrated on September 30th, honors the essential work of translators and interpreters around the world. Established in 1991 by the International Federation of Translators, FIT, the date coincides with the feast of Saint Jerome, the patron saint of translators, known for translating the Bible into Latin. In 2017, the United Nations officially recognized the day, highlighting the importance of translation in promoting global understanding and peace. Translators play a crucial role in connecting people across cultures, enabling communication in diplomacy, business, science, and the arts. Their work ensures that ideas and information can be shared accurately across languages, fostering cooperation and cultural exchange. Without translation, many global efforts and collaborations would not be possible. This day is a reminder to value the skills and dedication of language professionals, whether working behind the scene or on the front lines of international communications. Translators and interpreters help bridge linguistic divides and bring the world closer together.
Okay, so this day actually it shows the importance of language, cultural heritage, because in a way that nowadays not everyone knows the language, they don't speak their language, but with people like us around, we can teach them, and also we can help translate, especially for foreigners who don't understand certain language. Okay, translating cultural heritage, yes, especially for those who are not based in that cultural area. Technology has changed in a way that you can actually translate even while you're not with that person. Yes, you can actually teach while you're not with that person. And it's diverse. You can do it in many ways: video, text, audio, and it can go like viral. It's important because not everyone understands certain language. Yes, some people might want to speak with certain people and they will need a translator. They can't come to terms of, let me say, an Hausa land and you're speaking English. Why they don't understand, to get a translator to translate what you're saying to them in order to bring them to communicate better to them.
On this International Translation Day, let us recognize and appreciate the invaluable contributions of these language professionals who work tirelessly, often behind the scenes, to bring the world closer together, whether in diplomacy, literature, healthcare, or everyday communication. Their role is vital.
Well, thank you so very much, Precious, for that particular report. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another quick break. When we return, more stories in business, sports, and entertainment will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. Now to some business stories. New data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows the country spends $2.86 billion on external debt servicing in the first 8 months of 2025. This accounted for 61.1% of total foreign payments of $4.14 billion during the period. Compared to the same period in 2024, debt servicing dropped by about $198 million or 6.5% from $3.06 billion. However, debt repayments still dominates Nigeria's foreign payments. Nearly $7 out of every $10 leaving the country went towards debt servicing. Elsewhere in business, DSTV subscribers in Ghana will now enjoy automatic upgrades to higher packages at no extra cost, following a new deal between the Ghanaian government and MultiChoice. Minister of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation, Samuel George, announced the agreement after a committee reviewed DSTV's pricing and subscription trends. He described the move as a Ghana-only offer, giving customers 33 to 50% more value starting October the 1st. Under the new arrangement, subscribers will be automatically upgraded to the new bouquet level without paying more. And from business stories, we jump straight to talking sports. Nigeria's Super Falcons star, Aziza Toshoala, has been named the Saudi Women's Premier League Player of the Month for September. The league announced her win on its official X handle, recognizing her standout debut performances for Al Hilal. Oshoala scored 3 goals and provided 2 assists in her first month at the club. The 30-year-old joined Al Hilal after a trophy-laden spell at Barcelona, where she won multiple league and Champions League titles. She also played a key role in Nigeria's record-setting Women's African Cup of Nations triumph in Morocco. Still talking sports, FIFA President Victor Motaglani has dismissed suggestion that U.S. President Donald Trump can influence City selection for the 2026 World Cup. Speaking at a conference in London, Motaglani, who also heads CONCACAF, made it clear that the White House has no jurisdiction over host city decision. His comments follows Trump's remarks about potentially moving games away from cities he deemed even a little dangerous. The 2026 World Cup will be co-hosted by the US, Canada, and Mexico. And to wrap up the midday news, let's go straight talking some entertainment. Nigeria's singer Thames has made history as first female African artist to sell over 10 million units of a single in the United States. Her collaborative hit, Wait For You, with Future and Drake, has reached the milestone, making it eligible for RIAA Diamond certification. Thames now joins Wizkid as the only African artist to hit the 10 million mark in the US, with Wizkid achieving defeat on Drake's One Dance. With multiple certifications for songs like Essence, Free Mind, Higher, Me and You, and Found, Thames is now the best-selling female African artist in the US music history. Still in the world of entertainment, Nigerian Afrobeat star Rema has been named on the 2025 Times 100 Next list, the only African act to make this year's cut. Venice's French singer Angelique Kidjo profiled Rema for the prestigious list, praising his unique sound and global appeal. She described his hit single Calm Down as rooted in Africa yet catchy and unlike Western pop. Kidjo has also highlighted Rema's milestone, including 2 billion streams, global stadium shows, and a Grammy nomination. Released in 2022 as part of his debut album, Rave and Roses, Calm Down gained even more popularity after a remix featured Selena Gomez. And with that particular entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kerikosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV Channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV Channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Air travel is one of the most exciting ways to journey across the world, but it also requires a little courtesy to make the skies friendlier for everyone. Now, these are some essential flight etiquette. Boarding. Boarding is smoother when we all follow instructions. Stick to your boarding group, keep your pass handy, and step aside quickly once you find your seat. A little order goes a long way in getting everyone on board faster. Overhead bins. Now these are for everyone. Place your larger bags above and keep smaller items under the seat in front of you. That way, there's enough space for all passengers and fewer delays. Phone use. Now this, once the aircraft door closes, all devices must be in flight mode. A simple switch helps keep communication safe and smooth for both crew and passengers. Talking about the middle seat rule, the unwritten rule says this: if you are in the middle seat, both armrests are yours. It's a small courtesy that can make flying more comfortable for all. Noise levels. Keep conversations and devices at a reasonable volume. Headphones are a traveler's best friend, and courtesy in the cabin ensures a peaceful flight for everyone. Talking about disembarking. When the plane lands, don't rush the aisle. Wait for your roll's turn. Collect your belongings quickly and move forward calmly. A little patience makes disembarking hassle-free. And lastly, hygiene and health. Of course, hygiene matters. Always cover your mouth when sneezing or coughing. Use sanitizers and keep your space tidy. Clean habits make for healthier skies. Flying is not just about reaching your destination, it's also about the experience we share along the way. With this simple etiquette, we can all make air travel smoother, calmer, and more enjoyable. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV,
your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today's episode is an interesting one, and I'm sure you don't want to miss it. Please, it's a new day to stay positive and inspired and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of gist and purpose. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. But first off, we are talking about actress Bimbo Akintola advocates polygamy, cites shortage of men. So veteran Nollywood actress Bimbo Akintola has stirred conversations with her recent remarks suggesting that women should consider embracing polygamy due to what she described as a shortage of men. In an interview with the Cable Lifestyle, the 54-year-old actress said societal realities, including mismatched sexual needs and a dwindling number of responsibilities, male partners, make polygamy a practical option. So drawing from cultural traditions, particularly among the Yoruba, Akintola noted that many in older generations grew up in polygamous homes and saw such arrangements work. She cited a personal example of a woman who welcomed a second wife for her husband to meet needs she couldn't fulfill. Akintola emphasized that if women prefer polygamy, the key lies in raising boys with values, teaching them discipline, respect, and responsibility to become better men in the future. She also said her personal stance on relationships, stating she has never dated a fellow actor because she views her colleagues as brothers and prefers to maintain professional boundaries. Her comments have since sparked debate on modern relationship gender roles and evolving cultural norms in Nigeria. No, this story is just, it's actually somehow, like I don't know how to explain it, but trust me, what I'm trying to say is that she's saying that shortage of men. So I don't, shortage of men, meaning there are shortage of men, and now talking about polygamy and stuff. And yes, well, let's talk about those times, those days, the ways back. People actually, our fathers then, they see polygamy as, a normal thing. But I don't think this is the age now. And I see it coming back again. It's not like, so people now see it as a normal thing. And I don't know, well, I don't know what your thought is, but if you ask me, the shortage of men doesn't require us to now, as well. All right, a lot of fans have actually come out to say things concerning what she has said. So please, let's take some comments. We'll take a lot of comments because people are like saying, shortage of men. I don't understand. So should we now, ladies, should we be scared that there is shortage of men? All right. Someone said, well, according to statistics, we have more than women. It's just unfortunate that few are responsible. Oh my God. At properties for sale in Lagos, please. It's just unfortunate that few are responsible. But trust me, we have, they are still good men. Calm down. So Prince Cristiano said, some of you saying polygamy is not for you, but you all are busy dating married men. Oh Lord. I still say this, I don't think it's advisable. Like, why would you even date a married man at first? That's another thing. He's married and he's still with his wife. Definitely they're not having any issues. And you want to go, they will see you, they go see you as person way, how will I put it? That you are a barrier, marriage home breaker. That's what they will call you. So, but then, I don't know how to put this because a lot of people, a lot of ladies right now are seeing that as a normal thing, as a norm now. They do it without, being scared of anything. So yeah, so let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and someone has said, there's always love in sharing. Okay, there's always love in sharing to an extent of sharing your man. It's okay. Then Link Coron said, make she go find one abuki for not. Richard Vick said, men are many, but the kind of men they want are very few. Most of them are married men. All right, men are many, but the kind of ones they want are few. Please, I don't want to say this, but being like a man, I don't think you need to categorize. Definitely, you get what I'm trying to say. Because I heard when someone said, that the kind that if you ask her then if she wants to get married, that she will always say that she's ready for marriage. But now, when that question is asked, that she would have to think twice because the kind of men that we have now, that she's scared for her, she's even scared for herself to even say yes. So it's actually funny, but I don't know how. I won't say for that for men. You understand? I'm not categorizing that's the way men are. Everybody has a very different perspective. They have different characters. You because women also do the same thing too. So you see. So let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Ajay Striker said, men are not in short supply. Women date up and men date down. Okay. That means the number of men available for women to date, marry are few. And the number of women available for men to date, marry are many. It's like a pyramid. Okay. So Ruxy XX said, make only her do polygamy, not me. Because like I'm so keen about this polygamy thing. It's because like when people like feel jealous, I don't think a jealous person, like you actually have a husband and you see your husband, there are a lot of persons that are very insecure. You see your husband trying to, woo another lady. You self go first as a woman. You go vex. You will not be happy. So come to think of it, how you see, two of you being in the same house, two ladies being in the same house with one man. See, jealousy will come in. A lot of things will come in. And like, how will I put it? But trust me, that it takes understanding actually to be in that kind of, because the two of the ladies, how can you control them? God, I beg. All right, let's take more comments. So a lot of people are actually coming out to say something, and someone else said, dear women, please no grill. Even as man, I forbid polygamy. Yes. Now, who don't fight polygamous war fit relate? Exactly what I'm trying to say, because there's always war. Like, few of them have said there's always issues. Like, I don't even know. Like me personally, I'm just saying from my own perspective, I'm always this kind of jealous person. But seeing your man, like, how will you pay, Lord? How will they explain it? Trying to share stuff and is well. We have a lot of comments concerning this, and she said the beauty of it now when the man they alive, that even if he gets money, no be everybody go get money like Uncle Ne. Is well. We just said that you shouldn't mention names now. Kilode. So Marion Official said, now you defined chief priest. It's okay, as Marion Official is well. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more. So Compare Home said, you would never consider polygamy if you were raised well with love. I'm telling you. Because if you are loved, actually, you can see. Jesus. Like, even God in heaven, like, he died. He gave up himself. He sacrificed one person. Do you understand? So I don't see you saying you love somebody, and I don't know how you put this, but if actually you said you're not interested in the marriage or anything, or your divorce, it's a total different thing. But as far as you're in that marriage and you're going into a second marriage, and like you're getting married when you've not divorced the first one, well, okay, it's your choice. But me, I don't think I'm in support of it. All right, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be TG Omohiri reveals striking truth. So a renowned music video director TG Omori has sparked conversations online after stating, since I became celibate, half of my problems have been solved. The creative, known for his visual striking work with top Afrobeat artists, shared the remark on social media, prompting discussions around celibacy and mental clarity in fast-paced industries like entertainment. So Omori's statement resonates with a growing number of individuals who say abstaining from sexual relationship has brought them increased focus, reduced emotional stress, and better decisions making. Experts suggest that celibacy can help people redirect their energy towards personal growth, career advancement, and inner peace, a perspective that Omori's followers seem to increasingly embrace. Wow. So you saying that you want, is that, you see, I don't know how to put this in, but you are now making us look like we are now the bad people. You get, like, women, we are now bad. So I don't know. Like, when God even made the man to sleep and remove, he said, seriously, but calm down. Let's be sincere here. Una men, when they make us feel like you don't understand. But it's all good. A lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what TG has said about being celibate. So it's a choice. It's a thing of choice. But I feel, if you ask me, it's a one-man thing. You get? Anything that you believe that works for you, fine. You should just take that. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Loretta O.T. said, there is celibacy and there is abstinence. I hope some people know the difference. Okay. All right. Tati BG said, if a man can discipline himself sexually, more than half of his problems is solved 100%. Yes. See, another thing, I've already said this before. One man. I don't know why. The fact that this celibacy thing is you're sleeping, like you're being with one woman, another woman, like different ladies, and I'm like, why? So this is why I'm like, why? So if you, like, I actually, have the same views with what TG is trying to say, because you're trying to be here, and it's not advisable. Why not just be one person? And you see, this period, you guys did very careful. You understand? You have to be very careful the way you live your life and stuff like that. It's because, well, it's your choice. I don't know what you feel like, but me, if you ask me, I think I a bit support what he's trying to say. So we have a lot of talks about this on our comment section. So let's take more comments of what people have to say about what TG has said. So Delhi1716 said, why are they calling him a liar? Do you think men can't discipline themselves too? Actually, men can, but they are few, because they always, ladies see them as, they say they are polygamous in nature. All right. Someone else said, it's possible having discipline can solve a lot of issues. Yes, actually. And we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. So someone said, you really won't understand what fornication takes from you until you try being celibate. Because, I don't know how to put this. I think, things about the sex, it's spiritual. Do you get? It's more spiritual than the physical eye you will see it, though. You get? Because when the Bible says that the two now becomes one. Do you get? Now becomes one, not becomes two. So you get, it's even spiritual. So you being with one person, one lady, another lady. Like, how do you do it? Hey, Lord. Because it's quite, it's quite shocking. Like, how do you do that and you still feel comfortable about it? Seriously, I think not basically for our men, but I'm saying this generally because it's some things we need to talk about, because the way things are now, you just have to be careful. And trust me, you don't need to trust anybody this period, because a lot of things are happening there. So you have to, you even be protecting yourself from a lot of things. You getting STDs and stuff like that. It's better. So why stress yourself so much just for enjoyment of how many hours? And why? All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more. A lot of people have actually come out to say things. So someone's Shoes by Democraft said, me too, I'm a celibate, but if you give me, I go celebrate on rounds. Shoes by how far now? You not just grill, you best come this comment section. All right, we have a lot of persons, and someone said, being celibate, didn't think it was possible, but it feels great too. I think you just have, there's this feeling you have, free mind, I don't know, but free mind and stuff like that. So Preggy said, keep going, my brother. Now the journey I did, so easy, but it's sweet. Okay. All right, that's a good one at Peggy. So Queen Luchi said, I know. And Catches Ugo said, best decision. Yes, you see, it saves you a lot. It saves you a lot of troubles, actually. So another person said, low key, I know Sabi the meaning of celibate. All right, I think you should go and do your workings and find what it means. All right, we have a lot of people talking about this, but we are going to take more. And I beg, someone said, Tinel said, I beg, make una no vexo. She person where they use rose. Vitok said, celibate. My God. All right. Someone else said, honestly, keeping yourself as a man comes with benefits. Yes. Imad da Silva said, fact. All right. And that's it for TJ Omori. And yes, we'll take our next gist, and that happens to be, so there has been a viral tweet asking women, if your husband says, don't work, I'll be buying you everything you need. Just sit down and receive baby girl treatment, Remember, he said, don't work. Oh, if you're a lady and your husband said, don't work, I don't want you to do anything, just sit down and receive the baby treatment. I will take you out. I'll do this. You just need to relax. Will you sit down and enjoy yourself? So it's is the question. And so my ladies, let me first say this. See, me, I love enjoyment, but you know, my friends will say, Precious, you too like vain things. I say, yes, I enjoy the vain things, but trust me, if sitting at one place, like staying in one place without doing anything, Lord, I think I will even get tired. Like, I need to, you know, I don't know how to explain this, but basically for me, you know, I need to exercise my mind, the way I do my things, but I don't know how, like, you will sit down you wouldn't want to do anything, you just don't want to engage yourself in anything, the baby girl treatment, just use your phone. I can't stay in one place without, you know, doing something. You get what I'm trying to say? So I don't know how my ladies feel about this, but a lot of persons have actually come out to say, yes, I think I like this idea. I think I can do this. I think some people said, please, I'm a career woman. I cannot stay in one place. I cannot, you know. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say things. So, but with their own experience. So please, let's take some comments. So Homer Hans said, with the shege of running a business in Nigeria, give me. All right, Homer Hans. So Jay Muna said, I won't though. I go get one business for him back. Because, you know, see, you telling, look, for my ladies, it's good. You have something to doing. Because if you said you just want to relax, you know, receive all the, enjoyment and everything, trust me, at some point, what if the source where the baby girl treatment is coming from, you know, shuts down? What will you hold back on? That is it. What will you run back to? Like, what resourcefulness will you run back to? Because you won't even have anything to, you know, because, you know, you need to think about it. Seriously. So we have another person saying about what the question that has been asked. So Chocolate Girl said, marry right. That's the most important thing. All right. I think, yeah, marrying right also helps out too, because you getting the right person will help you. You get, if you want to, you know, okay, I don't want you to get, maybe he can provide for you and do all those stuff. But trust me, marrying right, he can also understand that you need a particular thing. You need a job, actually. You need something to do. You need, if it's a business you're going to raise for, if it's a business you want to do, fine. You do the business. You get what I'm trying to say. It's understandable. But you staying without, you know, you just want to enjoy baby girl treatment, you just get tired. You will be tired. You will be tired of going. Seriously, we have a lot of people talking about this. So let's take more comments. So Miss Good Shoes says, Lord, he who feeds you reserves the right to starve you. I'm telling you, thank you, Miss Good Shoes. Because I've said this, you need to, if the source of where you're getting your baby girl treatment just shuts down, what would you run back to? That's the question. I said, Lord, he who finds you reserves the right to starve you. Ladies, it's an expensive risk. Yes, it's an expensive one at that, because you get tired of it. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Benny Okpori said, it was during the COVID I found out that working is not all about earning money. Working is part of living. Yes, it's been useful to yourself and society, adding value to others. Thank you, at Benny Okpori. And another person said, House of Julieta said, I will work. Yes, so and that's me. I will work. There's nothing as sweet as making your own money. I'm telling you, even the baby girl treatment, how sure are you? How are you sure that it's like, how will I put it? It's 100% that you want to get this. You want to, please. I think it's just risky. You get. So we have a lot of persons talking about this. Let's take more comments. So someone said, Mary Viana said, secretly working and making my money without his knowledge, while eating his own. All right. No matter what in this life, do not trust men. The way God created that gender scares me. All right, please don't put fear. Mary Viana, don't put, like, I feel that the fact that you are saying that they are, you know, not good guys, trust me, they're also not good ladies. So I don't want to, you know, categorize this, but I'm just saying this in general. They are good guys and they're also good ladies. And there are some that are not, you know, good. So it's just that you don't have to be, you know, shine your eyes and be careful. So do not trust men. The way God created that gender scares me. People wey sabi move on in second. Imagine putting your future on a hold all because of baseless promises, only to be hit with another reality when he finds someone else. And trust me, it's going to be a fast love with your head, though, not your heart. And come to think of it, you know, we ladies, I've been saying this a lot. We ladies, we like to love. We just jump into it. We love with our hearts. Actually, we jump into. We are not so. We are not so conscious of the reality. See, getting married or being with a spouse is not a plaything. I say this all the time. You just have to be very careful choosing a spouse, knowing the kind of person you want to spend the rest of your life with, because in that particular step, you know, changes a whole thing for you. So, in as much as I'm talking to the ladies, I'm also saying that to the men too. You get what I'm trying to say? So we have a lot of comments concerning this. We'll take more comments. So someone said, Lord, as I was working, wasn't he giving me the baby girl treatment and providing for me? Working or not, that shouldn't change. And nope, not living what I want to do because of a man. And Bobby said, may God not let me depend a man to survive, even if it's little. Do something. Yes, please engage in something. Do something. You want a baby girl treatment, just add value to yourself, or try to fix out something for yourself, because it's important. Because when that source of where you want to get the baby girl treatment locks up, you won't have any other thing to run back to. And it's just my candid advice. All right, that takes us to another gist, and that happens to be, there has been a viral video of Miss Vic telling her audio how she left her purse in a taxi abroad and how she got it back. So I would like us to, let's see this video. Miss Vika has a lot of things to talk about.
My purse in a taxi, a lift to be precise. Now, I don't know how that happened. I had a lot of luggage. Before I could turn around and realize that my bag was in the lift, the guy don't drive commots. And the panic began because everything I had was in my purse. But I wasn't worried about the money or the purse or my wallet. All I could think about was my passport. Because when you travel to another man's country, the worst thing that can actually happen to you is losing your passport. There's no way out, there's no way in, you could just stay. And then the process. And I started to pray and cry out to my God. Obviously, lifts, they don't have any way for you to contact the driver. So it was, and at this point, the man said, okay, don't worry, babe, let's go and eat. When we eat what food? What do you mean? What do you mean? To cut the long story short, by the time I went back to my hotel, I ran to the reception like, sir, is there any way, shape, or form a taxi man brought back my purse? He looked me, I look up. He looked me, I look up. He said, are you victorizing? That's me. That's me, sir. Help me, save me. The man said, okay, just hold on. The taxi driver had brought back my bag, and he refused to release it to the hotel until he saw me face to face. Bless your soul. Ah, the relief I felt. If that man had asked me to, I would have, because that's how desperately grateful I felt as relief washed over me. And another day I realized, say, Nigerian passports. We serve no small low. I had a renewed love for my Nigerian passport that day, because that is my identification anywhere in the world I am. Most times we think what we have is invaluable.
So the way she just explained it, and she was like, the fear she had. Because if it was you in that kind of position, what would you have? Me, if you asked me, oh God, I'll start crying, because where would I want to start from? But trust me, they are actually good and kind-hearted persons that you meet. And trust me, they will just want to help out. But I'm still asking, like, this question, can it really happen in Nigeria? Because a lot of, see, some people get mind though. You will not even see your passport, you will not see your bag. Again, you will not see your bag, you will not see your passport. But trust me, I think there are some persons that are really kind and doing the most. Yeah, and I think what that taxi driver did was just the best. And yes, a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what Ms. Vika said. They are also bringing up their own, experience of maybe they've left something in a taxi, they've left something somewhere, And trust me, I see that particular act as so humble and so, because I respect those kind of persons. Seriously, maybe you just somehow you lost a huge amount of money and then you don't know what to do. Maybe mistakenly just lost them in a taxi. What will you do? See, a lot is happening, but trust me, we still have good people actually. So let's take some comments. We have a lot of persons actually coming out to say things concerning this. So Irokri said, thinking about how excited he felt whenever October 1st is approaching while growing up, how the excitement has died down within a few years. All right. And someone said, Ms. Vic said, it's because we are the adults now, so the issues, they affect us directly. Okay. So Michael J50 said, that part where do pim. Please throw me more, throw more light. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more because Akahani said, I prayed for Nigeria today. Really? Thank you, sir, for praying for Nigeria. Because in my head, I'm like, when she was actually saying that, telling that story, in my head, I'm like, can this really happen here? Like, you just leave your bag and someone will help you bring it back. It's well. I just don't want to say anything concerning that, but then it's well. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And someone said, I mean, have you seen the eyes? So Eshedi said, basket mouth gets eye. All right. So Super Radar said, you forgot to add Ngwanubai. Okay. All right. As Ms. Vic, you've heard what someone said. So Ms. Vic said, someone said, I swear, terrible experience. But Nigeria lately, another terrible experience. Lol. Happy Independence Day. I love my green. It's well. So someone said, Mazi, where is our palm wine? Because all right, is well. The palm wine is coming. Another person said, I'm so happy he brought it back. Good begets good. You are a good person. That's why heaven honored you with goodness. And yes, when you're good, I don't know, like, it's good to be good, because trust me, you don't know where that particular act will lead you to. Trust me, I'm serious. Like, a lot of people do things because of the way they have been treated in the past, and maybe they don't want to help out, they don't want to be of help again. But see, I don't know how to put it, but trust me, you have to just be nice, be good to people. It's I don't know where if you want to be pained and you want to be treat people badly, where it's going to lead you to. But trust me, it's also good to be good. All right. And yes, we are talking about what Ms. Vic has said. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more comments. And somebody said, a bird in hand is the bed. One, you add another bed for the second hand. One. All right, Ikem Republic said, your pimp that pimp, I beg. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning what she has said. That you need to even see her expression when she was even telling that story, because it's a lot. To get passports now, is it a joke? Passport, Nigerian passport now, it's God. It's not a joke. You know what I'm trying to say? It's not a joke. So you have to protect what you have. Because when she was actually explaining that, I saw the fear in her heart. I'm like, if it was me, oh my God, I would just to even faint first is the first thing. Because where will I start from? All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's check more. Someone said, Mr. Greg actually said, your goodness will follow you all the days of your life. You are such a lovable person. And yes, amen to that. So Mwenyi said, God bless Nigeria, my motherland. Amen. God bless Nigeria. So we have a lot of comments. E. Deborah said, this your storytelling, eh? Not a small thing. All right, Seasoning Forever said, brains and beauty gorgeously personified. All right. We were talking about what she said. People are now diverting, but it's okay. She's actually beautiful then. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Yes, a lot of people have actually come out to say things, their own experience, because it's not easy. You just leave your passport, leave your money inside one bag, inside taxi. How will you? Even when your bag is stolen or your phone is stolen, I know that experience. Talk more of something you can just passport. I'm not sure you can. Before you get the process of getting back a passport it's quite. I don't know how to put it, but it's just hard. I'm telling you. If it's just a phone that you actually lost, it's easy to just get another one and you can just buy, But trust me, when you want to get a passport, you're gonna sweat. You're going to sweat. But all right, that's all what we have for what Ms. Vic has said to us. And yes, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have a lot of juicy gist for you. Please don't go anywhere and don't shake and don't move. Sit tight till when we come back.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore'S Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi. Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the show Spotlight, and I'm your girl Precious Agbanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we are talking about a lot of things, and I'm enjoying myself, and I hope you are too. We're talking about a lot of juicy gist, a lot of things about Miss Vic and what she actually experienced when she traveled. So it's a lot of things. So yes, we're talking. The next gist we have is about our popular Nigerian singer Joe Boy is facing some gentle but firm pressure from his mom to settle down. In a recent revelation that stirred reactions online, the baby crooner shared a voice note from his mother where she asked, "You have blown, but when will you blow into marriage?" Lord. She reportedly told her friends that her son would be getting married soon, sparking speculations among fans. So Joe Boy reacted humorously to the situation, posting the voice note with the caption, "Can't believe what I woke up to this morning. Help, I am in danger." Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. When he didn't confirm any wedding plans, the singer's light-hearted response shows he's feeling the heat from family expectations despite his success in the music industry. Please, I've been saying this. If we shall allow this, let us breathe now, because I don't know what's going on. Is this the last year that they said everybody will just see? We are just going to get married and everything will just, everybody will just, anybody will not marry this year. Say they go tie them, maybe they go put them inside prison. Kilo day, you should allow us to breathe in Jesus' name. But it's all good. All right, Joe Boy, it's well with you. We have a lot of people talking about this and Joe Boy's relationship. So please, let's take some comments. So Jenny Chumsey said, "So after much disturbance from my mom, I promised to bring a man home this December." Oh my God. But the problem now is that it's October already and I'm yet to see man. Joe Boy, no be only you this table plenty. God, I beg. Even I say somehow they'll just, I don't know how they'll start, merging men with some ladies so that, because what's going on? The pressure is now too much. If we shall allow us to breathe, So someone said, Nadia way. All right. Okay. I think, sure boy, you to have you've seen your own experience. This is what you're saying, because it's just like a normal thing to you right now. As well, we have a lot of persons talking about this. So It's All Nature said, parents with pressurizing kids on marriage is quite alarming. I'm telling you. I don't know if our parents want us to, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, especially the mothers. You know, see, mothers can be too dramatic. I don't just know how they do this thing. You want us to get married. Ha, Jesus. You will just, some of them will even plan on getting somebody, and they'll arrange somebody for you to come and get married to. And I'm like, what is all this? But it's all right. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more. So someone said, blown into marriage, Joe. Because the comments, the statement alone is what is just... It's well. So Uncle Shegu said, she say, when will you now blow into marriage? Because seriously, he has blown into the music. You know, the music industry. Now she wants him to blow into marriage. Mothers, it's well. So another person said, blow into marriage. Yes, so I think this is the thing now, blow into marriage. It's well. So we have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people are actually saying things concerning this. And someone said, Chioma Ijule said, my mother's own is, when am I getting my third grandchild? They are all the same. But trust me, God bless our mothers. Seriously. Because without them, I don't know how people are going to do things, but trust me, mothers are so special. I know that the fact that they want us to be better, they want us to get married, they want us to have children and stuff like that. But please, make when they come down, more not they pressure your children into going something. Because if you put pressure, finish, last, some of them still say no go marry. Because trust me, marriage is not for everybody. You get, it's not for everybody. People that want to marry will still marry. The ones that want to stay single, they'll still stay single. We have a lot of comments concerning. Let's take more comments. So Hopelin Clip said, is the blow into marriage for me? Sisi Nora said, please, you see that mama voice, use it next when you want to drop song for us, your fans. Now that heat is going to blow. So Saint Luxury, all right, we have a lot of comments, and someone said, come make we do contract relationship. When you tire, we break up. You put everything for my head. Wait first. So Joe, I hope you're seeing this, because see, a lot of people now, you know, ladies online, or suitors online, how will I put it, fiancés online, or online fiancés actually, are now coming out in so they are now showing their interest. This one now is not about looking for, I think Mama's you know, story, Mama's comments actually has actually brought out the main thing. So it's now left for you to come and choose. Is where we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more. So Sandra Uku said, what are you doing? Ask him. So someone, Rabbi said, your mama once set you up with marriage. Please do. See, but the fact about this, I don't think marriage stops you from anything. You get, if you want to get married and still do your music, why not? The person you're getting married to is supposed to, you know, be a helping hand to you into your music, help you grow, you know. But I don't know why people always put the fact that they say they don't want, you know, the marriage is stopping a lot of things from music industry, and you don't want to get married because you're in the music. Like, what's all those? I don't even agree with that kind of statement. You get what I'm trying to say? I don't really agree with all those stuffs. But see, marriage is a beautiful thing, and love is also a beautiful thing when you marry the right person, actually. So yes, a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more comments. And another person said, what are you doing here? So Princess Oma said, come, make we contract. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning Joe Boy's comments of what his mom said to him. See, I'm just saying this. I feel our parents should just slow down on this pressure they are putting us into. Because a lot of people have rushed into marriage and they come out, you know, they come out from it. Because it's not something you play with. Every day, people go into something they've not planned out. They are not planned out for. And when they come out of it, they feel depressed. Even to go into another one, it's scary for them. Now they have to face that reality. It's the truth. So I think it's our parents have to understand the kind of children they have. Instead of pressuring your son or your child, you just need to, you know, still pray, and you pray for the child, and also encourage. You get what I'm trying to say? Because a lot of people are living in fear, and that's because things are happening. So it's better you be an encouragement to them than being that pressure you're giving them. Giving them the pressure you're giving them, because last, you just go push them into something that they're not ready for. And yes, we're still talking about our gist. And that happens, we have a next gist, and that happens to be former Big Brother Niger star Anita and Nini has reportedly officially joined the ranks of celebrity homeowners in Lagos after acquiring a second mansion in the city. The reality TV alumna took to Instagram to announce the milestone, captioning her post one of the many blessings, another home. That's what she said. And sharing video footage of the property's modern design and polished interiors. While the exact purchase sum has not been independently verified by public property records, multiple entertainment news outlets report that the home cost hundreds of millions of naira. The announcement arrived shortly after fellow BB Niger All Mercy Eke unveiled her third Lagos property, fueling broader discourse on how former housemates are leveraging fame into long-term wealth and real estate investment. See, Mercy just like this year. I don't really know what's going on, but something is actually going on because Mercy just got her own. I think the fourth or the third house. Yes, a new house, and we're talking about Cross just engaged. You know, got engaged, and I'm like, now it's Nini. Please, what's going on? Because all these blessings and all these things, Jesus, we need to see this house because that house is saying a lot. If you see the building, please, they say I like painting. You see, you know they see now, they don't bring these paintings to me. They will say I like paintings, but now these paintings coming and you're telling me not to appreciate it and be happy. Please, when it's good, it's good. And talking about all these things, seriously, celebrities are really just winning this year, and it's actually beautiful to see them, you know, and especially for our ladies. See, we talked about Mercy getting her house. Now it's Nini, and trust me, ladies, we are really big vice. We are really who runs the world now is the girls because we are doing things. You get, and seeing a lady doing the most. You get, doing something for herself. It's beautiful to see. You know, a lot of people now think that a girl wants to get something for herself. Now it's a man getting it for her. But please, see our ladies are winning now. What are you not saying? Please. And congratulations to Nini. And it's beautiful. Because why won't, Lord, this kind of congratulations reach everybody. Trust me, you get your own house, you get your own car. And it's also beautiful to see this kind of things. And yes, a lot of fans have actually come out to say congratulations to her. Let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say congratulations to her, and they are even happy for Nini. And they're like saying, my God, this is good. So Kemsy Clothing and Accessories says, cease to cease. Make una gather hand, show me will. Like seriously, it's at Kem's Clothing. It's actually beautiful to see your a lady making it, and it's beautiful to see. So Wumi said, you're next. Yes, you are reading this. Congrats in advance. Amen to that. And Rich Man's wife said, I need my privacy, please. I'm so serious. Why are you paid? It's all right. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more comments. So someone said, December don't they reach competition and competition don't start. Congratulations. Go reach us too. Please though, nobody is doing competition. See, if you get the money to do what you want to do, it's your money. You do it. Then, so another person said, be like the standards don't rise to belong to Lagos Bodies Association. You get your own, you got own a flat or a house. God when no. So I love her, quietly building, growing and winning. And yes, that's beautiful to see too. So yes, that takes us to our next gist, and that's it for Nini. Congratulations to her. And that takes us to our next gist. So there has been a viral video of a young man advising his gender that they should be watchful and know these things before getting married. So he has said that before you get married, you just need to watch the kind of lady you're getting married to, because some of the ladies actually are not getting pregnant. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So let's see this video for ourselves. He has a lot to say, and I don't know what. let's hear him out. Yeah.
Of all these girls, they have terrible past where we say a lot of them don't feel born again. Make sure say she feel give birth to child. A lot of them don't feel again. You go just cry, you go regret. All these things don't be say we don't like them. That's the reality. Make sure say try give her belly. Give her better belly first. Or make sure say before you do marriage or the belly don't close. That's the reality right now. Don't say you go on there, they talk say after we'll discover later. Do find this, carry and go hospital, do your check-ins. Is a woman active? Is a ones that if she get some illness or sickness we don't follow, leave her, go for another person. May no enter marriage now or wedding, go the vice part where you know sabi. Because that's what a lot of young boys now when they marry, that's what they are facing in their relationship. And they get them, they DM me. Not gonna use I just love. No, love alone, no do amo. Love na just temporary. I don't feel like for you. A lot of things sum up to who you choose to marry at the end of the day. Carry her go hospital, do check-ins. This is a clear warning. This one will be video or content. Now serious one it be this. One of my guy marry one girl now. 2 years later, no pikin. They go do test for hospital. Now they discover say the girl don't do plenty about. By the time I say when they verify girls past, they be like say this guy is doing too much. That's the fact. That's the reason. Verify. Do your findings before you say you want to really take her serious. Go hospital before you marry.
All right, see, I'm just going to say this. I still support the fact that you should actually go for tests, checkups before, you know, going into a particular, even going into a particular relationship or anything. But you say the fact, you say she needs to get pregnant for you. So what if she gets pregnant and at the end you don't still end up marrying her? Because why? You want to put a lady in that kind of position. And these guys, like, why people saying this, like, the ladies are the people that are more, like, they are the ones that do the most hilarious or bad things. I don't get it. Like, there are some guys that still do the same thing too. Are you not aware that men too do things that the lady can get pregnant? Yes, it's possible. So don't pin this on the ladies and say, but it's all right. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take some comments because a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning what this guy has put out, the information he has put out to us. I understand that everybody, things are really happening, but it's also good that you go for checkups, be watchful before and trust me, it's not man that is giving babies, it's God that gives children. Yes. So someone said, First Lady said, you fit marry virgin marry and belle no go come. Now God they give children. Thank you. At First Lady, this is exactly what I just said. Because I don't get what you are trying to, trying to pin the woman and trying to say you need to get, as if it's the woman's fault. Please, people should not just come and start categorizing this thing. People should be careful. So, someone said no woman should give her womb to someone she's not married to. Thank you. You need to be married. I feel and I know that the right thing to do is just to go for checkups because that's the best. So you telling me that you want to get her pregnant. So what if you get her pregnant and at the wrong one, you don't get married to her, you now leave her to, sort herself out, take care of child and do everything. You both should just have conscience. There should be conscience in this thing, please. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So somebody said, many of those girls, my DM, they beg me to come marry them. Them love me. They are ready for me. Ends in the comment section. Okay, it's well with you. All right, this is where actually we draw the curtain and we've talked about a lot of things today. And I hope you enjoyed yourself because I did enjoy myself too. A lot of people have actually, joined us. And yes, thank you so much to my amazing viewers for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, stay true to your journey and tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV and subscribe to our channels for more exciting and episodes. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Until next time, bye.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. And VOP TV.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Voice of the People television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Nze m ọzọ kedukosi ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People television. Voice of the People television. Ugua iwe karịa.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Morocco, where 2 persons were killed and others injured in Liklai near Agadre, where security forces used firearms to prevent a group of individuals from stealing their weapon on Wednesday night. Local authorities have said this in an incident that marks a deadly turn in anti-government protests that initially rallied for social justice reforms. The protests, which began Saturday with demands for better education and health care, have been organized online by a loosely formed anonymous youth group calling itself Gen Z 212. The group has used platforms such as TikTok, Telegram, and the gaming app Discord to mobilize support. Local authorities said that security forces resorted to use firearms in self-defense after tear gas failed to stop the group from storming into the security forces facility. Armed with knives, the group managed to set fire to a part of the facility and to a vehicle, forcing security forces to use firearms in self-defense. On Wednesday night, violence spread to Sali near the capital Rabat, where groups of young men in densely populated neighborhood hurled stones at police looted shops, set banks ablaze, and tossed police vehicles, according to witnesses. And from that story, move straight to Zimbabwe, where outspoken war veteran Blessed Geza has warned President Emerson Mnangagwa against dismissing Vice President Constantino Chiwenga as tensions within ZANU-FP reportedly reached boiling point. Geza issued the warning through his X, formerly Twitter, account. He described any move to dismiss the vice president as a reckless overreach. His remark follows reports that Mnangagwa's camp is planning to fire Chiwenga within 5 days, sparkling fears of a possible outbreak of violence between rival military factions aligned to the 2 leaders. The purported plan to remove Chiwenga from his vice presidential post within 5 days comes amid ZANU-PF's preparation for its national conference. Moving on, 2 Kenyan human rights activists have gone missing in Uganda after reportedly being abducted by armed men while attending opposition leader Bobi Wine's campaign event. Bobi Wine strongly condemned the abduction of Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyor, saying the pair had been picked up mafia style at a petrol station and driven off to an unknown destination. However, Kenyan police spokesperson Michael Muchiri told newsmen he was not aware of the matter. Bobi Wine, a pop star whose real name is Robert Yangulanyi, is running for the presidency in next year's election, challenging 80-year-old President Yoweri Museveni, who has held power since 1986. Bobi Wine said the 2 Kenyans were being targeted by the Ugandan government for associating with him. And still in Kenya, Kenya's former Chief Justice David Maraga has officially unveiled the political party he will use to contest the presidency in the 2027 general elections. Speaking at Green Action House on Thursday, Maraga revealed that he had joined the United Green Movement, that's the UGN party, where he was formally endorsed as the presidential flag bearer. He was also installed as the party's co-leader alongside Neto Augustiho, a former Ndiwa MP who defected from the Orange Democratic Movement ODM to form the outfit. In his address, Maraga said his focus would be to strengthening and popularize the party across the country, describing the journey of building a value-based party as a challenging but necessary mission. In another development, Kenyan police have offered a reward of 1 million Kenyan shillings, amounting to about $7,700 for information leading to the arrest of suspected serial killer Collins Jamaisi Kulusha more than a year after he escaped from their custody. Kulusha was the prime suspect in the murder of more than 40 women whose mutilated bodies were discovered in a disused quarry that became a dump site in the capital, Nairobi. Shortly after his arrest, he escaped from custody along with 12 others after reportedly cutting through a wire mesh roof and scaling a perimeter wall. It caused outrage, and police are facing a renewed backlash over their failure to hunt down Kulusha more than a year later. Many Kenyans have questioned how he could have escaped on 20th August 2024 from what is regarded as one of the most secure police stations located near the U.S. Embassy and the UN offices in the capital. And in South Africa, South African Economic Freedom Fighters, that's the EFF party, leader Julius Malema has criticized the judiciary following his last court judgment branding the ruling racist and biased. Speaking to a crowd of supporters after the verdict, Malema led chants of Viva EFF, Viva Tata, before targeting his political opponents. Malema criticized the judge's decision to convict him while acquitting his co-accused, arguing that the outcome reflected a political agenda driven by AfriForum and what he termed the Oval House Donald Trump agenda. He accused the judiciary of being captured and politically compromised. The EFF leader confirmed that he is due back in court in January for sentencing, but vowed to challenge the ruling without delay. Away from reports of protests, the Republic of Congo expects Parliament to pass a new gas code this month, the oil minister has said, as the country seeks to attract more investment in a sector at the heart of its national development agenda. The code provides a legal framework for gas exploration, production, and development in the Central African country, which also hopes to double oil production to 500,000 barrels of oil equivalent by the turn of the decade. Bruno Jean-Richard Itouar, Minister of Hydrocarbons, told an African Energy Conference in Cape Town that the move is hinged on a strong conviction that Congo cannot rely solely on oil, adding it must also rely on gas. And from Congo, move straight to Tanzania, where Tanzania's central bank kept its benchmark interest rate steady on Thursday, saying inflation was forecasted to stay stable and economic performance was robust. It held the rate at 5.75% after a July cut of 25 basis points at its latest policy meeting. In a statement, Bank of Tanzania Governor Emmanuel Tutuba said the decision reflects the projection of a stable inflation within the target range of 3% to give 5%, adding the growth of the economy is also expected to remain strong. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is right here in the studio, Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and a political and public affairs analyst. Mr. Dele, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon once again, David.
Thank you so very much for being here. And of course, joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Dr. Opul Joseph. Dr. Opul is a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University, and he is the director of Opul Skilling Foundation Africa. I don't know if Dr. Opul is with us. A very good afternoon to you, Doctor.
Very good afternoon to you, David, and to my colleague in the studio. I bring you greetings from Uganda. I hope Nigeria is okay.
Thank you so very much, Doctor, for joining us. We appreciate you. Also joining us virtually all the way from Zimbabwe is Dr. Masimba Mavasa. He is a political and public affairs analyst as well as a media and communication consultant. Well, I understand that Dr. Masimba is not presently with us. We're hoping that he will join the conversation as we move ahead in the course of the news. Well, let's start off from this particular story from Uganda, and I want to start off with you, Dr. Joseph. Interestingly, some persons are being kidnapped in Uganda presently, and as it stands, Bobby Wine has said that this is some targeted kidnap, which again he did mention that according to him it is politically motivated because these two Kenyans who are being kidnapped in Uganda are presently still not found, and this is according to reports that is reaching us. First off, what's your position with this story of kidnapping? I mean, it's not about the first time that we will hear such, not just in Uganda, but across Africa, countries across Africa. Speaking insecurity now, that's what we're talking about. Dr. Joseph, from your perspective, how can these level of insecurity be put to bed? Because this is becoming one too many across Africa, but streaming down to your nation, Uganda.
Yeah, thank you so much, David, and to my colleague in the studio, and to all our viewers across the world. Again, my name is Yopoli Joseph, as already introduced. Regarding the issue of abductions that have taken place in Uganda recently and maybe in the past, one is that it's a very unfortunate development to all of us and to the entire country, and where nobody has yet come out to claim responsibility for this abduction. It is still in the mystery, but what we are saying is that this is not a good picture for Uganda and for the rest of Africa and for the rest of the world. From the international community point of view, this is a threat to the tourists. This is a threat to the investors who would want to come and invest in Uganda and to the rest of the business community. And given the fact that no one has come to claim responsibility, but we all know that it is a sole responsibility of government in power to protect the people and their property. So at the moment, as no one is coming to claim responsibility, we would expect that government or police or security would have issued in a statement to explain to the nation how the abductions happened, who might have done it, where these people are,
right,
and all those ones. And it's not about to, as Bobby Wine is saying, that maybe it's politically motivated. Whatever the reasons, at this moment I'm not able to explain the reasons for the abduction, but whatever the reasons, it's not good for anyone, not good for government, not good for all of us. Because if a person has a criminal record or a crime committed, I think the procedures for arresting person, arraigning them before the law and the courts are very clear. That should be done. Now, the motives behind the abductions, as of now, are not clear from the government point of view. But we have heard already from the Bobby Wine's point of view. He's saying that politically motivated. Of course, at the moment, Bobby Wine is speaking his opinion.
Right.
He may not be having accurate facts as what exactly might have transpired.
Okay. Now, I'm still going to stay with you, Doctor. Interestingly, this conversation seems to be very, very extensive because on the part of the Kenyan government, they've not gotten any information from the government of Uganda, particularly on these two activists who came to show solidarity for the person of Bobby Wine. But let's talk on the part of tourism. How do you think this would reflect on tourism, particularly in Uganda, a nation where a lot of persons would want to say is home for many at this time?
First of all, you must remember that Uganda is one of the best tourism destinations in the world.
Right.
Uganda has half of the gorillas in the whole world. In the whole world, we have about 500 gorillas, but Uganda has half, about 250. And then also when you look at other wildlife, animals, elephants, and all this one. So therefore, the person coming for tourism wants to come in a very peaceful country, wants to come when they feel they are secure, wants to come and feel that, yeah, they are enjoying tourism. You can move any time of the night without being suspicious, without fear of being abducted and all this. So some of this information threatens the tourists and then even other investors who wish to come to Uganda. So therefore, it's important that the government prevails and ensures that this kind of activities or abduction do not continue happening, because it paints our international image. No matter who did it, but as of now, I am not sure anybody who might have done it. But whatever the case, our image is there at the global scene that this has happened in Uganda, it's happening like this. It's not a very good picture for the country.
Quite an unfortunate one. Thinking about the fact that the election circle is close by, and again, the political landscape of Uganda, like some quarters have said, is becoming a bit intense as it stands. Some have said that as it stands, these two activists are quite vocal when it comes to activism, and the person of Bobby Wine having these two people support him is going to add up to the voices of which, again, Bobby Wine is gaining on the political landscape in Uganda. Now, you, Dr. Joseph, of course, an award-winning person in China. When it comes to the political landscape of your country presently, how would you rate these kind of statements going out there when it comes to international relations with the international bodies?
Yeah, in terms of political landscape, like we discussed in one of the sessions here on TV, yeah, Bobby Wine has some following in Uganda. That's the fact we must admit. But also we have the incumbent president, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni Kaguta. And normally, as we have said in the past, incumbents have very strong advantage, and especially from the Ugandan point of view, because they have so many resources at their disposal, security, they have resources, they have. So yeah, my thinking and the opinion is that Bobby Wine is likely to become a run-up, with the President Yoweri Museveni still winning this election. But of course, from the international community point of view, many people are thinking that maybe the president has done his best. It is now time to give it to another person. But really, that depends. That lies in the hands of Ugandans. If Ugandans choose that, yeah, President Museveni has done his best, now time to rest, I think they will not give. Should they decide that they still need him to continue with the leadership, I think they will bring him back in power. And of course, like we have always said earlier, elections, no one is ever satisfied. If the President Museveni is defeated, he will complain. If Bobby Wine is defeated, he will complain. So an election is said to be free and fair. I don't know why the designation was free and fair. Why not free and good, free and excellent? So yeah, Bobby Wine has some following, if you see on TV, and of course we don't know whether this can translate also into voting. Because sometimes you have a big number of people who are following you, but are you sure that all these people are going to vote for you? This is also another. And Bobby Wine's popularity is largely in the cities. President Museveni has a big support in the rural areas where the people are very committed in voting. Meanwhile, in the urban areas, so in the city, people can follow you because they have something to get from you. Going to vote can be another story.
All right then. Well, again, that again is an extensive explanation about the political landscape of Uganda. But again, some quarters will bet to want to differ because of the fact that since after COVID, no president have returned back, no incumbent have returned back into office, even across the world, and that is some fact that will be challenged in the next election in Uganda. But again,
I think I remember that in one of our discussions with the professor from Nigeria, Prof. Nigeria was explaining that, from the records, it has been difficult for incumbent, especially post-COVID era.
Right.
Is in other countries. I'm not yet sure in Uganda whether it will also happen. If it happens, I think the President Museveni has said, in case he does not get enough votes, or if he doesn't win, he will go back to stay in his home and give opportunity to other people to rule. So that is for us to prove in January 2026.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, this particular conversation, particularly on insecurity and, of course, opposition, Bobby Wine, clearly saying that this is politically motivated. Two persons from Kenya coming to show solidarity with him on his campaign have been abducted and, of course, kidnapped. But, again, the security operatives have not made any statements as it stands. And, of course, the Kenyan government is also saying we've not gotten any information as regarding these two activists from Kenya. What's your position about security, basically around election circles across Africa? And maybe help us with this understanding as a seasoned journalist in Nigeria, using Nigeria as a case study as well.
So let me start by telling you that it's an overreach for activists from Kenya to cross over to Uganda in solidarity with an opposition party. It's an overreach.
When you say it's an overreach,
it's an overreach. Uganda is a sovereign nation. They are not nationals of Uganda. They don't have naturalization license to meddle in the affairs of. They don't have voting right.
Okay.
So to that extent, it's a kind of provocation that the government may not want to tolerate.
But there is also, sorry to butt in, but there is also the part of tourism which these people would have possibly gotten into the country with, and of course, like the person of Bobby Wine and show solidarity. This is a very possible.
From the optics you painted, and from the report, they were not coming for tourism. They were actually coming to give solidarity to leadership of an opposition government. More so when it's just about 3 months away from the election, a major election. No government would allow that to happen in their country.
Why do you think any government would not want to allow that?
It's clearly an infringement on the sovereignty of Uganda.
They're not doing anything but show solidarity to one man.
I am telling you, if I were to be in government, I would do the same. I would order their arrest. This speculation of abduction or anything doesn't even happen.
So let's put this out there. They're not about the first persons who will be doing such, not in Uganda now. There was also an incident of such in Tanzania, and my mind and my head cannot put my fingers on it right now. There are also instances like this.
You see, what I'm saying is fair is fair.
Okay.
But you see, your right stops at the point at which you begin to infringe on another person's rights.
Wouldn't this mean that you, because you said if you were in government you would do the same, wouldn't this mean that you as a person in power is scared of opposition gaining more strength
if I'm scared
by
of
such solidarity to wanting to arrest these people who practically were just in the campaign?
If I were to be in government and you consider me as being scared of opposition, is it not proper? It is legitimate. Because if you don't put yourself in the shoes of your opponent, you're not likely to win the battle.
Let's talk about the right to free campaign and, of course,
within your country,
free solidarity.
Within your country.
Right. So
these are people that are not nationals of Uganda. What is their business? They are just interlopers. They're just interlopers. Would they go into the community to mobilize for support for somebody who's not their national?
Now,
they are just playing to the gallery.
Okay, so let's pick it from the part of not being nationals of that country and the international community getting involved with this conversation. Do you think that abduction of such persons in your country, where you are the leader, should in case maybe, would you think that the international body would want to see you as doing the right thing to have abducted these people?
I can tell you that the international community will stand aloof in this. They would rather not meddle into it. That's the truth.
All right. Again, the concern now is on the part of tourism. Uganda is a beautiful country.
Now you want to talk about the implication of this so-called supposed abduction of everything.
Because nobody has taken responsibility right now.
You see, government is not even doing the right thing. Instead of abduction, it should have been an arrest.
That is, if the government were the ones that abducted the person.
I said, I don't know who abducted. Government has not said we abducted or we arrested.
Right.
So it's still within the realm of speculation. But what we are saying is, if it's true that it is government that tried to restrain these people, arrest them, put them in custody, repatriating them back to their country, I don't see any reason why government should keep quiet about this and begin to play the ostrich. Pure and simple, they are usurpers, they are interlopers, and for the security and sovereign power of our country, these people are not Ugandans, and they pose a risk to the government of Uganda.
All right then, we would definitely put our eyes on this story, and of course, as they develop, we will be bringing it to our team and viewers. Let's go to the conversation happening around other countries like Morocco, where the Gen Zs, again, are on the streets protesting, but firearms in self-defense by security operatives have been fired at these young people. Again, you have covered these kind of protests over time in your course of duty. On the part of security, how do you think African security operatives should handle protesters who clearly are just protesting to have their voice heard by government?
You see, the essence, the reason for this protest is for government to up the ante in education and health sector.
Yes.
This thing started on Saturday. It was peaceful until yesterday. There was no incidents of use of firearm, use of maximum force.
Well, not until the young people were trying to get at
they
the security.
Were pressing to secure arms from government,
right,
so that they can use. And you see, in any country of the world, there are certain rules of engagement. If the security of a nation is under threat, the police or military has the backing of authorities to use maximum force.
Under threat with a protest, peaceful protest.
You see, you said peaceful.
Right.
It had left the realm of peaceful protest at the point where these people want to break into the armory. For what? What is the essence of breaking into the country's armory? To retrieve arms. To do what? To start a war?
Mr. Fanimo, let's talk on the part of the responsiveness of government. Do you think the government had done it well enough to have responded to the plight of these young people that it shouldn't have gotten to this point?
You see, we are looking at two issues now.
Okay.
You are bringing it to another level.
Look, this should have started if we're to follow the process.
Listen. Government may be doing what it ought to do according to their own parameters. But those things may not be good enough for the masses of Morocco.
Okay.
And so they have every right to protest, to bring it nearer home to the government that, look, what you think is good enough for us is not good enough. We want an improvement. To that extent, fine, I will support that. And they started this protest. Is it going to be, can there be a radical change within the last Saturday and now? No. You have made your grievances known. The next thing is for government to call you to a round table if you have leadership.
Okay.
If that protest is not amoebic by nature. You have leadership that government can talk to. Then there will be parameters, there will be concessions, there will be agreements. And then you can now suspend your protest, give them time to see if there will be improvement in these two sectors.
So
But if you continue to protest,
right,
you can protest for all you care. It is the responsibility of the security forces, for in this instance, the police, because it's an internal security issue.
Yes.
To protect the protesters. But in the course of trying to protect the protesters, the protesters now consider the police as enemy.
Okay.
And then you want to break into the armory of the country. How do you explain a protester who is supposed to be peaceful in their protest, forcing their way into the armory to do what? When they retrieve these arms and ammunition, what are they going to do with them?
Huge question there. Well, let's take this conversation to Uganda, where Dr. Joseph is still standing by. Well, Doctor, I dare say, as an award-winning doctor that you are, you have interfaced with young people, and I strongly believe that you have an idea of how they are being, when they react in terms of protest. From your perspective, has the government done well enough to have quelled down these protests to get to the level at which these young people are going to the point of wanting to force the security operatives to get firearms?
So much, David. One is that you don't quell the unrest, but you quell the root cause of the problem. And if you look at conflict development, or how conflicts and arrests grow, I am sure that by the time when the young people go into unrest or demonstrations, that is only the apex of the problem itself. Government of Morocco should have, first of all, they have intelligence systems. So the intelligence system should have been able to communicate to government even before these young people communicate to government. The intelligence should have already mapped out this information, shared it with the relevant authorities in government.
Right.
And because heads of state across the world, even in Morocco, the president listened to, I think, number one, security. What does security say? What is the guideline? What is the way forward? What can we be able to do? So not sure if the security did their part to the president or to the country, and the president ignored it, or he was still trying to buy time. But whatever the case, it is a very big embarrassment, a very big shame to any country, but in this case, Morocco, having young people demonstrate over the plights of plights that they are facing in Morocco, issues of cost of living, unemployment, health care, and many more others. But also, you should bear in mind that young people have very rare ways of solving problems, as my colleague was noting in the studio. If the problem happens today, they want in the morning, but then they want solved in the evening. You understand? Government doesn't operate like that. You communicate your issues through the right channels,
right,
and you wait for feedback. But now, when you started on Saturday, today, the other day, you are already going into advanced stages. And also, young people, since you rightly noted that my work is largely with young people. That's why I'm targeting to skill about 20 million young people and women in Africa in the next 10 years. For them, they really believe that things should be as fast as possible. And yet, even amongst themselves, they are not able to solve the problems they have locally amongst themselves as fast as possible. Okay. They are spastic. So
But nevertheless, it is still upon the government of Morocco to make sure that whatever the problems or the plights the young people have presented should be addressed. Those can be done in the short run, mid-term, and the long run.
Right.
So that we don't have, still, like I said earlier, NRS in a country jeopardizes the economy, it threatens the economy, it destroys the economy. Even if it takes one day, I don't know how big the unrest is. If it's the big one, no, the country would have lost huge sums of US dollars just within one day of demonstration. So It's not a good development.
Exactly. Well, this is really where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment because of time. And of course, I want to say a big thank you to all of our analysts who did lend their voice this beautiful afternoon. In the studio here, we had Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a political and public affairs analyst. Mr. Dele, thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, we had with us, joined us virtually all the way from Uganda, award-winning Dr. Joseph Opul. Dr. Joseph is also a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University, and of course, he's the director of Opul Skilling Foundation Africa. Dr. Joseph, thank you once again for joining this conversation as well.
Thank you so much, David, and my colleague in the studio. Greetings to all the people of Nigeria and all those who are viewing us across the world. Best wishes and blessings.
Thank you so very much, Doctor. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor. I want to say thank you also to the boatsmen as well. We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, the rest of the African news will continue shortly. Please just stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here, Voice of the People Television. Two more stories. At least 36 persons have died and more than 200 others have been injured after scaffolding collapsed at a church in Ethiopia. Local police inspector Ahmed Gebeyehu told newsmen that thousands of worshippers were gathered at the Areti Mariam Church early in the morning when the structure fell. The crowd had visited the church in the central Minja Shiknora area, about 67 kilometers from the capital, Addis Ababa, as part of the annual Orthodox Christian celebration of St. Mary. Ahmed said the death toll might increase, adding that those confirmed diseased were aged between 25 and 80. Local authorities say many persons are still trapped under the rubble and that rescue operations are on the way. Health officials in the Democratic Republic of Congo say the current Ebola outbreak in Kansai province is showing signs of decline. The World Health Organization reports 64 confirmed and probable infections, including 42 deaths since the outbreak began, a fatality rate of about 66%. In the past week, 7 new cases and 7 deaths were recorded across 3 health areas, but experts note the pace of transmission is slowing thanks to improved surveillance, case management, and infection control. The outbreak remains localized, affected 6 of 21 health zones in Bulape, though 5 health workers have been infected, 3 fatally. Vaccination campaigns are ongoing with more than 4,100 persons immunized and thousands of dozens in reserve. Moving on, Jean Goodall, the conservationist renowned for her groundbreaking chimpanzee field research and globe-spanning environmental advocacy, has died. She was 91 years of age. The Jane Goodall Institute said in a post on Instagram Wednesday that the renowned primatologist has died. While living among chimpanzees in Africa decades ago, Goodall documented the animals using tools and doing other activities previously believed to be exclusive to persons, and also noted their distinct personalities. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another quick break. When we return, more stories in African business and sports will be up next. Please just stay with us. of Ford Motors has attributed the planned retrenchments to lower European orders for its Ranger pickup truck, driven by 6 recent tax changes in the UK and sluggish export volumes for its plug-in hybrid Ranger model. Ford exclusively produces the plug-in hybrid Ranger for global exports, mainly Europe. It also produced the internal combustion engine Ranger for the local and export market. Niale Hill, president of Ford Motor Company Africa, told journalists on the sidelines of an auto conference on Wednesday that the company has been forced to scale down following a drop in demand for its Ranger. In the UK, from the start of April 2025, double cab pickups with a payload of 1 ton or more have been reclassified as passenger cars rather than commercial vans for tax purposes, making them more expensive to own. Still in business, the CEO of BMW South Africa has called for a national level strategy to boost economic independence in electric vehicle production. Peter Van Beenbenschen made the call in an interview on Wednesday on the sidelines of an auto conference. According to him, South Africa and Europe should collaborate on building an alternative value chain for electric vehicle components such as batteries to reduce dependency on China. South Africa, which accounts for 51% of Africa's vehicle output, is seeking to position itself as a player in the global EV supply chain. But industry leaders say more policy clarity and investments are needed to unlock its potential. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking some sports. Morocco pulled off one of the biggest shock of the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile by defeating, five-time champions Brazil 2-1 in Santiago on Wednesday night to secure qualification for the knockout stage. Ousmane Manma's stunning scissors kick just after the hour set the Atlas Cubs on their way before Yazere's Berry's emphatic finish doubled the advantage. Brazilian captain Iago Teodoro pulled one back deep into stoppage time from the penalty spot, but it was too little too late for Ramon Menezes' side. The Atlas Cubs, one of Africa's 4 representatives, now sit top of Group C after following up their opening win over Spain with another inspired performance. Brazil, meanwhile, were left stunned as they failed to win either of their first 2 group matches for the first time in the tournament's history. Still talking sports, the Confederation, the African Football President, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, will attend CAF Zonal Union meetings ahead of the 47th CAF Ordinary General Assembly in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. The CAF Zonal meetings will kick off on Friday, 3rd of October until Saturday, the 4th of October 2025. They form an integral part of CAF's ongoing commitment to strengthening collaboration and development across all regions of the continent. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Voice of the People television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ọzọ kerikosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Monday ruo Friday na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV Channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV Channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV Channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV Channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Which I have the honor to represent, the Federation of Nigeria became independent and assumed the rights and the responsibilities of a sovereign state.
On October 1, 1960, Nigeria took its first step as an independent nation, a land of promise, rich in culture and diversity, ready to chart its own course in history. Nigeria gained independence from Britain on October 1, 1960, with Nnamdi Azikiwe as the first president and Tafawa Balewa as prime minister. The early years of independence were filled with hope. Leaders spoke of unity, development, and the vision of a new African giant. The country adopted a parliamentary system of government with a ceremonial president and a powerful prime minister.
In the 60s, Nigeria was the fastest growing economy in the world in the 60s. So what set us back was the military intervention in 1966. And since then till today, we have not recovered, because of the progress that was made between 1966, 1960 and 1966. We have not made that progress since then till now.
We started on a very good footing in 1960 when we became an independent nation. And by 1963, we became a republic. That is, you are absolutely a sovereign that can decide the direction you want to go. And at that point, we had our minor political issues that were quickly resolved because we had patriots who, during the colonial days, fought for independence. And so there was that unity of purpose.
But within 6 years, that dream was shaken. Coups, counter-coups, and the Civil War of 1967 to 1970 left scars that still shape Nigeria's politics today. A military coup on 15 January 1966, led by Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogo, overthrew the civilian government. Major General Johnson Agui Ironsi later came to power as the most senior officer at the time and restored order to the chaotic situation resulting from the power vacuum of that military coup of 1966. Ironsi's assassination in July 1966 paved the way for General Yakubu Gowon to take power. The Nigerian Civil War broke out in 1967, pitting the federal government against the secessionist state of Biafra. The war ended in 1970 with General Gowon's no victor, no vanquished principle, which promoted reconciliation and rebuilding. Gowon's administration focused on reconstruction, reintegration, and rehabilitation to rebuild the nation after the war. The military became both arbiter and ruler, stepping in whenever democracy seemed weak, but often leaving deeper cracks in the system.
I, Sheikh Usman Aliyu Shagari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties to the best of my ability, faithfully, and in accordance with the Constitution.
1879 marked the advent of a second republic in Nigeria, but that republic lasted just 4 years. Shehu Shagari won the presidential election in 1979, marking the beginning of the Second Republic. However, his administration was plagued by corruption and mismanagement, leading to another military coup in 1983. Then Major General Muhammadu Buhari took power in 1983, but was overthrown on August 27, 1985 by his Chief of Army Staff, then Major General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, in what is widely known as the Palace Coup of 1985. And in 1993, when Nigerians voted in their freest election, the result was annulled, pulling the country into anger and despair. Babangida attempted to transition to civilian rule but annulled the June 12, 1993 presidential election, which was widely regarded as the freest and fairest of all elections in Nigerian history. June 12 remains a symbol of Nigerians' determination to choose their leaders. It was democracy denied, but it sowed the seeds of future struggle.
You see, a lot of things have been said. Some half-truths, some outright lies about the annulment of the June 12 election. But the fact still remains that that election that would have put Nigeria on a pedestal of growth and development, that trajectory was lost to that annulment. And we're still reeling from the pain up till now.
General Sani Abacha took power in 1993 and ruled with an iron fist, imprisoning MKO Abiola, the presumed winner of the June 12 election, who later died in detention. Abacha's administration was marked by human rights abuses and economic mismanagement. After Abacha's death in 1998, General Abdusalami Abubakar took power and initiated a transition to democratic rule, paving the way for the Fourth Republic. In 1999, Nigeria turned a new page, civilian rule returned, and since then, democracy has endured through transitions of power, contested elections, and reforms. Olusegun Obasanjo was elected president in 1999.
People of Nigeria have made their choice. I am humbled by the fact that I, Olusegun Obasanjo, am that choice.
And served 2 terms, focusing on economic reforms and democratization. After an unsuccessful bid for a 3rd term, Obasanjo would go on to organize a successful transition of power to another democratically elected government via the 2007 presidential election. Umaru Musa Yar'Adua won the 2007 presidential election on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, despite rumors, which later proved true, that he was terminally ill. He remained in office until 2010. In 2010, Nigeria faced a constitutional crisis following the prolonged illness and eventual death of President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua's absence created a power vacuum and has failed to transmit a letter to the National Assembly to authorize Vice President Jonathan to act as president. The National Assembly invoked the doctrine of necessity, a constitutional provision that allowed the National Assembly to empower Jonathan to act as president and prevent further instability. Senate President David Mark and former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Alpha Bolgore, were instrumental in applying the doctrine of necessity to enable Jonathan's ascension as the president, and Jonathan assumed the role of acting president on February 9, 2010, and later became the substantive president after Yar'Adua's death on May 5th, 2010.
It's enshrined in the Constitution that in the event of incapacitation or death of a governor or a president, the vice, because they run a joint ticket, the vice or the deputy will come in. And so it was a kind of a game of brigandage that happened. And that incident also laid the foundation for the polarization of this country along ethnic and religious lines.
That's the doctrine of necessity was due to the Constitution, understand? But it has to be invented so that that's a number one seat. So it now supersedes transition of power. So that doctrine of necessity transferred power to him. But Jonathan was afraid of going to sit on Yar'Adua's seat until Babangida told him, if you go for the next FEC meeting, go and sit on that seat. So, because he doesn't want to give the impression that he's ambitious, because the worst position that to serve anywhere is that of the vice or the deputy. You are always being watched.
It was an era many describe as the watershed in Nigeria's politics. The doctrine of necessity is a principle that allows for action that might otherwise be unconstitutional in order to maintain stability and order in times of crisis. After his assumption of office as substantive president through the doctrine of necessity, Jonathan's administration focused on rebuilding the economy and promoting democratic reforms. Presidential elections were held in Nigeria on 16th of April 2011, postponed from 9th April 2011. The election followed controversy as to whether a Northerner or Southerner should be allowed to become president, given the tradition of rotating the top office between the North and the South after the death of Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, a Northerner, when Goodluck Jonathan, another Southerner, assumed the interim presidency. Jonathan was elected president on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the 2011 presidential election, defeating Muhammadu Buhari of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC. Immediately after the election, widespread violence erupted in the northern part of the country.
Goodluck E. Jonathan of PDP, having certified the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Jonathan was declared the winner on 19th of April 2011. International observers declared the election to be orderly, free and fair in the entire southern part of the country. Jonathan's administration was marked by controversy and instability. Jonathan lost to Muhammadu Buhari, who had contested on the platform of the APC at the 2015 election. Jonathan's defeat at the 2015 election marked the first time an incumbent would lose to an opposition in Nigeria's democratic history. For many, it proved that Nigeria's democracy could deliver peaceful change today.
It was the betrayal of agreement that Jonathan had with Obasanjo that mostly led for the power shift, because the agreement was that Jonathan would run for just one term, and in 2015 would be handing over to another candidate. So, but Jonathan decided to run in 2015, and the North was mad about it. So that's why even his own party, the national chairman of his own party, even betrayed him. When they formed the new PDP, left PDP because Jonathan breached the agreement that they reached.
Empires don't last forever. There was a time Roman Empire. There was a time it was British Empire, and somehow they crumbled. When PDP came and said, we are going to spend 60 years before any party comes on board, I look at it and I laughed, because I am a student of history. I knew that it wasn't going to happen in a dynamic and heterogeneous country like Nigeria. You don't have that long stay in power. Particularly, there are no political parties in Nigeria. You only have platforms. So the free will to move from one political party to the other is enough to let you know that there was no way a party will rule forever in Nigeria. Because the same set of people in today's APC were, except for a few, were the players in PDP of old. So there was no way it could have survived till now, because everything is centered around greed, selfish interest, enlightened selfish interest. And when you have that, the platform cannot sustain too many people at the same time. There will always be shifts, And so I was not surprised that PDP spent 16 years and they had to go. It's the same thing that will happen to APC, if not now, but at a later date.
Despite economic struggles, insecurity and social tension, a new generation is pushing for accountability, equity, and progress. Muhammadu Buhari's victory at the 2015 presidential election marked a significant transfer of power. His administration focused on fighting insurgency and corruption, but some say he reneged on his campaign promises.
I'm not somebody that would join the mob. And I made it clear. I was in the newsroom in The Guardian at that time. They called me Mr. PDP. I told them this is not an alternative. There was no way Buhari could have been an alternative to Jonathan.
One of the worst in the country.
Why do you say so?
Because he inherited the economy when it was suffering from malaria, and now handed it over to Tinubu when it was suffering from stage 4 cancer. Understand me? So he messed up the economy, and I'm not surprised. He had F9 in mathematics, and you cannot rule when you don't know mathematics.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu was elected president in 2023, promising to build on the progress made by previous administrations. His government has implemented policies such as the removal of the fuel subsidy. So far, Nigerians say that current administration is still far from righting the wrongs of the past leadership.
It is not Uhuru for this administration. It's not Uhuru. I won't want to clap now. It is too premature for me to clap for Tinubu. But yeah, he's taking some steps. If those steps are followed through, we are likely to see some gains. But there's a connect between governance and the people. And this is where my fear stems from. But if he follows through, like the reforms, like the monetary policy and all that, if he follows through this, maybe we could find a point, a convenient point where we say, yes, he has done better than the previous administration.
I have sympathy for him, understand? Because Buhari messed up the economy. He inherited an economy as a suffering from stage 4 cancer. Understand? I mean Tinubu. But when Buhari was running the economy down, Tinubu was aware of it. But he did not stop him. He was the national leader of the party. But he wanted to look good to Buhari so that Buhari will hand over to him. You cannot begin to criticize the Buhari and expect that Buhari will hand over to you at the end of the day. So for me, Tinubu inherited a badly run economy.
When Buhari was there, he experimented for 8 years. And this new admission of Tinubu is still the same thing. I've not seen anything tangible from them.
From independence to coups, from annulled elections to democratic victories, Nigeria's political journey is a story of resilience. As the nation looks to the future, its greatest strength lies not in its leaders, but in the determination of its people.
I think as a citizen of Nigeria, we have to be patriotic in our country, believing that one day things is going to be better. It only takes time. Good things takes time. So we should be, patriotic and believe in our country. That is how other nations, great nations, does. We have to be patriotic about our country first. Then every other thing can come in. For the leaders as well, I believe that they can do better. They're already doing what they can. So I believe that they should lead us well.
Nigeria's democracy is still a work in progress, but it is alive and it is moving forward.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back dates when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered, their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's praise.
of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore'S Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Air travel is one of the most exciting ways to journey across the world, but it also requires a little courtesy to make the skies friendlier for everyone. Now, these are some essential flight etiquette. Boarding. Boarding is smoother when we all follow instructions. Stick to your boarding group, keep your pass handy, and step aside quickly once you find your seat. A little order goes a long way in getting everyone on board faster. Overhead bins. Now these are for everyone. Place your larger bags above and keep smaller items under the seat in front of you. That way, there's enough space for all passengers and fewer delays. Phone use. Now this, once the aircraft door closes, all devices must be in flight mode. A simple switch helps keep communication safe and smooth for both crew and passengers. Talking about the middle seat rule, the unwritten rule says this: if you are in the middle seat, both armrests are yours. It's a small courtesy that can make flying more comfortable for all. Noise levels. Keep conversations and devices at a reasonable volume. Headphones are a traveler's best friend, and courtesy in the cabin ensures a peaceful flight for everyone. Talking about disembarking. When the plane lands, don't rush the aisle. Wait for your roll's turn. Collect your belongings quickly and move forward calmly. A little patience makes disembarking hassle-free. And lastly, hygiene and health. Of course, hygiene matters. Always cover your mouth when sneezing or coughing. Use sanitizers and keep your space tidy. Clean habits make for healthier skies. Flying is not just about reaching your destination, it's also about the experience we share along the way. With these simple etiquettes, we can all make air travel smoother, calmer, and more enjoyable. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city.
The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effects. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife, Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community, where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human rights. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Health is wealth.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzanga Kanu, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nnamdi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nnamdi took her son back to the Langeni, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nnamdi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted, stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle, requestioned from the crowds it passed and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nnamdi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the MP south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The Agangu Fishing Festival, or Agangu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore'S Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP.
Welcome to our People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen stories shape the narrative. Today, we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. Nigeria's future at stake. Comprehensive electoral reforms needed for credible process. Join the conversation with experts insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Other news stories with details. Atiku open to stepping aside for younger aspirants in ADC primary. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has stated that he is willing to step aside for a younger aspirant if he loses the African Democratic Congress ADC presidential primary ahead of 2027 general elections. showcasing his commitment to giving younger leaders a chance to emerge. Atiku, who recently resigned from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, emphasized that uniting the opposition under the ADC is his current priority, showcasing his commitment to giving younger leaders a chance to emerge. Okay, so I think I am having a mixed feelings as regards to this particular a statement by an elder statesman, because I sincerely was thinking it would keep to that particular promise he made before 2023. He said if he contests that particular election and he doesn't win, he was never going to run again. So in a situation where someone of this caliber actually declares such, and he lost that particular election, the presidential election in 2023, yet he is still coming back again to contest. So that's why it's quite dicey for me to really take such statements like this serious. And you didn't even say as an elder statement that you would rather just step aside and allow the younger generations go, and you would be an elder statesman to teach them, to groom them. Okay, since you've been in the corridors of power before now, but you are saying that in case you lose the primaries, which with the way everything is going, I think I was told, and I read in the news here, that the projection as regards to ADC is about 60% to 70-75% you have the upper hand. So how sure are you that you're going to lose the primaries? That's the question. But I'll leave that particular one till the day that the primaries will be conducted. And when it is conducted, then we can actually know the importance of this particular statement that you've made today. Arewa Youth Assembly urges President Tinubu to prioritize northern security. The Arewa Youth Assembly for Good Leadership has appealed to President Bola Tinubu to intensify effective and efforts to tackle insecurity in the northern region. The group commended President Tinubu's leadership and reforms, describing them as courageous and a source of renewed hope. They urge the president not to relent in the fight against insecurity, especially in the north. Okay, I don't think the Arewa youth, okay, I don't think they actually heard the presidential speech yesterday, because if they did, the president said in the northeast and northwest, to be precise, that the insecurity has actually been overthrown, and the insecurity over there has actually been curbed. So I think you should go and watch the presidential speech again. So that's to let you know that whatever that has been bothering the northern parts is no more that serious. That's what the president actually said. And it's in the speech. This is not about me. I'm only reiterating what was said in the speech, which I actually read the summary here, okay, on TV. And away from that particular one, Lagos government denies ethnic targeting in trade fair demolition. Lagos State government has rubbished claim of ethnic bias in the demolition of illegal structures at the trade fair complex, attributing the action to enforcement of planning regulations. According to Olamide Olayinka, Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, the exercise aimed to address issues such as poor waste management, obstructed drainage system, and deteriorated walkways. All right, this particular one is coming after there were so many backlash, and specifically I talked about it here on the show. I think this happened last week Friday. I had a correspondent go to the venue, and we actually took it live, which I talked about it, and I said I wouldn't want this to be seen as an ethnic vendetta or what have you. Okay, if the Lagos State government would actually do such a thing, I believe they would come out to clarify, which I believe they are still even doing more of that clarification as of today. But all I would just say to the government is, please consider the people before taking some actions. The actions might seem as if it is drastic, but of course it might be for the good of decent people as well. But I would just want the both parties to always come to a proper table of understanding, just to help the people, okay? Because you are there to serve us as a government official, as a governor, as a commissioner, which is appointed by the executive arm. You're there to serve the people, okay? And the people you're serving, if they are crying every day or you're demolishing what they have as business, where do you want them to run to? They should be able to come to government and say, help us. But if the government are doing them this way, What else do you want us to say? That would be my submission as regards to that particular situation. Labour urges federal government to drop anti-poor policies. The Labour movement has called on the federal government to stop implementing policies that it says are crippling workers and the poor. They also express concern over the economic crisis, citing inflation, unemployment, and affordable electricity tariff as major challenges. See, when it comes to this particular situation, I think this is not just one call. We are all calling, not just about Labour, okay? We're all calling the federal government to drop so many policies. I know that these policies are being said that it is projected to help the masses in the long run. But I would just want us to be, the government to be lenient as regards to some policies. And maybe, just maybe, they should have a way of, okay, taking care of the masses first, you know, as regards to their daily living. You know, we have electricity tariff now, we have housing tariff, you know, feeding, you know, everything is just going up. And someone actually said it, I think sarcastically said, there is nothing that goes up in Nigeria that comes down. Okay, the law of gravity cannot beat Nigeria. Meaning when once that price goes up, it's very difficult for it to come down. Okay, so please, I know you are trying to put in so many other policies and implement some other things, right? But when it comes to area of making the people comfortable in their country, okay, I think we should just be lenient at some point. Let us try, and I understand that the president acknowledged the hardship in the country, and these are more reasons why this should be looked into, okay? According to so many experts, whatsoever indices that has been given to us so far, you know, as regards to, will I call it fact check and datas, we are talking about hunger data here. So if the policy is not putting food on our table, it is affecting us. And away from that particular one, the Accord Party has called on Nigerians to remain united in nurturing democracy as the country celebrates its 65th independence anniversary. The party also mobilized support ahead of the November 8th Anambra governorship election, emphasizing the need for credible leadership and respect for democratic progress. I'm sincerely happy that Accord is coming out now, because it's really been long ahead from them. The party Accord, it's really nice, but of course I would want them to really represent their people in Anambra State, of course, and that would bring us to the conversation that we'll be having tomorrow. Tomorrow again is another head-to-head as regards to Anambra State upcoming election, which is the 8th of November. So I wouldn't want you to also miss that particular one. Last week, we had the senior media advisor to Governor Soludo and the opposition party, the APC spokesperson. But of course, tomorrow, we also have the senior media aide of the Governor Soludo and also the state chairman of Labour Party in Anambra State. So I would want you to also make it a date with us for that particular one. Anambra is really getting hot now because of their gubernatorial election, okay, that is on the way. Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary, a nation betrayed, says Peter Obi. The Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has criticized successive Nigerian leaders for betraying the nation's founding fathers' vision, citing decades of leadership failure as the reason for the country's socio-economic decline. Obi noted that Nigeria, once predicted to be an emerging African superpower, has fallen short of its promise due to misgovernance. That cannot be overemphasized, okay? But we look forward to all of the promises the president has actually given to us. And away from that particular one, PDP crisis deepens over Akwa Ibom ESCO dissolution. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, is facing a fresh crisis after its National Secretary, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, declared that the Akwa Ibom State Working Committee remains intact, contradicting an earlier press release by the National Publicity Secretary. Anyanwu stated that this purported dissolution should be disregarded since no formal meeting of the National Working Committee authorized the decision. PDP should be building, not scattering. That is all I would say. Presidency rejects Peter Obi's claim on poverty. The presidency has dismissed Peter Obi's claim that President Bola Tinubu's policy have pushed 15 million Nigerians into acute poverty. Bayo Onanuga, special advisor to the president on information and strategy, described Obi's assertion as not based on fact and accused him of playing to the gallery. Okay, so I understand that Bayo Onanuga would always do damage control as regards to whatever that has to do with the presidency. That's why he's been paid. That's his job, which is lovely. But there is hunger in the land. There is no other English language that can actually quantify that particular one. Let's leave the English language. Let's leave any terminology. People are hungry. I believe you watched my 1st of October Independence program, which was held yesterday. I did a vox pop myself. You heard the people talking about how difficult it is to live as a Nigerian. So there is hunger in the land. I'm not against, neither am I in support of that particular statement as regards to the president pushing 15 million people into abject poverty and all of that. But all I'm just saying is that particular word hunger is existing in this country. I want that to be noted. And until something is being done about it, we would keep lending our voice. I just want the government to take this more seriously. I understand that the government actually reached out to the vulnerables by releasing about 330 billion naira as stated. Okay, and each and everyone got 25,000 naira. That was what we were told. And I think they are in the third phase now to release. But I keep saying this, should in case you've gotten yours, and in case you've gotten yours, please let me know here. The program is People's Voice, okay? So if you have gotten yours, let me know. You call the line, you send us a message. Of course, I would come back here and I'll talk about it. This is who I am. I am a broadcast journalist that understands what they call balance, okay, in broadcasting. So I wouldn't say otherwise. But for now, I am yet to see anyone who has actually said, I have taken my 25,000 naira out of the 330 billion naira that has been released by the federal government. So this is all I have to say as regards to that. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-326-05, 090-447-326-05. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, of course, all attention is still on Nigeria, and it will never leave Nigeria. Nigeria's future at stake. Comprehensive electoral reforms needed for credible election or electoral process. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akọ ndị gbara n'ọkwa akọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria, ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Welcome back to the program, Restore People's Voice on VOP TV. Nigerians' future at stake. Comprehensive electoral reforms needed for credible process. Nigeria's 2027 general elections are fast approaching, and the need for comprehensive electoral reform has never been more pressing. Prominent Nigerians, including former presidential candidate Peter Obi, ex-Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi, and former Minister of Education Obi Ezekwesili, they have actually called for sweeping reforms to ensure a credible and transparent electoral process. The proposed reform includes direct funding of INEC, providing financial autonomy to the Independent National Electoral Commission to enhance its efficiency and independence. They also talked about enhancing prosecutorial powers, granting INEC the power to prosecute election-related cases and hold politicians accountable for electoral misconduct. They talked about the electronic transmission as well, implementing electronic transmission of results to guarantee transparency and reduce the risks of manual errors or manipulation. Biometric identification as well, which is to streamline voters' accreditation and reduce costs associated with printing physical cards. When it comes to printing physical cards, I think we are used to it in Nigeria. I talked about something of that particular nature with a particular parastatal, which I would like to withhold their name, just for, I believe you understand, so that it doesn't look as if I'm calling them out, And I said, can you guys create a model whereby informations and files are being sent through the system to every offices? Instead of you carrying papers, so that one day you will not say, oh, fire burns this, fire burns the document, fire burns this particular files and all of that. They said no, that if we submit such proposal, if anybody does, that it will be dead on arrival, because there are some people that collect the money for that particular paper printing and for that paper supply. So how did we get here? To a point where we don't even want to move. Printing physical cards, printing physical paper, like we just want to be carrying that file here and there. Everything can be done digitally now. Life shouldn't be that difficult, But of course, I have about 3 wonderful guests to join us, to make sense out of this particular conversation this wonderful afternoon. We're now being joined by Mr. Liberty Wilson, a lawyer, author, and public affairs analyst who is actually joining us from Abuja. Hello, Mr. Liberty. Good afternoon to you today.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Nice to be on the show.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. How is Abuja today?
Abuja is fine. Everything is okay. We thank God.
And also, happy Independence Day, In as much as it was yesterday, I still need to wish you happy Independence,
Yes, thank you so much. I spent mine traveling yesterday. I was in Jos yesterday.
Whoa.
I love Jos. It's actually a very nice experience in Jos. I witnessed a celebration of independence by students, and it was so awesome to behold.
Wow. All right, thank you so much. I think after the show, you need to tell me about all of that particular experience, Thank you for joining the program. And also we have Dr. Mobolaji Ogbamola, a businessman, politician, and a political analyst. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Xavier. Good afternoon, viewers.
You're welcome on board.
Always
and happy Independence Day to you.
Happy Independence Day.
And we also have a political analyst here in the studio as well, Mr. Ubong Thompson. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Nigerians. Good afternoon, Xavier. Thanks for having me.
A very patriotic Nigerian. He greeted Nigerians first. That's lovely. Happy Independence to you. And how did you celebrate yesterday?
We working towards being. Are we truly independent? We shall see.
Didn't you enjoy yourself yesterday?
Yeah. As usual.
The holiday.
Okay, so no. Doctor is actually saying he enjoyed it as holiday, right?
Yeah.
Not as independent?
What are we independent from?
Wow. I wouldn't want us to start on a very harsh note.
It's a bitter reality.
Just as usual, just like every other day.
Okay, so if you want to toe that particular part, let us take it. How would you describe the president's speech?
Same old. Typical rhetorics and whitewashing scenarios earlier on you were reading, you said you read about the statement made by the Arewa youths, and the president comes and says, oh, the issue of insecurity.
Said it is southwest and south, the northeast and northwest.
Are coming out to say, come and help us, we need help. This insecurity thing is still going on. So who are you to believe? The president and his spokesperson, or the speech writers, or those experiencing the pain of the insecurity, Who do you believe? So it's part of what we're talking about. There's hunger in the land. And the leaders will come and say, yes, we know, but it's not that bad. But you and I know how terrible it is.
Very.
If I open my WhatsApp to you, every morning I wake up to people making all sorts of demands. People that usually wouldn't do that. People that were probably of means once upon a time. And Nigeria has happened to them. And everybody, you see people that usually would just be on their own. Everybody's begging.
This particular statement you mentioned, Doctor, I think I would need to take it back to what I played yesterday as regards to the Vox Pop.
All right.
A particular woman said this in Yoruba when I interviewed her. She said it in Yoruba. She said that people are begging now. And she now used the word. She said, even to the people who were not meant to beg or who do not like to beg are now begging. I don't know if my PCR still have that particular footage. I would want them to, whenever it is ready, just that particular part, just to reiterate what you're saying. You understand? She said that including the people that are not happy to beg, you understand, and do not naturally beg before, they are now begging. But Mr. Obong Thompson, what can you make out of the presidential speech?
Well, I for once, I respect the president, but there's something the president cannot run away from it. The truth is very very glaring in the faces of Nigerians. And I understand Nigerians are very hardworking set of people, and we are talking about hunger here in the land. We are not meant to beg. It's just the way and manner the government is being run that has, taken away, jobs, taking away responsibilities from people who are unable to, find something to do to earn a living. And the president coming to make speeches and want us to believe that he's saying the truth, while we Nigerians, we know what the truth is so unbecoming. We can't be having every time the president comes up. The other time we heard about the, meeting, he has so much money in Nigeria. That was in August. President said the money in Nigeria is too much. He has met his targets.
Mr. Upton, I think we need to come to that particular conversation because
he has made so much.
Because
money.
My question is, if you say you have met a target, you understand? Why are we still borrowing? Why did we need to go and borrow something fresh?
It's very, very disturbing that, with the rate of insecurity in the land, which we learn about every second, every day, every minute. And the president will tell you he has fought, the security now in the land.
They have different statistics. They have different data. Just let us know what they've done.
Less than 2 weeks ago, newly called to bar lawyers. Some young girls were kidnapped, 5 of them. We heard the story about Somi or something, the lady that works with
Arise.
The incident with the robbery, and she had to jump trying to save her life and all that. She passed out. And you see the insensitivity of our leaders. I read the president's spokesperson talking about, no, it wasn't, sorry, the unemployed or the unappointed spokesperson, Reno, trying to analyze.
I don't take Reno serious anymore. No, Reno Murphy, I don't take him serious anymore.
How can you come and start saying all this?
When it comes to Reno, I don't think there would be any day that I would need to read this news on the TV here. No. Because Reno, I talk about people with integrity. You understand? So not for you to be moved here and there with waves, following the waves. All right, let me go to Mr. Liberty, who is on standby. Mr. Liberty, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's come back to the electoral reforms. I know you also have something to say as regards to the presidential speech and independence, but maybe you will just do it simultaneously. Let's talk about electoral reforms. What are the most critical electoral reforms needed in Nigeria ahead of 2027 general elections?
Thank you. Problem in Nigeria generally is sometimes the law itself, and sometimes the institutions for the processes of engineering our legal system. So critically, we have a lot of issues, especially when it comes to elections. And then when times like this come up, it goes to the poor man on the street who toiled to get a permanent voter's card, thinking about going out to vote and then thinking about whether his vote is going to count. I think you see, said the subject matter is timely. And then at this material point in time, we've been advocating electoral reforms from one end to another, using different platforms and calling on the government and the institutions that are involved to do something about it. And honestly, we have not seen enough. We have not seen enough. We still have a crisis of our legal system, which delayed a lot of justice. For example, you talk about our justice process. You talk about the timeline of cases in the courts and in the tribunal. You talk about an inability of the INEC or whatever institution is responsible for institution of the justice to punish electoral criminals, and also talk about the internal party crisis of different political parties, and how I feel INEC plays a role in catalyzing those internal crises. So these are serious issues that in fact, unless we advocate and then stand firm and fight for electoral, it's going to be practically impossible to really have a democracy if we don't have electoral reform. And they're talking about also issues of technology, the legal framework and technology. Imagine bringing about electronic transmission of results and then not backing it legally. You make it optional, not mandatory. So, in those things, in a way or the other, the lawmakers, or should I say the institution itself, leave loopholes where they can be able to commit whatever thing they want to commit or protect their clandestine interests using the law. So it's actually a critical aspect of our electoral reforms that we need to look for institutionally and legally, of course.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Liberty, for that wonderful submission. All right, I would like to ask you this, okay? I understand that you touched some other parts of this particular one, but of course, I would like to ask you, how can INEC's independence be guaranteed, and what role should civil society play in the appointment of INEC officials? Don't forget that Sarah also mentioned that the president should release a list of the appointees that he wants to send to the National Assembly so that we can all see and all of that, but we were of the opinion if we are allowed to vote in the new INEC chairman, okay? But of course, I don't think that would be allowed, okay? So, but over to you. I'd just like you to mention how the INEC independence can be guaranteed. Please go ahead. Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm with you.
Yeah, please go ahead. I said, how can INEC's independence be guaranteed? And what role should the civil society play in the appointment of INEC officials? Can you hear me? Please go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. The independence of INEC can only be guaranteed, to me personally, I feel like the president, those people who are responsible for appointing those electoral officers, at best bring in people who will protect their interests. I think Goodluck Jonathan did something, and deeply within me, I felt like that tempo would have been maintained by subsequent administrations. We've never seen, though we've seen a system whereby a president will be from another region and appoint any chairman from another region. But in a way or the other, they appoint people they think who can protect their interests. But now, I think there is need to really insulate the process of this appointment and removal of the INEC chairman and other electoral commissioners. These are appointments who are made by the president himself. And you don't expect a president to appoint who will not protect his interests. As you buttress the point quite effectively, can we have a voting system? Can we allow the masses decide who is going to be the INEC chairman? You see, that's another issue. Another important aspect is funding. Funding is very important. Our electoral system per se, or our electoral empire, to so as that, solely rely on government for funding. And then even if they make budgets, those budgets will have to undergo, processes in the National Assembly. And trust me, sir, when those budgets are there, it is like a bargain thing. For those who have been in the system in a way or the other, do just us ball, the fight I need to go through. For example, I give it's a give and take thing. Okay, now can you protect my interest in a way or the other, protect your interest in defense of your budget? So I feel like Nigerians should be allowed to decide who's going to be the INEC chairman, number one. Secondly, I feel like the umpire itself should be financially independent, shouldn't rely on government for funding. So I think these are critical aspects of this thing that need to be looked into. And on the role civil societies can play, civil societies have been trying. I think one basic instrument that is sustaining our democracy in Nigeria is civil societies. It's actually a segment of our democratic system that have done more than enough in enlightening people. And I think it's not really time to rest. Civil societies can continue to enlighten people. Civil societies can continue to influence policies. Civil societies can continue to bring to bear the value and the importance of this process.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Liberty. Let's come back to the studio. Doctor, I'd like you to actually give me your take as regards to the potential risks and challenges associated with the electronic transmission of results, and how can they be mitigated?
What risk? We've turned election into rocket science, election process and everything, we turned it into rocket science. The processes before, during, and after elections should be seamless. Part of the issues I have is issuance of voters card, which I think some of the banks in Nigeria now, they've shown us how easy to get these things done. You don't need to go into the bank to get your automated teller machine card, your ATM card anymore. You could just stand by the machine and input your whatever information, and it prints out your ATM card for you. So I think things like this can be imbibed. So you don't disenfranchise people. Every year you have youths who come of voting age, who are eligible. You should make it seamless and easy for them. It's not like parties have to waste a lot of time gathering people or canvassing and everyone get your PVC. It's not rocket science.
Okay, Doctor, please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts.
Yeah.
We have a caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Aino on the line.
Please go
from
ahead.
Lagos.
Good afternoon.
Now, you made a comment about the status of the economy when we started, about why the economy is like this. And believe me, we are not telling ourselves the truth. Please, with no harm, no foul. We are not telling ourselves the truth. Everybody is blaming Tinubu. But the question I want to ask, is he really to be blamed for our woes? Question number one, who should be blamed? I will blame the wastages both in the federal, state and local government level. Let's start with the governors. Do you believe the governor of Oshu State, Adeleke, is spending about 315 million naira on the Shango shrine? Tell me what kind of waste is that?
What source did you get that? Hello, please. I would like to know where you got your facts from. Are you there? Please unmute yourself. Please unmute your mic.
I've unmuted myself.
Yeah, please. I would just like you to, give us facts and figures. Like I would like to know. I would like to know your source. Your source where you got.
I read a lot.
But go ahead.
So please, that he's spending 350 million on the Shango Shrine. Man, what kind of waste is that? Can you believe a governor is spending governor I think Niger State, one of these northern states is spending 20 million naira to renovate cemeteries. My God. Tell me, with such wastages, tell me who to blame. Then let's go to Niger State. Bagodo is saying that he will borrow and borrow and borrow, that is his turn, that he's even ready to borrow away the state for development. Tell me how much you can borrow to develop a state without private partnership to develop your state. And everybody is blaming Tinubu. Is he to blame? Now let's flip to the other side. Let's go to a state called Abia State. The governor is Alex Oti. The governor went as far as going to Amcon, buying off moribund industries from Amcon and giving it to private sectors to reactivate. Tell me, do you know how much employment that will bring forth if this thing is brought to bear? Please, people, let us not every day Tinubu. The governor should also take responsibility. Now, I think is it Kogi State or thereabout? All the local government chairman took their wife to Turkey or Morocco for assessment tests to learn how to just for assessment. How can a government send their wives overseas for what? What kind of wastages is that? And you expect us to develop and everything you call into number? Let us be. My people used to say, what is the granite? What is the kola nut? It's inside the kola nut. Yes, Tinubu has its flaws, but it trickles down both at the state level and the local level. So please, until we are ready to develop, we are not yet serious yet.
Thank you so much for calling in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, but quickly, I'd like to just buttress some of your points and to also give proper clarity as regards to your submission there. First, it was not Kogi State, Adamawa to be precise, and that was just rumor. We were told that they were not wives of the commissioner, the wives of local government, candidates or whatever you want to call it. They were commissioner's wife, and some of them went for some trainings, okay, which was actually funded, some individually or by the state, but I believe that was Adamawa, not Kogi State. And you also mentioned, I think you mentioned Niger State. Yeah, so for that of Niger State, that's true. I saw that of Bago. And the last he mentioned as regards to the 20 million, which was 2 months ago, it was a particular, renovation of cemetery. The governor only gave money to because we did the vetting. The governor only gave money to some of the House of Assembly members to do some things in their own constituents. So it's now left for the constituents to decide what they were to do with it. And all we remember was it was only the religious leaders he gave money to. But just for that clarification, okay, so that it doesn't look as if we're just coming or attacking anybody as regards to issues like this. But moving on, I understand your submission. He is only saying that what happens to other, executive arm. It's not just about Tinubu, because if the president, for example, has actually implemented some laws or he has given approval over some things, we should look around the legislators. What are they doing, okay, in their constituency? What are they doing? And let's look at the state level. What are the governors also doing? Because we heard, and a governor came out and he said that this particular administration has given the governors, the highest money so far. So let no governor say they don't have money.
The problem we are having, we don't want let me just make this clarity. The Nigerian system of governance has prioritized the presidency so much that everybody looks toward the presidency. And you can't blame Nigerians. That has been the system, that has been established for us to follow. Everything is presidency. And now that the presidency has the opportunity, he's the highest stakeholder in the committee, in the polity as we speak is the president. So we expect the president to lead by examples. You know, we talk about borrowing, and you know our president borrows a lot. So if the governors are borrowing, they are following the footsteps of the president. You know, that's exactly what it is. So if the president
but in a situation
fighting,
where the president is releasing money for the people and the governors are not releasing the money, we were not meant to hold the president accountable.
to the governors. The money released to the governors are politically motivated. You know, to safeguard.
What is even the value of these monies?
What happened to the ministries and agencies?
A state gets $1 billion naira 4 years ago. That's like $3 million when the dollar was at 3 something. Now you have 1,500 or 1,600 per dollar, and you give them 3 billion. So what's the value of that money? You know, does it have the same strength it had like 3-4 years ago? No.
So are you saying the money the president is releasing now is not enough?
See,
or he was not even meant to release the money? Which of them?
He's meant to release the money.
Is the money not enough?
It's the money is not his money. And I'll tell you, some of the decadence we're experiencing now started with the president's tenure as a governor. Disenfranchising the local governments from their autonomy started with His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The creation of the local governments he did in 2003 that led to withholding of funds and everything. And after the case and monies were returned back to His Excellency Fashola then, you saw a lot of states coming to borrow the blueprints of Lagos to do a lot of things. And I'll go back to a lot of projects in Lagos, which I call white elephant projects, you know. You see inflated figures, projects that probably will take a year to, projects that take place in other parts of the world, and you see figures and you're wondering, how come this is happening in Lagos or in Nigeria, you know? So he got away with a lot of things, and this blaming the presidency for a lot of things started with these same people who are in government. Because I remember during Jonathan's, when they removed subsidy, even with all the stakeholders meeting they had trying to, you know, palliate the effects of these things and everything, they came all out, sponsored by them, you know, to discredit the government, even with all the good intentions of that government as at then, you know, but it was politics. So it's still the same politics. These were things they established. These are things they established. So people following suit, and now they're coming and saying, no, oh, you should go to your governors. As we speak, the local governments are still not autonomous. They are not autonomous. The so-called autonomy we're talking, there's still a joint account where their monies go to. You saw what happened with the last election in Lagos, local government elections. They still swore in LCDAs. So where's the autonomy? Which monies are you going to use to fund those LCDAs?
This particular situation is getting even more serious. You know.
I mean, those are the facts.
Okay, because we're pressed for time, I'd just like us to talk about the reforms. What reforms are needed to promote transparency and accountability in political party financing in Nigeria? Like, what reforms, please? Like
the speaker, the person in Abuja said.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson.
Full autonomy, financial autonomy, and also they should be free from political influence in the aspects of appointments, because I think this started during Obasanjo's post-2003. You look at the INEC commissioners, they were picked along political lines and everything. And that has been, I think the only person that did something different was Goodluck Jonathan. And I mean, he was trying to impress the people and everything, and he got his fingers burnt. So
it's coming back again.
Well, let us wait. Yes, let's wait.
Okay, so Mr. Obon Thompson, what reforms are needed to promote transparency?
Actually, Nigeria needs political parties, as we speak about, need internal democracy, first of all. And then, you know, to abide strictly by the rules of spending, and that in any way will take away vote buying by political parties. These are to be checkmated by financial institutions.
Can this vote buying even stop in Nigeria?
Yeah, established to checkmate the spending on political parties.
Doctor is actually waving his hand.
And it's a must for Nigerians to move forward.
Let me just chip in something.
The issue of vote buying.
The last election in America, there was something close to this.
You understand?
Vote buying. People were getting mails with dollars in it.
So that means vote buying is general.
I'm telling you that even America is getting from Nigeria now.
That should be strongly discouraged. No doubt. From political party primaries, it has to be discouraged, because politicians use vote buying of delegates to match as political candidates in various political parties.
Poverty has been institutionalized,
so
and it's been weaponized,
the
and they use that
problem challenge is facing Nigeria. Is for Nigerians to have reorientation of their mindset and move toward, there must be a giver and a collector of such monies. And so Nigerians should desist from collecting monies from these politicians.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Obong? I understand that a particular politician once said on this show, he said that since poverty has been weaponized, that every political party indulged themselves in vote buying, but it is the highest bidder that wins. So in a situation where people are hungry, and you present at the polls, okay, in the award, you present maybe 5,000 or 10,000 to someone who hardly sees it in a week. What do you expect?
Many who said collect the money, after all it's your money. But it's not how you collect the money and you don't act according to the money. Because money.
Please don't waste your time.
You won't blame the politicians per se.
No, I will.
We'll blame the leaders.
The politicians are also the leaders.
No, it is not every politician that leads. We have some grassroots politicians who are there, who are...
A grassroots politician, even if you are a councillor of your ward, you are a leader in your ward, so I should blame everybody. You should be accountable.
I could be a politician in an opposition party and not be a councillor. I'm a politician.
Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. This is how far we can actually go on this particular one. Mr. Liberty, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please, I just want, in just a few seconds, not 1 minute, just give me your final take as regards to the political reform, please.
Political reform. I think basically the last thing I would say is, can we explore a possibility of having an inclusive voting system in Nigeria? For like INEC can consider a possibility of having diaspora voting. Yeah. I think it's very important, since they form an important part of our population. Let's also extend this inclusive nature of our democracy to them.
Okay.
See how we can bring them to our electoral system.
Okay.
And then finally, I want to see if INEC can mandate, or if there should be an amendment of our electoral law to mandate electronic transmission of results. So basically, these are the last few points I want to make.
Thank you so much, Mr. Liberty Wilson, for joining the program from Abuja. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you, Mr. Obong Thompson, for coming on board. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I think Nigeria requires comprehensive, political electoral reforms.
Okay.
And then the media, civil liberty organizations should sustain the effort of, enlightening and pressuring the government to do the right thing.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Doctor, for coming on board. I sincerely appreciate your presence in the studio with me. In as much as if I give these gentlemen the opportunity, they would actually take us from now till any time. Okay, I totally understand the final submission of Mr. Wilson, but I would say this. In a situation where we cannot even officially be accountable in the political system in Nigeria, and we cannot be accountable for whatsoever we do when it comes to electoral process. If we take this thing to diaspora, which we still need to, don't you think it will become an avenue for you to be seeing 2 billion votes, 1 point something billion votes coming from Canada alone? I am just saying, it's a food for thought. But I think we'll look into that particular diaspora voting Sunday. Okay, I just assure you, Sunday. But till then, don't forget, the views and opinions expressed by the analysts are solely their own and do not reflect those of VOP Medias. Of course, we are all entitled to our opinion. My name remains Savior Udo. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people to last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. Have a wonderful good evening.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing
VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Inikpi of Igala land. She's such an intriguing historical figure.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. My name is Ikechukwu Agu, and we've got a thrilling show for you today. Joining me to make sense out of this is football most wanted commentators in the land. Talking about Maiwa and Afis. Of course, Afis is right here in the studio, and Maiwa will join us virtually to break down all of the actions and share their hot takes and insight as regards what's happening in the world of football. Let's get into it. Stay tuned, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of The Locker Room. To be part of this show, call us via WhatsApp number showing on your screen and let us hear exactly how you feel about what we'll be discussing today. First up, good evening, Hafiz.
Good evening.
Welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, good evening. It's Throwback Thursday. Just before I came into the studio, I was thinking about some football moments that have happened in the past. And I want to ask you before we go on.
Okay.
I think I've asked before, what was the first jersey that you owned? First football jersey that you owned? I remember mine. Mine was Portugal national team number 21, Nuno Gomes. And for me, personally, my own bias is the best striker ever. Yes, because he gave me my first jersey. I had the first jersey with his name on it. So what's your first?
The very first jersey has no number.
Okay.
But it's Newcastle.
Wow. What year is this?
I don't know. Maybe.
Is it them Alan Shearer times or Martin?
No name actually.
The Northern Rock.
Yes,
that
the Northern Rock.
Yeah.
Northern Rock.
That's a very nice jersey.
Of course, Maiwa joins us virtually. Maiwa, it's good to have you again.
Maybe yet to connect.
Okay, so a lot is happening in the world of football, and particularly the Flying Eagles will be playing in the early hours of tomorrow. I think about 12 a.m. Tomorrow morning against Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Hopefully, they will be able to actually salvage their time. But before we talk about the Flying Eagles, of course, I will definitely be looking at that game, follow that game up, and then talk about it tomorrow. Hopefully. Today, the big one, a lot of stories. UEFA Champions League is very much at the thick of what we're discussing.
Yeah.
Maiwa, it's good to have you join us. Good evening.
Good evening. It's always amazing to be here. PSG, I think they have the antidote for Barcelona. They have a way of going against Athletic. And there is a particular team from Azerbaijan that nobody is talking about. Karabakh is doing wonders. 2 games, 6 points. A lot of people are not talking about them, but they might just be the dark horse, from the back of Europe to the top of Europe with no specific star player and a very young coach. I mean, they are doing a fantastic job. A whole lot of surprises in the Champions League, but in any case, we are here to break it down, and it's a good Thursday to talk football. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, man. We're talking about people who are actually doing it right, and the teams that have actually come out to actually surprise a lot of persons. One player that actually surprised the Super Eagles in the last Nations Cup, his name is Olajuwon. He had a very impressive run all through until he get to the final, and he got mesmerized by the Ivorian wing and person of Adingra, and of course his teammate Alex Iwobi has come out to his defense, saying that Olajuwon's performance in Nigeria's Cup of Nations final against Cote d'Ivoire in February 2024, that actually drew heavy criticism before the final. Olajuwon had, he was actually playing with injuries, according to Alex Iwobi, and he said most players helping the team keep 4 straight clean sheets in our games in our bid to the final in Abidjan. And of course, in that decisive clash, a lot of persons were actually complaining what happened to Olajuwon, who seemed to be like the best defender. I think before that final, Olajuwon seemed to be like the best defender we had in that particular team going to that particular final. He was everywhere. He was actually helping to build up the attack himself. I think Kevin Bassey, of course, we cannot take away the place of Joseph Ekong after the first game. He came into light, scored crucial goals for us to actually make it through to the finals. And he came out to say that Olajuwon was actually playing with a grade C hamstring injury, which is quite funny. I kept asking the big question: why will a coach, knowing that this is the final, you're playing against the home team, which definitely the atmosphere will be in their favor, most likely the officiating, of course, most likely want to tilt to their favor, and then you have a player who is actually one of your best, but at that point is not very fit. Why will you want to go into a crucial game against a host nation in the final like that with a player who is actually not fit?
Well, I agree with you on this one, Ikechukwu. I mean, you're not supposed to do that, even though, like you said, was one of our most reliable players, in that tournament. Going forward and coming back, he showed exceptional talent. He was going up and down. You even forget that he's a fullback. Alongside Kevin Bassey, Olajuwon really performed well. But when you want to win a game, you go with the best, the fittest players that can help you negotiate. You can't be coming out now. Well, Alex Iwobi, what I think he's doing is just like medicine after this. I mean, it's been a while now that the AFCON has been held, and we are looking forward to another one. So I think, and I don't think a lot of people really, I know he faced a lot of backlash after the final. I was talking about Olajuwon, but I think it's been gone now in the minds of Nigerians. Olajuwon is still very much playing for us. Right now he's injured. We will miss him, in our last 2 games, because I don't think he'll be getting called up for the friendly. For the World Cup qualifiers, pardon me. So I don't think he's going to get called up. He's injured right now. But what I'm going back to Pesero and Olajuwon. I think that, this is something that should have been worked out before they got into that. There were other options. I think Osai Samuel was also there.
Was there?
He could have played. But you know how it can be with Nigerians. That is why a press conference, a pre-match press conference, is actually very, very important. If you had come out to say he's suffering with an injury and he didn't get to play that final, fine, we will understand. Even if it's the post-match that came out to say Olajuwon did not start, because definitely if we didn't see Olajuwon in that final, Nigerians are going to create an uproar that why didn't he play and all of that. So if there was a pre-match press conference and a post-match press conference as well, then we'll have known, what's happening. But then it is what it is. He really got ragged by Simon Adingra. But I think that's in the past now. He's still one of our best players. For me, he's still Nigeria's best fullback, and I'll be looking forward to seeing him when he gets back from injury.
All right. So Bayowa, Adingra actually created both chances for the final, for the goals that Ivorian scored in the final. And of course, Alex Iwobi, while speaking on the Bassey and Iwobi's show, of course, the podcast, revealed that I know actually played match carrying a grade C hamstring, like I said earlier on, which limited his performance in that particular game. It also reminded me of the case of Giovanni Elba and Ronaldo Dalima en route to France 98 finals. You remember that before that final, Ronaldo Dalima was said to have been injured, wasn't fit for that final against France. A lot of persons were expecting that, okay, he's not going to play. And then for some reason, actually, the coach decided to actually field Ronaldo Dalima in that particular game. We know how it ended. 3-0 it ended in favor of France. Is this just coach's come out to actually show that, you know, they are clueless in crucial moments like this? Or could you just put it as, you know, just them being egoistic, or the fact that they just cannot do with certain players?
Well, I think it has to do with the players sometimes. I'll give a quick example. Remember 2018 World Cup, the one that France won? Umtiti was supposed to go for surgery.
Yes.
He said no. The World Cup is very, very important to him. Yeah, that injury later ended his career. Umtiti is no longer playing football. He retired at the age of 31 because of that injury. He insisted that, you know, because he was a crucial part of the team and he felt he could play with the pain, he actually played throughout the World Cup with painkiller. And yes, finally he won the World Cup, but you know, we are seeing the result. That is for the player. Also, you want to put a blame on the coach. The essence of you having a bench is for you to be able to have a suitable replacement if anything goes wrong in the competition. What Pastero did in that particular final is an indication that he never had any confidence in Osai Samuel. And that's just it. I would have expected an Osai Samuel who was fully fit to come in and play that particular game. Osai Samuel would have even, you know, given us something better. Not taking anything away from Olaino. He was exceptional in that tournament and the rest of that. However, we have seen it consistently. Remember the game against Zimbabwe too. It was because Erichel did not trust his bench. That is the reason why he decided to play a Kustekong that is nursing an injury. So I want to put the blame on the coach's feet. It goes a long way to show that he doesn't even believe in his own selection, because those you put on the bench are your selection. Unless maybe he's saying the bench is from, you know, my quota system, my person must play, and just that. If not, the essence of you having a bench is for you to be able to bring in a new player or bring in another player if your major players are injured, and the people on the bench to be able to do at least 85% or 90% of, you know, what your first choice will do. But we didn't see that. But in any case, you know, it's over a year now, going to 2 years now. There's no point crying over spilt milk. We've lost the Nations Cup. We lost the Nations Cup. It's just another. We just need to prepare for the next Nations Cup. There is no point. There's nothing to learn from this. Just that, you know, going forward, our coaches should ensure that those who they are picking for competition are actually like for like. Meaning, if somebody is retarded or somebody is injured, we have a like for like that will step in and we will not see the difference.
Well, talking about you know, like for like and players with quality, former Wimbledon striker John Fashanu has revealed that financial demands for Nigeria officials denied him the chance to play for Super Eagles, despite multiple attempts to join the team. Born in London to Nigerian parents, Fashanu was eligible for both England and Nigeria, but he said coaches repeatedly asked him to pay money before he could be considered. According to Fashanu, it was the late MKO Abiola who sponsored his trip to Nigeria on 3 occasions. However, even Abiola's support could not protect him from the corruption he encountered. The ex-striker recalled being told outright all players had to pay their way into the squad, a demand he consistently refused, insisting his talent alone should earn him a place. Quite disheartening, after 3 failed attempts, Fashanu returned to England, where he eventually received a call-up for Sir Bobby Charles Robson to represent the 3 Lions. He went on to earn 2 caps in friendlies against Chile and Scotland, but admitted leaving Nigeria without ever fulfilling the Super Eagles dream was one of his biggest disappointments. Come on. Today we're actually going to players that were born in the same place Fashanu were born to come play for us.
Yeah.
Now, back in the days, we actually, according to Fashanu, Nigerians were asking him to actually pay to actually be part of the Super Eagles setup. What has changed between that time and now, from what you can see?
For me, I think what has changed is the fact that we can't seem to develop players from our own league. So we are calling those ones to come and play. Right now, this is somebody that saw Nigeria as a plan A, even though he was born in England. Right now, we are mostly using players that are seeing us as a plan B. So that shows that the roots in our system. It shows the roots in our sector. I mean, and I don't think Fashanu, well, he said this is his biggest disappointment, but then this...
Yeah, I agree with him if he says it's his biggest disappointment, because he has come out to actually want to be part of football development. He wanted to be NFF chairman at some point. So yes, I think I will agree with him if he says that's his biggest.
But remember some time ago, a few years back, when he came back and he said that even just for those 2 caps that he earned through Sabobi Robson, he's still collecting 5 million naira monthly, and I'm sure that money may have gone up by now as pension. I mean,
for
2 caps, they are even getting to pay you even after you've played, even after you've long gone. In Nigeria, are they giving pension even for those that are still? The current players, do they have any pension plan for them? No. So for me, I think John Fashion, I told you after that Okocha, when he came out to talk about Atlanta 96, I said more people will come out to talk, and it's already manifesting. A lot of people will still come out to tell you what they've been facing. This thing, it shows that with John Fashion now coming to talk, it shows that it's been a long time coming, and trust me, it is still happening in our football world today. It's not even in the football world, Nigerian sports generally. It's like a plague. It is always going to happen. So there are some players that they have the talent, but they have to slot their way in. They have to pay the money. They never even sure say they go even collect from getting to represent Nigeria. They're already asking them to pay about 60, 70, 80% of it. I mean, it's going to spoil a lot of things. And I don't want to get controversial here, but even these current Jollof boys that we are calling out, we sure they're not even paying their way to the squad. I'll still make an example. I talked about late Stephen Keshi in 2013 and 2014 when we were going for the World Cup. When I was seeing names, I'm like, were you the ones that really called up these people, or the likes of Uchebo? I'm like, how? Were you supposed to even call up? Were you the one calling up these players, or something has happened between the NFF and whoever we can even mention? So it's just somehow. And on John Fashanu's part, for me, I'm not seeing it as disappointment because we are still getting money from the English FA. But yes, we all want to represent our country. And in the words of John Obi Mikel, when he said that he doesn't like the way we are being seen as a plan B, this is something that has actually led to that. So right now, Nigeria is not the first choice in the minds of other people, but the other players. But because they could not get into the national team of where they were born, they see that Nigeria knows to get players like that. Now let me call up and they will get paid.
Well, Afisa said a lot about this Fashanu's case of him saying that he actually is in regrets that he actually didn't don the Super Eagles jersey. But the question I want to ask you, looking at John Fashanu's quality and the quality of players we had at the time, if it was fair, if it was on merit, would he have strolled into the Super Eagles national team, into the Nigerian national team to actually pick up a jersey?
Well, I mean, it will be very difficult, and it's very simple. Remember Michael Emenalo? Michael Emenalo, who has, he has another ancestry apart from being a Nigerian. He was also born outside Nigeria, and he also struggled to actually be an integral part of that particular team. However, what John Fashanu said is actually the truth. I'll give a for example. I know you've met my last born. He plays football, and this was 2005. He was one of the top guys in the under-17 that period. And do you know what that particular person said? He said if he wants to make the court, he needs to pay. We need to pay $10,000 after that particular time. That was 21 years ago. My last born is 37 now, and a 16-year-old, you are telling him to come and pay $10,000, and that was how his footballing career ended. That was how he dropped off football. That was what stopped him from playing football. If the particular set coach comes out and starts saying something, I just look at it and I just laugh, because if there is no recording, there is no evidence, it will be my word versus your word. But that is how terrible the system we have at the moment. That's how terrible it is. And that is what led to the fact that at the moment, our Super Eagles, our national team, is a replica of another country. It's a team B, team C of another country. Because those who wanted to play for the country were chased away because they didn't have any godfather and they didn't have $10,000 to pay. I'm sharing a personal experience. And if you go down the years, the same complaint every year from every player. Remember the case of Sheyi Adebayo? He complained to the same thing, that they asked him to come and pay. That was the reason why he decided to settle for Togo. different players complaining about the same thing. And the corruption itself has finally caught up with us. We don't have players anymore. We have people, who are making us at Team B and who are making us at Plan B, and they are getting a check. And that's where we are at the moment. Fashanu, after he retired, I think in the early 2000s, he came to Nigeria and wanted to be part of the FA. They frustrated him out of the FA because they knew he was going to do it the British way. And I'm not trying to, hype the British. They are one of the most people that you can find integrity with. They take their integrity very seriously. He was ready to do something for the Nigerian FA, and they frustrated him out. And that was the end of Don Fashanu in the FA. And the same trend continues. It's just so unfortunate that up to the moment that we are talking right now, the same corruption that has plagued our football is still there. Majority of those that play for our national team, either they come by a particular slot or they are one of those that drop something for the boys. You can see some of the selections. There is no way those people will make the national team if it's not what you have for the boys. That was what got them there. It's just so unfortunate that corruption has killed our football, and we are reaping the result at the moment.
So I mean, this is quite so sad. But I mean, from one sad story about Nigerian football to another sad story. I see this as a very sad story because Felix Agu is one player who a lot of us are actually looking at seeing his best or seeing him give his best for the Super Eagles. After that Unity Cup breakthrough. Himself and of course Benjamin Frederick, they actually gave a very good account of themselves, and that's why they were drafted into the Super Eagles team that executed the last 2 games. And we've actually seen a bit of Benjamin Frederick, but we are yet to see Felix Agu. But the Nigerian defender now faces a race against time to be fit for the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers, sustaining an injury in Werder Bremen's training. So the 6-year-old who recently switched allegiance from Nigeria and made his debut in the Unity Cup friendly had been tipped to be, for his competitive action in October with a Lioness sideline. According to German outlet Bild, Agu picked up a shin injury following a training tackle and was forced to watch the rest of the training from session. And of course, his setback adds to Nigeria's growing injury concerns, with Fisayo Dele Bashiro, Rafael Onyedika also in doubt for the games against Lesotho and Benin Republic. The extent of Agu's injuries will be clarified when Werder Bremen hosts Coach Austin addresses the media in Premier Conference, their next game coming. But the big question now is, we've had series of injuries. Key players out. Olaino is out. He's also out. Talking about Felix Agu. Yeah. Now we have, a Trusekong who is aging, who cannot even tell if he's going to be fit when that game's actually come. Of course, we hope he stays fit. There's Shemi Ajayi, who is just coming back. We cannot also rely on his fitness. Yeah. And of course, there's a Kevin Bassey, who I do not want to see play on the flank again. I want him to play at the heart of the defense. So if we can have the both of them. Now the big question is, when the game is going on, right, in the thick of action, something happens. Who are we going to rely on?
Exactly, and that's the question on even on my lips, and I'm sure that's the question on the lips of most Nigerians right now. But I think first things first, we should put the best team forward. I'm grateful that even with Felix's injury, we still have the likes of Benjamin Fredericks, who is still, fit enough, to represent us in the upcoming World Cup qualifiers. It's going to be tough. We might be left with no bench. No depth in that area. Talking about the midfield and the defense. But then, you mentioned the name right now, and that's William Troost-Ekong. And to be honest with you, I think he's going to play. Well,
with the look of things, right?
He is going to play.
Troost-Ekong is likely going to play.
Yeah, and like you said, with Ajayi just coming back from an injury, and he hasn't played in a while. He's match rusty, and yes, we can't depend on his fitness now. So we might be seeing the the Kevin Bassey and William Troost-Ekong combination, the pairing at the back, and we're also seeing a certain Bruno Emechi, on the left, and maybe an Osai Samuel on the right. I think going forward, I think that's like let me say the most probable lineup that we'll be seeing in the 2 games against Lesotho and Benin Republic. But honestly, maybe we can. He still hasn't dropped the squad, so probably we might be seeing 1 or 2 players from the NPFL. Who knows?
Before we hear from Austin Steffen, who is the coach of Werder Bremen, I mean, I think their game is going to come up on Sunday, so there's definitely going to be a pre-match conference. Their pre-match conference is going to be Friday, and the match is going to be Saturday against St. Paulis. So the big question is, before that comes up, I'm looking at the Super Eagles team now, persecuting these 2 games. Nobody envisaged that Lola was going to be injured in that particular game, right, against South Africa. Now, what happens if a certain the right back, Brian Osai-Samuel, gets injured, or something happens to one of our centre back? What happens? Who are we going to rely on? Because these are not the sort of games where you want to throw in a player who is not trusted.
Well, the thing is this: you know, I spoke earlier, and when we are discussing this thing, something came to my mind. Let me take you back to the USA 94 team. The defense line. We have Samson Tiasia. Egwavon on the right. We have Ben Yoa on the left. We have Uche Okechukwu, and then we have Uche Okafor in the center of defense. We have Peter Rufai in goal. These are born and bred Nigerians. These are people that cut their teeth in Nigeria here. What do we have at the moment? We remove Bright Osai-Samuel, every other person. They are Nigeria from diaspora coming to play for us. And we have so much relied on these people that we have failed to even have a suitable replacement for them. We have failed to be able to get people who can step in for them, people who have cut their teeth here, people who will be able to step up and do the job. Anytime any of them is not available, we are going to struggle. And the bottom line is this: there is no two way about it. We might see some of the guys available playing out of position. Remember the last game we played, the game against South Africa, Calvin Bassey was playing out of position, was playing on the left-hand side, and that affected us. And that was not supposed to happen. It's likely that it will happen again, because I'm scratching my head looking at who is the suitable replacement when and no offense, I don't have anything against them. They are as much Nigerian as I am, but when we have relied so much on our foreign-born players to do the job for us, now majority of them are injured. We are scratching our head. I'm scratching my head to even think of who else will be a suitable replacement for them. There is none.
I don't think there's anybody from the NPFL right now.
None. There is none. So it goes to show how rotten our football is. And to be honest with you, we might go at Gusau for everything, for the kind of administration we are seeing. But Ahmadu Pinnick, cemented this as our legacy. He cemented this as our legacy. He was looking for a quick answer result. Now our national team is a foreign national team. Any of them does not play, or we don't have enough supply from Europe, we will be struggling. And that's what we're having at the moment. I just, to be honest with you, I'm not expecting anything more. I know a lot of players will play out of their position, but this is a going forward thing. I hope Gusau or whoever it is, they will be able to come up with a strategy to ensure that we have Nigerian-born players, that we have a pipeline for Nigerian-born players to our national team. We cannot continue we cannot continue to feature players who are making Nigeria as Team B as our national team. It does not make any sense. No national team survives from that.
I mean, Mayowa is definitely sounding like, at this point, it seems like we should just pack our bags and, just forgo the remaining 2 World Cup qualifier games. Is that what you think?
Well, if you have players that maybe at this point still don't seem to understand the way African football works, then what's the point? I mean, even if it goes with a backline of players from the NPFL at this point, they play in a very physical league. And they know that, hey, this is just a rare chance to represent the Super Eagles. They will give it all it takes. But for me, I think, well, the reality is that these are the players that we have, and they are the ones that will represent us. I've been saying it, and I'm sure you know that it's going to be very, very tough for us. It's not even sure that we are going to beat Lesotho. It is not sure at this point. So even with the players we have, and just like he said, we are going to play a lot of players. Most players will be playing out of their position. Don't be surprised if you see a certain Calvin Bassey back on the left-hand side, even though there's a Bruno Imechi. Because if we start with Calvin Bassey and he pulls up with an injury, most certainly it is Oyemechi that will come in.
But the big question we should be asking ourselves here is, we talk about Bruno Imechi. I also believe that Bruno Emechi is a better left fullback going forward than Calvin Bassey.
But there's Edu too.
I agree, right? Yeah. But the question is, yesterday, Bruno Emechi was on the bench. And should we feel the player who is on the bench? I mean, see, the Super Eagles that I know, the Super Eagles that I know are is the Super Eagles where every single one of them were, back in days were big characters in their club sides. But today, it doesn't seem like we have those big characters again. That's the problem. So why will a player be on the bench and then we are seeing the person as the best option for our left back? What does it tell to our football, Maiwa?
Yeah, Ikechukwu, beggars are not choosers. Beggars are not choosers. You cannot be begging and you still have option.
Yes.
It's just the fact. A lot of this, and no disrespect to them, a lot of remove Ademola Lookman, right? Remove Osimhen is not foreign born. Remove Ademola Lookman. How many of our yes, maybe Iwobi and Calvin Bassey, then maybe Olaino if he's fully fit. The rest, how many of them play regularly for their team? And they come into our national team, they get a regular check. It's as simple as that. And to be honest with you, and I'm not shading these guys again. Go back to the team of 94. Compare them with what we have at the moment. Some of these guys playing for us at the moment, and this is no disrespect to any of them. This is where the standard is at the moment. Whatever the standard is what we'll be judging them with. But if you look at the team we have right now, compare them to the class of 94. I mean, this current team will not even make the bench in 1994. Michael Emenalo was very good with his club, and he was struggling to play for Nigeria. It was as bad as that. So there is no way you will say this quality is the best quality we can have. It's not, and that's the reason why somebody will sit down on the bench for his club, and he will be our number one choice in Nigeria here, and we expect us to do fantastic against top teams in the world. It's not possible. Something has to give, and to be honest with you, it has to start from the kind of NFF board we have. If we don't get it right from there, we will continue to discuss this matter in the next 20 years.
Exactly. So sad. So from one World Cup qualifier story to another, and this time it's about what's happening in Nigeria's group, my group, our group, and the coach of Bafana, Hugo Bruce, has maintained confidence that South Africa can still qualify for 2026 World Cup despite FIFA deducting 3 points and awarding 3 goals to Lesotho. The sanction followed the South Africa ineligibly fielding the Boho Mokoena in Group C match. Anytime I call this ineligible, I struggle. I don't know.
The tongue twister.
I don't know. Come on. Well, in that group match, dropping South Africa from first to second place, of course, and 14 points, leveled with leaders now Benin Republic, Nigeria and Rwanda trails with 11 points each. Bruce announced the squad for upcoming qualifiers against Zimbabwe and Rwanda, stressed that the situation is not hopeless. He reminded critics that South Africa had always needed to win the last 2 games, only regardless of the sanctions, and urged fans to believe the team can finish strong. While acknowledging responsibility for the administrative error, Bruce said, the blame should be limited to one person, pointing at the coaching staff, player, and South African Football Association. Bafana appeared at the World Cup in 2010 when they hosted the tournament. Come on. If Nigeria were to be in this position, I would expect the Nigerian coach to also sound like this. But the reality on ground is Hugo Bruce just massaging the ego of South Africans and urging the boys on? Or is it just actually hiding behind a finger, knowing that there's issues, serious problem to be worried about?
As a manager, as a coach, you can't come out and express what your country is actually going through at the moment, even in the media. You have to find a way around it. And of course, they can't dwell on it. It has happened. They've given them that deduction. They can't continue to dwell on it.
From where you're standing, do you see them seeing qualifying?
They have the chance. They have the chance. I know they have the level on points, but they are behind on goals difference. But take it in mind that Benin Republic have 2 away games to play, including one against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, while South Africa seemingly have 2 home games because they are playing against Zimbabwe in Zimbabwe. In South Africa, they are playing them at the Moses Mabhida Stadium in Durban. They are playing them there. And also they are playing their last game against Rwanda at I don't know, I think that should be in Polokwane. They are playing them in South Africa as well. Right now, but then they are playing their last 2 games in South Africa, so they have somewhat of an advantage. You get what I'm saying? Because some of these players, most of these players actually play in this stadium. So I think Ugo Bruce has to come out to encourage his boys. It has even started from the SAFA CEO, who actually gave this words when she said that despite the sanction, whether they sanction them or not, they have to win their last 2 games. Of course, even when they were on 17 points, they still needed to win their last 2 games, to be sure of qualifying, because they need to finish first. So I think, of course, they can still qualify. They are playing Rwanda at home while we play against Benin Republic. So who's going to feel the pressure more? It all depends on the first set of games where they'll be playing Zimbabwe away and at home at the same time, because they're playing in South Africa, while Benin Republic will be playing, I think they'll be playing Rwanda and away from home. So it's tough to call. Group C is the most interesting group for me, but I think South Africa might just qualify. They might.
Mawa, is Ugo Bruce's comment about them still qualifying eligible or ineligible in this case? Because, I mean, I'm looking at the group now. I want you to look at the group again and tell me exactly who stands the best chance of going through to 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Well, I think the Republic stands a better stand. Nigeria has not been consistent, and I will not be surprised if the Republic can pull out a victory in Uyo against us. This is not the first time that teams are coming here. Rwanda was here in the Nations Cup, and they were able to get away with points. But like Afiz rightly said, the circumstances surrounding South Africa, I think it favors them. Remember, the Republic, their last game is against Rwanda, and Rwanda is also playing in South Africa. So South Africa will play in their last game. Rwanda in South Africa. Rwanda will also be playing their last game in South Africa. So I mean, the odds is against Benin, and that's the reason why, when we're talking about the conflict of interest the other time and the rest of that, this is the reason why it really matters. There is no way the conflict of interest will not come. That's my number 2. The South Africans, I don't think they are done with FIFA yet, and I think FIFA should still hammer them again. Remember, Mokoena did not stop the suspension, and they arrogantly fielded him again after the complaint. So I'm still expecting another 3 points to be deducted. Maybe at the end of the day, South Africa will be going home with maybe 17 points if they end up winning the 2 games.
The reality is that sanction is the only one. It's the only one actually.
He has not served his punishment. He has not served. So
it's part of this squad. It's part of this squad that we played the last 2 games. It's part of the squad.
Are you saying FIFA is collecting money to forget about the sanction, like the punishment the player is supposed to carry out?
Well, Maiwa, what will happen is that we'll take a good look at the book. We'll take a good look at what the rule says. We'll definitely be certain if the 10,000 fine that South Africa had to pay, $10,000 fine that they had to pay, if it's going to suffice in case instead of Mokoena missing a game, right? If that $10,000 that FIFA asked them to pay is the same as him actually missing a game, if that's what the punishment is about, we're definitely going to find out in coming days. But I'm asking, right now, in this case with South Africa, I mean, you mentioned something that the Republic stands a better chance, and you also said that with the conflict of interest, it seems very juicy for South Africa at this point. I don't know, but I mean, nobody's talking about Nigeria's chance of going through this particular championship. Now, this is what I'm saying.
Say it again.
Say what?
Say it again for people in the back, please.
But let's look at it this way, right? Let's look
2030. I know you want to travel to USA, but prepare for 2030.
Wait. What if it happens that South Africa played draw in the last game, right?
This calculator never.
And then Nigeria wins her next game.
You don't win your 2 games first.
Good question. Again, Maiwa, please.
You don't win your 2 games first. See, Ikechukwu, I would love nothing more than for locker room to be in USA and we are doing locker room from where the games are being played. But as it is now, right now, we should not be deceiving ourselves. I don't think we are going to the World Cup. Maybe if by any chance we might have the shot at playing playoff, but qualifying first, it will never happen. Let's begin to take our mind off.
Even the playoff is tough.
It's tough. 2030.
the playoff is tough. I mean, we spoke about it when we mentioned that there are some teams that are on 16 points at the moment in second place, and they still have 2 games to go. So even if you are praying for South Africa to lose their last 2 games, you have to pray for those teams to lose their last 2 games, because any draw for them, the highest Nigeria can finish is with 17 points. Any draw for those teams that are on 16 points, and there are teams on 15 points, a win for any of those teams in 15 points, Nigeria is not meeting them. And we are not meeting Gabon already. So we are even battling for 3 places, not even 4 at this time around. We are battling for 3 because Gabon has gone. They have 19 points. So,
well, talking about playoffs, right? Something went down in Europe, right? In the UEFA Champions League. Yeah. I don't want to call it group stage phase because it doesn't look like a group stage for me.
It's a league phase.
I want to look at it as I want to look at it as a round robin state where you say, okay, yeah,
this is now the UEFA Champions League.
I don't even want to look at it as I don't want to look at it as a league, but yes, let's look at it as a sort of qualifying round, right? Now, from this, I mean, last night a lot happened, and one of the biggest shock was what happened right there at the Camp Nou. Yes, one of the biggest shock right there at the Camp Nou, where the champions of Europe actually traveled all the way to Barcelona's ground, where it seems to be like a fortress. It's difficult to actually get a point out of that particular stadium, and they did the unthinkable without their full strength.
Yeah,
that's why a lot of persons is still in awe as regards how that result actually went. And of course, big masquerade always show up in big moments. Erling Haaland showed just why he's arguably one of the best marksman in Europe. A lot happened in the UEFA Champions League last night.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of the Barcelona PSG game, we mentioned it. We said there's a lot of storylines. Dembele coming back with the Ballon d'Or, even though he didn't get to play. Kvaratskhelia was missing as well. Joao Neves was missing. But I mean, FIFA did something in the Ballon d'Or rankings. They placed Nuno Mendes as number 10, and it's sure he's actually top 10 best footballers in the world. That guy is a fantastic left back. I think he's the only defender right now, he's the only fullback right now that can actually stop Lamine Yamal. And he did yesterday, even though there was a situation where he could have gotten sent off. But then he did fantastically well. Look at his assist for their first goal for sending Mayulu. It was fantastic. PSG, they gave it their best shot. It's like, just like Maiwa said, it's like Enrique has Barcelona's number. And as for Erling Haaland, I mean, doing the Erling Haaland things, Erling, I mean, look at him in the air. Fantastic striker, but they didn't get the win. Unfortunately for them, they got a draw. Eric Dyer scoring that penalty. Arsenal as well, negotiated a 2-0 win over Olympiacos. Olympiacos scored a goal, but it was ruled out. But Bukayo Saka and Gabriel Martinelli, they did the job. It was a good night, maybe not as frenetic as the one on the matches on Tuesday, but then they still give us what the Champions League gives us, and we're looking forward to more games, even though we have the Europa as well. But I mean, I think we're already looking forward to next game is the Champions League. Are you not enjoying this league format?
Maiwa.
Which one do you prefer? Let me ask Maiwa.
They are talking about depth. Yes, they made a whole lot of signing. Cheze, Zubimendi, and the rest of them. I mean, that is a coach knowing that he needs those players to be able to execute matches at the tail end. Most of the time, their season usually capitulates starting from March. And it has happened 3 times consistently. I hope it doesn't happen the 4th time. However, the way they've been playing so far, I think they have the depth, they have the capability to go far. But I am just hoping that when it comes to March, the usual circle does not repeat itself again. That we see them losing crucial points when they are supposed to be playing, crucial points. For Barcelona and PSG, I think Luis Enrique knows how to beat and to play. Goncalo Ramos capped a very fantastic performance up with that particular goal, and I was really, really happy for him. It came very late, but I mean it was a well-deserved victory. I hope Ansu Flick is able to find a way to be able to beat the Barcelona side. For Pep Guardiola, Man City always concede goals. I don't understand the reason why. Gone are the days where Man City will play, you will feel the defense is up to it. But right now, they concede goal for fun. Yes, they get to win sometimes, but most of the time they concede goal for fun. Probably a lot of people might say because Guardiola is trying to change the way he plays and the rest of that.
I think that's a factor. And
yeah, it's a factor. But if you are to win competitions, if you are to go far, you cannot continue to consider. And remember, from last season, he has this habit of conceding goals in the last 15 minutes of every game.
Yes. Yesterday, if you look at how Pep Guardiola lined his team, especially his back four, you notice that John Stone actually played wide. He played as he played as right back, and he's not naturally a right back. So I think that was the thing. That was one of the major problems they had in that particular team. And the way Pep Guardiola also lined up that team, he lined up that in the same way he lined up the team that won the UEFA Champions League final. I mean, the UEFA Champions League, the season they won it. Yeah. This is the exact formation he played all through the season. If he can get a proper right back, I think Man City will be difficult to stop this season.
I think he does have a right back.
Because of the game yesterday, yes.
The thing is it's for him to get the effort. However, no matter what you get, right, the hallmark of a good team is knowing when to shut off your goal, when to shut off your post, allow people to score. If you cannot continue to concede goal, especially in the later part of the game, what that indicates is that most of the time, from the 75th minute upward, if you pile a lot of pressure on them, they tend to cave, meaning that they are getting tired quickly.
But in his defense, sorry, Maiwa, in his defense, I think I'll just say there was nothing the defense could have done about that first goal. That was a fantastic
very fantastic goal.
And the equalizer came from something like a dubious penalty for me. So
that first goal, I cannot blame anybody. I mean, Donnarumma, that in fact, it was an excellent goal. These are the goals you say goal of the week.
Absolutely, fantastic strike by Tezi.
Well, for me, I'll cap my review of the Champions League of it. Karabag is going to go far. Please mark these days. They are going to go very far. They might not win it, but I'm suspecting they will get to the quarterfinal.
They've not played any big team yet, have they?
It doesn't really matter. All the teams they are playing against, they are bigger than them. They are way bigger.
Well, okay. Exactly. This is exactly where we have to actually anchor the show right here on Voice of the People TV. Thank you guys for joining me right here in the studio. Afis, it's been amazing having you here. Maiwa, I joined virtually. It's been good to have you today, Maiwa.
It's very fantastic, and I'm looking forward to Roma doing the magic in the Europa League tonight. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Until we return next time, stick around. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. My name is Ikechukwu Agu. Stay tuned.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarete is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Inikwe of Igala land. She's such an intriguing historical figure. Inikwe was a princess and a priestess from the Igala kingdom, which is currently located in the present-day Nigeria. Her story is one of sacrifice and loyalty. Legend has it that during the 16th century, the Igala kingdom was under threat from the neighboring kingdom of Jukun. Inikwe, in an act of immense bravery, volunteered to be sacrificed to the gods in order to save her people from impending invasion. Inikwe's sacrifice was seen as a selfless act of devotion and love for her kingdom. Her story has been passed down through generations, and she's celebrated as a symbol of courage and sacrifice in Igala culture. To this day, Inikwe's story continues to inspire many, highlighting the strength and resilience of African women in history. Her legacy serves as a reminder of the power of selflessness and the lengths people are willing to go to protect their communities.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro TV channel 264. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. On the show today, Fubara Rivers Governor sacks commissioners as Akpabio assures Tinubu of defection of more governors to the All Progressives Congress. Well, we have been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and public affairs analyst. We also have beside him Mr. Dele Fanimo, a reporter and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. As always, I appreciate your presence on this show.
Good evening, Chukuma. My pleasure.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Now, let's get into it. Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State has dismissed all commissioners and public officers affected by a Supreme Court ruling that invalidated some of his decisions. The court affirmed the legitimacy of the Rivers House of Assembly led by Martin Amehule, nullifying the faction loyal to Fubara that had previously approved his cabinet members. Now talking about the Okojumbo-led House of Assembly. Well, this decision stems from a political conflict between Fubara and his predecessor, Nyesom Wike. The Supreme Court judgment favored the Amehule-led Assembly faction, which supports Wike, the current Federal Capital Territory FCT minister. Well, this ruling has deepened the political divide in Rivers State as Fubara's faction lost legal recognition for their legislative actions, including appointments. Meanwhile, in another development, Senate President Godswill Akpabio Godswill Akpabio, has assured President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that more opposition governors are preparing to defect to the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. Akpabio made the remarks during a book launch and project commissioning event in Owerri, highlighting the APC's growing influence across Nigeria, according to him. Well, Akpabio praised Tinubu's reforms and predicted that several governors from troubled opposition parties, especially the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the Labour Party, are ready to join the APC. Political analysts see states like Rivers, Abia, Kanu, Osun, and Benue as likely sources of new defections due to internal party conflicts. Oh, well, Akpabio commended Governor Hope Uzodimma for documenting the APC's progress over the past decade and emphasized that real development is shown through action, not words. He recalled his own development projects as proof of his progressive leadership and congratulated Uzodimma and the APC leadership for their achievements. Oh, well, he's recognizing his own achievements, but it's good to know that those achievements were made under the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, the party that seems to be an orphan in Nigeria's political space at the moment. Gentlemen, let's get into it. Barrister Darlington, Fubara has dissolved the cabinet screened by Victor Okojumbo that led the House of Assembly at that moment. Now, in compliance with the Supreme Court judgment that recognized Martin's Amewule faction. Fubara is playing by the rules, has always played by the rules. Is he not a man of peace? Barrister, what is he?
I have always known that the issue of River State will not end very soon. In fact, it will outlive even 2027. Because if Wike want to dominate River State, I don't think it will end with Fubara. That means whoever is coming after Fubara is likely going to deal with Wike or is going to contend with Wike. So what Fubara is doing now, he's preparing ground for 2027 because he needed his own men to be in charge of certain positions.
Okay.
And that's the fact. So Wike is losing out in all this. From all indications, he's losing out. Like I've always said, how can Wike be campaigning for APC and be campaigning under PDP? Is that likely to happen in 2027? You know the end. How will people not take him serious? If he's in PDP and he's in APC, when the campaign starts proper, where will he be campaigning? You mean after campaigning for APC in the daytime, then at night he will campaign for PDP? This is why I've always told you that Wike is on his way out politically.
But Barrister, when you say that Wike is on his way out, now this dissolution of the cabinet is court ordered, Supreme Court ordered. Now, don't you think that it will give Wike the leverage to put his own men in office as he did before? So why do you think that he's the one losing?
Look, it's not about putting your own men in there. It's about the River State people. Will they accept you and your men? That is the issue here. It is the River State that are going to do the voting. And if they are with Fubara, there's nothing anybody can do. That's what I'm telling you.
Are they with Fubara? Have they been with Fubara? Will they be with him? It looks like they abandoned Fubara in the heat of the moment, you know, when he had this fight with his godfather. The Rivers people that you are talking about, where were they? They were the ones carrying placards supporting Ibas, the sole administrator.
Those were hired hands.
Okay, so you think they can't be hired again?
No, they can't hire them because when the chips are down. Remember what happened when Ibas' wife wanted to play first lady? The women of River State told her that, look, we don't know you. You cannot address us. Remember?
But these are the same women that marched in support of Ibas.
How many women? These are APC women, hired people.
But they are Rivers people.
How many of them? Mr. Okoro, how many of them? It is the numbers we are talking about here. Remember that politics is all about number. Majority carries the vote. For Fubara to have brought peace in River State is even a win-win for him. Because at the end of the day, the River State will see him as a peaceful person.
Okay.
While seeing Wike as the aggressor. So how can they now queue behind him? On what ground?
All right. Thank you, Barrister. Now let's bring Mr. Fanimo into this conversation. Mr. Dele Fanimo, a man of peace and an aggressor who survives better in Nigerian politics. What's your reaction to the dissolution of the River State Cabinet following a court-ordered judgment by the Supreme Court. Now, Fubara has complied with that judgment and dissolved the cabinet because apparently the Supreme Court said their appointment and screening were illegal because it didn't pass through the appropriate recognized State House of Assembly.
It's not on his own terms that Fubara dissolved the cabinet.
Okay.
Apart from Supreme Court judgments, it must have been part of the deal, the concession he gave for him to have returned to River State at the expiration of the emergency period of 6 months. Because one, there's no way those commissioners will not be taken out of the cabinet. He single-handedly named them, and the fight for the soul of River State has just begun. And the odds are stacked against him.
Against who?
Against Fubara.
The governor, okay.
Yes, in this fight. And except we want to play the ostrich, Fubara will remain a lame dog, a lapdog for the rest of the administration till 2027. We would have to play by the rules as dictated by those who negotiated his coming back to power and his godfather. Part of the deal is what he has just done, and he's still going to do more of it. The commissioner has gone. Now, what next? The appointment of new set of commissioners. In the days ahead, by the time the House sits properly, you discover from the list of commissioners that will be forwarded to the State House of Assembly, if not all, 85 to 90% of the commissioners will come from Wiki. And the House that had been betrothed to Wiki when it was dissolved, you recall that it took them outside this country to UK. They spent some days, up to 5 days, and single-handedly bankrolled this. It wasn't on the ticket of the state government, and it wasn't on the ticket of the federal government. So, except we want to deceive ourselves, these guys are, the 27 lawmakers are betrothed to him. And if the other 4 that were on the side of Fubara wants to enjoy their stay in the House
peacefully,
peacefully, then they have to come back to the fold and subsume themselves under Amehule, because they will only have their say, but they will never have their way until the expiration of this House of Assembly's tenure. So, by and large, it's technically the Rivers people that are likely to lose in this game of wit and power play.
All right. Now, Barrister, you seem to think otherwise from Delefanimo's position. Now, a new cabinet will be constituted in due time. With this kind of peace in place, what do you expect coming to Rivers State? What kind of governor do you think that Sim Fubara will be? Do you expect that if he reconstitutes the cabinet, that he's going to put his own men? And if he does, are they not going to go back to the trenches? Because at the soul of the struggle for, at the heart of the struggle for the soul of Rivers State, it was who takes what, when, how, and why? Are they going back to that? Do you think that Fubara will clearly go back to those days where he will say, no, I don't want this person and I want this person? So ahead of the cabinet reconstitution, what do you expect coming? What do you see? What do you think is likely going to happen?
That is where the game of wits will come to play. You know, when Niccolo Machiavelli was writing his book, The Prince, he said that the end justifies the means.
Okay.
I think this is where Fubara had to apply his political wizardry, if you have any. Because he's going to put his own men in that list, and the State Assembly may not likely approve of them. And so, if you approve that of Wike and you do not approve of his own, how can he now assign portfolios to them? It will not work. Except that they approve all of them, the man may not even play ball. You are now looking at a Balarabe Musa case here, whereby the man was a UPN and the State Assembly are MPN. And because he didn't play ball, they refused to approve his commissioners. And eventually they impeach him. Look, if Fubara eventually they impeach him, I expect him this time around to go to court and challenge it just like Obi in Anambra. Because that is
don't you think that his survival would in the court would be determined by the grounds of impeachment, the reason why they impeach him?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, because it's going to be out of selfish interest. That was why Obi won on 2 occasions.
Is that a precedent in our
yes,
books?
Of course there is. Yeah, you can make reference to it. If Buhari had been doing his work diligently and honestly, and you want to impeach him because he's not approved of your commissioner, the man may have his reasons. That's the truth. And so, with that reason in his kitty, he can even bring it up in court. There's no law that says you must accept certain people as commissioner. There's no law. That discretion is on you as the chief executive officer. No state assembly can impose any commissioner on you. Ditto, no national assembly can impose a minister on president. And so based on that, Fubara still have some trump card with him if he knows how to play it.
Okay.
Yes.
So wouldn't that cause trouble for him and Rivers people?
If you want peace, prepare for war.
Okay, now Barrister, the Constitution makes it, if you are sworn in as a governor, you have 6 months. The Constitution gives you a threshold, timeline of 6 months, within which to constitute a cabinet.
Exactly.
That 6 months window, does it apply to him now that he just came back to office?
Of course. Of course. Because he needed to assess the situation since 6 months ago that he was out of office.
Okay.
He needed to put things in place.
So that interregnum means more like he's starting governance.
Exactly. Okay. Why do you think they stampeded him when they say, bring the list of commissioners? That was the first thing they did. Immediately they sacked. What does that tell you? Because they are being teleguided by somebody. These are the things they needed to put in place to now hedge the governor. They now put him in total hostage. But the guy is I think, is a bit faster than them. He has yes, they have not submitted any names. Rather, he sacked the one that I...
Don't you think they are still in the works, still in the cooks?
But the fact remains that he did not hurriedly submit any names.
Maybe because the names have not been given to him.
No, nobody will give him... if they are going to give him, he wouldn't have sacked the ones he met now. He would have asked them to continue.
No, the court ordered him to sack them because they clearly were his own men. And the people that put him there don't want those men.
Listen, you see that matter. As long as this state of emergency has come and gone, it has overtaken that court decision. I hope you know. That court decision is now what? Expired.
No, the court decision that asked him to dissolve that they recognized the Okojombo House of Assembly.
I said the state of emergency have overtaken that court.
I don't think so.
Because listen now.
Minister, that's what I want us to understand. Are you saying that the state of emergency has vacated the decision of the Supreme Court, which said Victor Okojumbo-led House of Assembly was illegal and couldn't have approved anything for Rivers people? Is that your position?
Yeah, because the state of emergency did not allow the governor to implement that decision. Can't you get it?
Okay.
The man was trying to implement...
Are you speaking from a legal point of view?
Of course. Because if they wanted to obey the Supreme Court, they would have allowed the Supreme Court judgment to, run its course.
Without the state of emergency?
Yes.
Okay, now I think Dele here has a reaction.
Because one, there is a new agreement now. That superseded that.
Which agreement is that?
The one they signed out before the state of emergency was lifted. Are you getting it?
Signed by who?
It's not in public domain.
Oh, really?
It's not legal.
It's not legal.
No, you cannot, nobody can cite it.
Okay, fine. So
it's a gentlemanly agreement. So it's not actionable.
Okay, the one that is not legal is the one between Wike and his lawmakers, Abi?
No, as long as that law, I don't need to be a lawyer to rationalize this. There is a subsisting judgment that has not been vacated.
It cannot be. Because
there is a subsisting judgment. Why not tell me to be a lawyer?
Barrister, hold on. Barrister, you have your time.
I don't want him to derail.
It's not a matter of derailment. No, Barrister.
It's a matter of derailment.
Excuse me, I'd like for you to hold on.
Hold on.
You have your time.
This is a court judgment. Let us interpret it properly.
Barrister, you have
as long as that judgment was not implemented, it is now null and void. The brother cannot go back there.
That is your opinion.
He cannot go back to that judgment. He cannot.
Barrister, that is your opinion. Okay, so allow the lawyer to have his time.
You see, as long as there is a subsisting judgment that nullifies all the action of the 4-man House of Assembly members, and it has not been vacated.
There's no way it can be vacated because
it's Supreme Court judgment. Fine. So there is no way you can vacate that judgment on the fact that because emergency rule lasted. That judgment was not predicated on the date or termination of emergency rule.
That judgment
was not tied to emergency rule. I read that judgment.
Hold on, Mr.
Barrister, you will react.
I don't want this man to derail.
Barrister, allow me to derail.
Allow me to derail.
No. His opinion is not.
Barrister, when he's done, you can now counter him.
That judgment did not envisage that there will be a state of emergency.
Excuse me, sir. When he's done, you can now counter him.
What if the damage has been done?
No, you can do damage control. You can do damage control.
We are here. We have the time.
We still have about 30 minutes to run through all of this.
You see, this thing is very clear.
Okay.
Except we want to apply sentiment or emotion into it. And judgment, law does not permit such.
Okay.
This judgment has a life of its own. Independent of either emergency was declared. Emergency rule was outside of this judgment. And so, no institution advocated this law. As a matter of fact, it's only Supreme Court judges that can sit and take a second look at this judgment and then say,
and reverse
we are reversing. And as long as it doesn't happen, that judgment stays till the termination of this administration's life, which is 2027. So the emergency rule cannot on its own stultify the action of that judgment. And that is why, after all, Fubara has an attorney general in that state before the dissolution of this cabinet. He has lawyers that have been defending him over up to Supreme Court. He would have consulted them. And they know that the emergency rule cannot in any way interfere in this judgment.
Okay, all right, Barrister. Barrister, before you, go ahead so that you don't lose your time.
Are you aware that Fubara was not allowed to implement that Supreme Court judgment? Are you aware?
Which judgment?
The judgment of the Supreme Court that says you go back and restate the lawmakers and pay them their salary. Let them start their plenary. And then what is it again? Rebuild their place of business. Is that not what they were? And then conduct a fresh local government election.
I'm not sure that it was not allowed. I think there was a problem, a miscommunication.
Oh, no.
They were saying you cannot invite us on social media.
It was still in the saddle when that judgment was
going back and forth and all of that before the state of the media.
Fubara was in the saddle.
We saw this.
There was no declaration of emergency when that judgment was passed. And for about 3-4 weeks before emergency rule came,
they were going back
and forth.
No, oh my God, you can see what I'm saying. It was deliberate. They are working towards an answer.
The fact that it's deliberate is just for your own judgment.
Hold on. That is the more reason why we should look at this thing from a dispassionate angle, because
there is nothing dispassionate about this.
Fubara made effort to implement that Supreme Court judgment.
How does effort count in this case?
It counts.
It doesn't.
No, hold on. It counts because listen very well. If the man did not make effort to implement that judgment, we can blame him.
What effort did he make?
He made effort by going to the lawmakers, but they locked him out.
How did he go to them?
Did he go to them?
How do you go
did he inform them that he was coming?
He didn't tell them he was coming. He didn't lie them. They said
He didn't. He did.
How may not be a lawyer because I'm a journalist old enough to understand some of these things.
Hold on. Okay. How did they communicate to Fubara? How did they communicate?
The same way he communicated to them.
Yes.
So there was a stalemate. Propped up by both sides.
I don't think so.
I think both sides were actually playing.
Where were they holding their?
And they were all caught in the crossfires.
The man sent a message where they were holding their what? Their sessions. Yes, and he went to that gate, and they locked him out. So what are you talking about? As a governor, are they not the one who's supposed to come to him? But he still went to them.
No, it's not. They are not the one to come to him. The Supreme Court gave a judgment that he has to obey. And
obey what?
Obey the 27 lawmakers, that they are the bona fide lawmakers. That should be.
A lot of people will quarrel with the word.
What I said.
Okay, let me not use obey. Let me not obey. But that this thing should be reverted back to the 27 lawmakers.
That he should resubmit the budget.
Exactly.
To the 27
Now, and the fact that he was referred to take the budget back to the 27 lawmakers, it also validates the existence and the bona fide lawmakers that should sit over that budget.
Listen, are you aware that when there was a state of emergency, there was another budget presented by the sole administrator?
That is another matter. It has nothing to do with this.
That's what I'm telling you.
It has nothing to do with this case.
Hold on.
Let us iron this case out.
Okay, hold on.
And I am telling you,
are you telling me that
there is nothing is driving at that will validate this position?
Hold on. I am telling you that the state of emergency has rubbish what the Supreme Court.
Chukuma, you are a lawyer by association because your wife is a lawyer. And we also understand some of these things. I may be lettered, I may not be learned, but at least I understand English to some extent. The truth about this is, if you want to be dispassionate,
I am trying to.
As the law dictates,
we are holding a conversation.
Yes, as the law dictates, that judgment still subsists.
It doesn't.
No, that's your position. Now, the barrister has a different position.
He has not been able to convince me that you have to vacate that judgment.
The judgment is not mine. The judgment is for viewers to make. Both of you have.
That's what I'm saying.
Look,
he has to give me unassailable points for me to concede that judgment should be vacated.
Gentlemen, we are not holding a debate.
Hold on.
We are just holding a conversation.
That judgment does no longer exist because the presence of the sole administrator has
now, barrister, in dissolving the press statement put out, by the chief press secretary to the governor, said that following the Supreme Court judgment, that is why we are dissolving the cabinet. So,
if the governor, because whatever is coming from the chief press secretary is the governor's position on anything.
They want to lash on to it. Okay. That is not the true position.
Okay, in fact, so you think they are playing politics with it?
I don't look.
So Fubara does not know what to do when he allowed that statement.
Barrister, I would like to ask you a question.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you a question. Fubara has an attorney general. And I want you to review what happened to him legally in the past 2 years. Will you, I mean, in the court of justice, in the court of high court, appeal court, and Supreme Court, and all of that, do you think that his attorney general gave him very, very useful advice, legal advice?
The same thing, the same way the president have an attorney general.
Okay.
Did he give him a sound advice before he declared state of emergency in Rivers State? No, tell me. Look, the attorney general.
You know why I ask this question? Why I ask this question? A lot of people, including lawyers that I've spoken to, believe that the attorney general of Rivers State was not on top of his job. That he gave Fubara some legal advice that turned out, to harm him. And they all even said that the man was a university professor who hadn't practiced law before, and they just brought him from the university and made him AG. So that's why I'm asking you this question. What are your thoughts?
Whenever you are an orphan, you are always the guilty person in a village square. An orphan, he can never get justice in a village square. That is the truth. Whatever you are saying about the attorney general, on what ground? The Supreme Court gave a judgment, and Fubara went ahead to implement that judgment. So what wrong did the Attorney General do? What did he commit?
No, but I just asked an honest
question. I said he didn't do anything. Okay, it's not that the federal government was working towards an answer.
Okay, so he's a good Attorney General.
Because if they wanted to,
the federal government working to an answer, was it the federal government that federal government advised him to go and withdraw the case in court against the 27 lawmakers? He had an Attorney General, and the Attorney General didn't conduct due diligence to ensure that the other parties, the other party withdraws their case, but they didn't. So what form of Attorney General would that be?
That's what I want to know. One of the things they told him in the 8-point agenda. He signed in Asoro.
No, the 8-point agenda was shared between him and the other party. He met his own part of the bargain. The other party didn't meet. And he had an Attorney General who should have advised him on the steps to take. And I'm asking you, did he give him proper legal advice?
Hold on, he did.
Okay.
He did. Do you know why? Because whichever way you look at it, it's like a catch-22. Fubara is already a guilty person here. Even when the 8-point agenda was declared by the president, nobody blamed the Wike for all his atrocities. It was Fubara. So,
the legalities were subsumed in politics.
Of course.
Okay,
because if you look at it from every angle, Fubara has already been declared the guilty party here. And that is why the man was doing everything to bring peace. When they say you should go and withdraw, why did they say him to go and withdraw? But they didn't tell the others. Okay, now nobody's blaming Biafra for not withdrawing. You can imagine. Why is it that nobody's blaming Biafra?
But I want to ask you a question.
Before you ask me a question. Now, let's go back to what happened at that period. Fubara was invited to Aso Rock, and they gave him, as part of peace deal, there was this 8-point agenda that has to be followed through.
Okay.
As soon as he came out, he came back to Rivers State and said he signed under duress and that the correct pen he uses, he didn't use. That is to say, there is some element of deviance to that agreement.
He went ahead. Barrister, let him have his time.
He went ahead to implement those agendas.
Will you allow him to land on
go ahead.
Yes. Go ahead.
That shows some measure of defiance to that agreement. That is enough room for his team of lawyers, probably headed by his Attorney General, to look at these 8 points and see where these points would lead Fubara. But probably out of desperation to hold on to power at all costs. Something you rejected in the open, that Rivers people clapped for you, celebrated you. You still went ahead to implement. Is it the federal government that forced you to implement?
Good.
Was he arrested?
Good.
Was there any gun put to his head?
Good.
When you see, let us not excuse some measure of greed and unbridled ambition
gentlemen,
in all of this.
We have another topic.
What is important here? Is it what you said or what you did that is important? Look, you can see. Is it what you said is important?
What you said should be the basis of what you do.
No, what you did is more important than what you said, because this man went ahead to implement.
Now,
that,
if you go to a law court, barrister, between what you said and what you did, which one is admissible as evidence?
It is what you did that will take preeminence. What you did, yes. That's where the actus reus and mens rea come in. What you think, what you thought of in your mind, and what you did.
What you executed.
So what you did is more important.
Okay, now then I want to ask you, last week Fubara also dissolved the pensions board set up by ABAS. Another dissolution. Now, in fact, that was the first one. Now, this wasn't court ordered. Could it be a move to get a share of Rivers' political structure? Do you see him fighting back? Is he trying to fight back or what? What do you see?
You see, there is no way Fubara can fight this battle and hope to succeed. Okay. Because
even if
the grounds are already laid,
Rivers people fall behind him.
Even if the whole of Rivers people, the only way that can if Fubara decides to act contrary to the tenets of this agreement, the only way is for Riverians to kidnap the 27 lawmakers and keep them somewhere where they will not be able to see the maze. Don't talk of sitting. If these people has the maze, we have seen legislators sacking governors outside of the floor of the assembly. The only symbol of authority they require is that maze. And in this case, there is no way they will not have access to the maize. So, the only option for Fubara in this matter is to play by the rules.
Okay.
And serve and quietly serve as like an obedient servant
that
he should be.
Now, I wanted to ask about, Barrister, you made reference to 2027. Do you think that Fubara will contest 2027?
Let us get there before we think of how to vote. But let me say something.
Okay, say something.
In 1964, remember the Wild Wild West. What caused it? Election.
Okay.
Akintola and Awolowo could not agree. And you know what happened?
Okay.
Is that not true? When the state of emergency was declared in that western region, and that made the Wole Soyinka to go to western
region radio,
to go and declare the true result in 1965, and of course in 1966, you know what happened. What I'm saying here is that you see this thing Wike is doing, it may turn out very bad at the end of the day. Mark my word.
Okay.
It will turn out very bad if he's not careful. Because I don't see the reason why that one want to control River State. Nobody support what is bad.
Okay.
There's no reason why Wike should be the focus point in the crisis in River State.
But Barrister, no one is supporting what is bad. We are just holding a conversation here.
So let me say Chukuma. Because he's telling me that he should play by the rules.
Yes.
A governor should play by the rules.
I want to say this.
Rule led by Wike.
Whatever thing you want to say about Fubara sold out River State to Wike.
It's a lie.
How did he
do it? It's a lie.
Is it compulsory that you must be a governor at all costs?
Why
did you agree to all those terms?
Which term?
With Wike?
Which term?
Before he made you governor.
Wike says there were no terms.
Look, under the law.
Chukuma, you know this.
I'm not saying Wike said there were no terms.
Now you are now making Wike look like a devil.
Listen,
and Fubara is
a lie.
All of them sold rivers out.
Under the law, if you enter
for the period of Wike's tenure, 28 billion was IGR. And Fubara was declaring 13 billion as the one in custodian of the treasury of the state.
The governor.
Was he blind and deaf when he was doing that?
Please don't go there. He was the chief executive. If he did not obey him, that they say he's fighting his godfather.
Then they will sack him and go.
The man wanted to be in charge and collect all the
Can you imagine?
Yes,
can you imagine?
It's like this.
What are you justifying?
It's like this that we are talking of Obi coming in to correct all this.
I'm not saying Wike is good at what he's doing, but Fubara should not be deodorized.
Oh, really?
They connive to deal with River State people.
It's a lie. It's a lie. It was
what lie is in it?
It is a Wike.
I gave you an example that you cannot fault.
I like the point you have brought us to. I like the point that you have brought us to. They connived to defraud Rivers people.
Yes.
Now, what role have Rivers people played in taking back their state?
It has always been like this. Were we not here when they took this man, Kogi State former governor, Yaya Bello, to court, and he was granted bail? The following week, they hosted him to a big rally, and they were singing and dancing before him, and he became a hero. Is that not the people that their money got missing along the line? It's the same thing Rivers people have done now.
I have just told you what Niccolo Machiavelli said about the end justifying the means. If you want
that should be
should be
a principle.
Yes. If you want
to achieve, isn't that some form of sloganeering?
No, because hold on. How do you take over a bad system and correct it? Is it by saying outside or by getting in? It's when you get it, you not correct it. That's what Fubara did.
Okay,
what has he corrected? What has he corrected?
What is he corrected?
What has he corrected?
What is correct? I mean, the whole world have done what
for the first year of his administration. What did he correct?
Gentlemen, Barrister, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question. Akpabio was in Owerri yesterday alongside the president in the commissioning of projects and a book written by Hope Uzodimma highlighting the achievements of the APC in the past 10 years. Now, in that meeting, in that event, Godswill Akpabio promised the president, Mr. President, I assure you that there will be more governors from the opposition parties, talking about PDP, Labour Party, defecting to the APC ahead of 2027. Is this part of a grand plan to make Nigeria one-party state? What do you think? This kind of comment from a highly placed government operative, where is it coming from? What's your reaction?
You see, sycophancy has a limit.
You think it's sycophancy?
If he's not sacrificed, tell me why should a man who calls himself president of the Senate make such a statement?
He's not sacrificing. He said it, Delta moved. He said it, Akwa Ibom moved. And we see more coming to APC.
If he has some respect for his name and his office, he shouldn't be saying this in the public because he has compromised his office. The three arms of government are supposed to be independent of each other. Okay, what did the president promise the Senate now? If all the governors come into APC, is it to the benefit of the president or to the benefit of APC? These are two different things.
The president is the leader of the party.
It's not enough. They cannot promise him such thing because it is not within their power to do that.
Okay, now he did. What are the implications?
That is the implication that he has exposed himself. In fact, he has ridiculed himself.
What should Nigerians do?
We wait for them in 2027 and tell them that, look, man proposed, but God disposes. We tell them that. Since they have not learned any lesson. You know, when people are overconfident, go and check. All the dictators we have had in Africa, and in fact the whole world, they have always been destroyed by overconfidence. When the people started in Libya, Gaddafi was calling them mosquitoes and cockroaches. Is that not true? And that they cannot do anything. When you are reduced a human being to a mosquito, that means he can't do anything. Eventually, what happened? Was it not those mosquitoes and cockroaches that brought him down?
Used by outsiders.
Somebody must come to the fray now. Somebody must come in. But what I'm telling them is that they should go back to history.
Okay.
Those who
go back to history.
Yes, because
and learn from history. Because they say that history repeats itself because men don't learn from
exactly. It. History does not repeat itself. It is men that repeat history.
Okay.
History is there to teach you a lesson.
Either way. Now, Delefani, you have always said that there is no morality in politics, especially within the Nigerian context. Now, is this move, a statement like this coming from Akpabio, is it part of a democratic tenet, for the ruling party to create fissures and make it difficult for the opposition to thrive, as you tend to see in the present dispensation? Is it admissible? Do you approve of it? Within the context of no morality.
When PDP was ruling, Obasanjo said Adedibu was a garrison commander. A Democrat, after putting down his uniform for over 30 years, only to come back to say, despite all the shenanigans of Adedibu, he said it's a do or die affair.
Okay, Obasanjo said it's a do or die affair.
And he also named Adedibu garrison commander.
Okay, as a henchman. As a henchman.
Yes.
Okay.
And daylight, a sitting governor was kidnapped in his office. If not for his wisdom and smart moves, only God knows what would have happened to him. Now, you see, our politics is predicated on winner takes all, without any concession. And so that's why
American politics is also winner takes all.
No, you see, what we are saying is American politics will not get to a point that...
No, I'm talking about within the context of winner takes all.
Winner takes all, of course. Look at what is happening in America today. I can tell you, the Democrats had stood their ground, and today, America has been shut down.
Okay.
But if it were to be in Nigeria, some Democrats, if they were to be in Nigeria, would have been bought over in the process of debating this issue, this budget.
Okay.
Now, you see, Akpabio, from this statement, should be viewed as a party man.
Okay.
And it's just like a game of wrestling. Even the underdog will be boasting before the fight. Before you get to the ring, that look, I am those days when we were watching Mighty Eagle, Mascaras and the rest of them. You already know that Mighty Eagle will beat this man to his stupor, but he will be the first to come out from the dressing room, and he will make all the razzmatazz, all the drama. At the end of the day, it won't last more than 1 minute before Mighty Eagle sits on his chest, and they will ring the bell. So there was a time PDP was boasting 60 years.
Okay.
But 60 became 16. Now, it is within the right of Akpabio to want to defend his political party and say even ADC will be subsumed into APC and PDP will also be subsumed, that there won't be any election in 2007.
All right, but I hate to butt in, but let me bring in something. If in the course of politicking, and we have a president that says, as a president and as a party man, he asks people, you know, do you want Edo State? And they say yes, and he says, I will give you Edo State. Put that within the context of political morality. Is he right?
It's right.
It's right.
Yes.
Beautiful.
It's right.
Okay.
You can see why we are not moving forward.
That is your opinion.
No,
and you would have allowed me to explain where I said it is right.
No.
Within the context, look, within the context of politicking, I said ab initio that there is no morality in politics. The moment you begin to look at the morality in politics, then you are beginning to make sure that, you are only rationalizing what is not going to happen.
Come, are you aware that politics is all about the people? Are you aware?
He said that those people. He didn't say Lagos people. Do you want Edo? Did he say Lagos people? You want Edo? He said Edo people. Do you want Edo State? And they said yes. I said we'll get it for
Edo. APC.
Is APC in Edo not part of Edo? Is APC in Edo not part of Edo?
He should have
asked other parties.
No, I'm asking you. So you could have asked PDP. Do you want Edo?
No, but should he make that kind of statement?
No, I am telling you. At that point,
there were different interpretations.
Wait. At that point, he was making that statement. He was making that statement as a party man.
Wielding political power.
Oh no.
He's a party man first. Before becoming, it was on the platform of that party he became president.
He was making that statement as a president.
Mr. Okoro, you see, when we are talking
I'm
like
just
this,
asking.
Hold on. When we are talking,
I am telling you.
Let us not misinform.
I am telling you that at that moment,
I'll come to you.
At that moment of making that pronouncement, he was making that pronouncement as a party man, and no party man would not want his party to win an election.
No.
And so,
all right. We are questioning him.
Intimidation is part of campaign.
Intimidation is part of campaign.
Yes.
Beautiful. Now, Barrister, let's have your reaction.
All is well.
Excuse me, sir.
All is fair in war.
All is fair in war. Barrister, let's have your reaction to Dele's position.
When it comes to election and politicking, it needs to be clean and decent for you to get something out of it. If we continue in this trajectory that he's talking about, that means in the next 100 years, Nigeria will just be there, stagnant, not making progress. But when we begin to hold leaders accountable by their actions, their utterances, and their statements, they will sit up. Look, that statement in a Senate climb is enough for impeachment. Seriously, because I remember what happened to Nixon, Richard Nixon, the Watergate scandal. Go and read it. The man wanted to go for second time, and he started.
There is no correlation between this and the Watergate.
I am coming. I'm told you. Hold on.
There is no correlation.
Hold on.
No, I don't want you to get away with that analogy. Okay. There is no correlation between this.
Let me say something here. Nixon took advantage of his incumbency and was snooping on the opposition. Is that not what happened, Mr. Okoro? Is that not what Watergate is all about? You took advantage. And when the investigation started, because it was a joke,
all right,
2 years into the presidency, he was advised to either resign or be impeached. Because of doing that alone.
Clearly,
the president used his position to be saying that what he said. Do you want me to give you Edo State? Who are you to say that? On what ground? Are you INEC or the people of Edo?
He's the leader of the party.
Who has Edo State?
Who has to work assiduously to make sure that they win that election in Edo State?
The president at Sowore'S said that the APC has fulfilled and delivered on the promises of change it made to Nigerians 10 years ago. Barrister, what kind of change would that be? Have you seen it?
Buhari said the same thing.
2 minutes. And I would like for you to wrap it up with your conclusion. Barrister, I would like for you to wrap it up with your concluding thoughts.
There is something about APC which Nigerians don't understand up to today. It's like they swore to fail. If not, look at that kind of statement. Buhari said the same thing, that he had fulfilled all the promises. It was when he left that his own party started lamenting. Is that not true? So, Tinubu should have told us, what are those things that you have fulfilled? You promised Nigeria. Mention them. Let us begin to tick the boxes. Mention them So that we cannot say, yes, things that you and I can verify you, not something you just say. And when we look back, we say, but you told us you have done it. Where is it? Look everywhere. Is it in the economy? Is it in security? Because for you to make success in any environment, there must be peace and security there. So if you cannot secure Nigerians and their property, then what progress have you made? Tell me, what progress have you made? Even the man they went to go and commission whatever, you saw how a terrorist, this Dijahu or whatever they call General Dijahu, was telling us how he was doing business with Hope Uzodinma. It's on record. Up to today, nobody has questioned.
Okay, Barrister,
let's not take the
2 minutes is gone.
The governor will
can we
resign.
have your reaction? APC says change delivered in 10 years. What do you see? Have you seen it?
They have not told us the parameter of gauging the pulse of the change that we're talking about.
Okay.
So it will not be right to begin to say and then put words into their mouth. But
no, they have already put out the words now. So what I
what I mean is that we don't know the parameters.
But then will any government come and promise you a change that is not right, that is not good?
It's not possible. But it's also incumbent on you to ask.
The change they promised.
But it's also incumbent on you to ask. Yeah. Because the court will not give you what you didn't ask for.
No.
If
Babalawo gives you a herbal medicine, the first thing you should ask is, sir, what is it for?
No,
if you don't say what is it for.
If you have the chairman of this organization walk up to you and say, Dele, in the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years you have been in this company, you have suffered a lot. I'm going to change your position. I'm going to change your position.
You see, you almost said it.
Good. Wait, no, will you now? And he says, Dele, you have suffered so much. I'm going to change your position.
Do you think that you will sack me so that I will be relieved of the pain?
No, do you think that the chairman will take you
go back
to further suffering?
That analogy.
No, you can also sack me so that I will be relieved of that pain.
He has been enjoying. No. That analogy, I don't believe it. They have not suffered anything. Don't use that analogy.
No. This is an analogy now.
No, it's an analogy.
Look for something outside here.
Are we debating that again?
What happened to us?
Okay.
You are
debating that?
Then you cannot have your concluding thoughts.
My concluding thoughts is that Fubara should play it according to the rules if he wants to maintain his seat till 2027.
Okay. All right. Barrister Darlington, your concluding thoughts.
My concluding thought is that Fubara, be your own man. Fight this battle. Let us see where it will end.
Okay.
Now that they have done state of emergency, the next thing is impeachment. Let us see how it will now favor them, because people are now wiser. People now know better what is going on in Rivers State. And it may be
all right then. We are absolutely out of time. And this will be a good place to anchor this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you two gentlemen, Barrister Darlington Agomo and Mr. Dele Fanimo. I appreciate your presence on Political Lens.
Always my pleasure.
All right. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with D.E. David Edwin. Stay with us and don't go away. Bye for now. I'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow on TM. Thank God tomorrow is Friday. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Television awụchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị? Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu? Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me? My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports,
today on the issues, we turn our attention to the forces shaping Nigeria's democracy and politics. From Clement Nwankwo's sharp critic of the military legacy still defining our system of governance, to the Federal High Court's dismissal of a suit challenging President Bola Tinubu's suspension of Rivers State's leaders, and of course Atiku Abubakar's denial of claims that he plans to step down if the 2027 race. Will explore all of these debates and of course controversies and power struggles reshaping Nigeria's political landscape. But again, like we always would do, we'll take a very, very short break. But when we return, we'll be diving straight into the exact conversation this beautiful time out. So let's take this quick break and we'll be right back after now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
All right, then, glad to have you back. It is still The Issues right here on Voice of the People Television. Now, let's jump right straight into it. Clement Nwankwo, Executive Director of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, has blamed Nigeria's current political and governance structure of the legacy of military rule. Speaking during media conversation, Special Independence Day broadcast, he said the return of democracy in 1999 under President Olusegun Obasanjo did not fully transition the country into true civilian rule. According to Nwankwo, every president since 1999 has governed with the same centralized unitary framework entrenched by successive military regimes, including those of Generals Muhammadu Buhari, Ibrahim Babangida, and Sani Abacha. He argued that this structure has undermined genuine federalism and limited Nigeria's independence. Well, he also did describe the military's influence on governance as a major disaster for the nation, noting that the struggle between federal and state authorities remains unresolved. Nwankwo stressed that until Nigeria dismantles the military-imposed unitary system, the country will continue to face challenges in building true democracy and decentralized governance. Well, joining us to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He is also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Well, also, let me first bring him in. Doctor, a very good evening to you first.
Well, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so very much for being here. And joining us virtually is Adekunle Adefolahan, He is a public affairs analyst. A very good evening to you, Mr. Adekunle.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation. And I understand also that we have virtually Mr. Otaigbe, who is joining us virtually. He's a foreign affairs correspondent as well. A very good evening to you, Mr. Otaigbe.
Good evening. Glad to see you.
Thank you so very much for being here. All right, then let's jump right into it. First, I want to start off from the studio here. Dr. Clement Nwankwo did argue that Nigeria never truly transitioned into civilian rule since 1999. First, what is your assessment of that statement? Do you agree, and why would you be agreeing if there is anything like that?
Well, the truth is that I agree. But what really happened was there was a mistake between 1998 and 1999. And that mistake is still hurting us up to today.
What mistake are you referring to?
Those that fought for democracy, understand, when power was to be transmitted to the civilians, they backed out. Understand me? The Ganifa of this world, the Onisa Abakobas of this world, those that fought the military, that is to achieve the current civil rule.
Right.
When that matured, they felt that the battle is won. That they have done what they're supposed to do, and now step aside. So it is now those who did not fight for the democracy that now inherited it.
Okay.
Do you understand me?
Okay.
So those who are enjoying the democracy now are not those who fought for it.
But again, I want to bring this conversation to another broader view. The current president, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, also would say that he also had a voice during the fight for democracy back to, of course, democratic rule in Nigeria. Do you share that sentiment as well?
Tinubu never fought for democracy. Tinubu was on the sideline when the fight for the democracy was going on. Understand? So if those who fought for democracy are calling the names of those that were in the struggle, that were in the trenches, Boname Tinubu's name will not be mentioned.
Okay, now again, the conversation is getting really interesting now. There is also the part of the fact that you mentioned earlier that the people who fought for this democracy chose not to be involved in the civilian rule system, which of course they fought for. Now, why again, from your perspective, do you think they chose to stay back? The likes of the Abakubas that you mentioned, and of course the Ganifa.
So now it is them that fought for this. Understand? And unfortunately, instead of continuing, understand, those who did not know what democracy is all about now inherited it. Understand? So it's just like this breadfruit, okwa.
Right.
It is those who did not know how breadfruit was prepared are now all the ones eating breadfruit. Understand? So when they realized that they have made mistakes, they wanted that to go back.
Okay.
By then, it is too late. That was why Ganifa formed NCP, National Conscious Party.
Yes.
But when the struggle was, those that fought should have continued instead of stepping aside. So that was why I said that a mistake was made.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you to ask on the implications of not getting involved after the fight by these people you mentioned. Let me go straight to our virtual guest. And Mr. Adekunle, I understand, of course, that you're still with us and you've been following this conversation. Well, again, the same question I'm going to ask you. Do you think at this point, the assessment of Clement Nwankwo clearly saying that Nigeria has never really truly transitioned to civilian rule since 1999. Do you share that sentiment as well? And then why do you think this statement is becoming heavy at a time like this?
Yeah, thank you very much. We thought Barrister Kenneth I wish I believe we have all responsible for comment.
Sorry to butt in here, Mr. Adekunle. I would need my technicians to really do well with your audio because we're struggling to hear you. And of course, I'm going to move straight to Mr. Otaigbe, but I can assure you our technicians are truly working on your audio right now to see how best we can get a seamless conversation from your end. All right, let me go straight to Mr. Otaigbe. Again, this conversation, same question really. Do you think Nigeria truly has not transitioned to a civilian rule since 1999?
Well, what is civilian rule? Civilian rule is largely defined by the ideology of democracy, which is government of the people, by the people, for the people. That's civilian.
Right.
But really, the objective of that ideology or any political ideology for governance or government is for the benefit of the people. So we should not be carried away by the flowery, utopian outlook of the ideology democracy. Rather, we should look at which one has actually benefited the people the most. I will tell you the military has helped us the most. Are you with me?
In what way are you referring to?
Oh, thank you very much. God bless you. Let's look at specifics. Most of the infrastructure that we have today were built during the military era. Indeed, the most hated military government in this country was Abacha. And I say without any apology that Abacha, being the only government in this country that has operated under sanction, that was even made a pariah state for completely 5 years, even did far more than all these democratic governments put together or civilian governments put together. All right? Thank God for, enlightenment and information now. I now can say, both without sense of conviction, that the West, because they didn't like Abacha, demonized him, used the institutions of non-state actors that they constitute and institute in different countries, to kill that government and made it look demonic to all of us. So what to many people, I never even saw it at that time, as demonic or as a pariah. That was the best government we've ever had under sanction. So, and under that government, everything was almost stabilized. Security was stabilized. Yes, the only problem you had was if there was any issue for security, it was within the government, not outside the government. Then you had your exchange rate was stabilized for 5 years. Fuel, that's a problem now for this government. And all governments combined under this civilian rule, so-called, was stabilized, was even used to help the country. Remember BTF? That was under Abacha. So which government, let us be frank with ourselves, has performed up to Abacha? Abacha even created estates, low-cost housing. Within 5 years, now we've had almost 25 years of democracy. Which estate have you seen? What has this government, this democratic government, created. See, all these, what do you call them? Civil service, civil society organizations, NGOs, all of them, I'm sorry to say, are scam. They are scam because they keep saying this been their anthem, that the military rule kill Nigeria. No. Is Tinubu, was Tinubu ever a part of the military? Look at what Tinubu is doing. Is that one ruling or ruining? Is that a function of in fact, he is even worse than the military rulers. Yet he was never in uniform for one day. This is completely a civilian government. A civilian government that's not even civil to his own civil populace. Civilian populace.
All right, then.
So, I just want to let you know that, with all due respect to Clement Nwankwo, he's totally wrong. He's not, the military has nothing to do with our present state or the present ideology that we are running. In fact, democracy has even been exposed now to be a scam of the West, as I always say. So what are we talking about?
Well,
thank you.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Mr. Adekunle, who, again, I strongly believe that his audio is very, very much okay at this point. But, Mr. Adekunle, your view about the entire conversation that we're having practically on the part of transitioning into the civilian rule from, of course, Clement Nwankwo that we're talking about tonight.
My network is a bit better now. Like I said, without due respect to Barrister Clement Nwankwo, I think it will be unfair to say we are yet to transition to democracy. If we are yet to transition to democracy, why is PLAC, organization that we formed, is engaging different committees of National Assembly with donor resources? Why is he engaging National Assembly on constitutional reform and other engagement around legislative...
But then again, sorry to butt in here, but then again, some would have said that that looks like the only way to have a conversation with the ones in power. Don't you think he's doing right with his group that he has formed to wanting to have these conversations with the National Assembly?
No, it has not transitioned to democracy. Will PLAC engage National Assembly? Will PLAC engage will PLAC engage committee at National Assembly, including state assemblies, with European Union grant and FCDO grant that he has been spending since 1999 till date? I think that is unfair to say our democracy, we have not transitioned from military. Can he do what he's doing under military? Because under military government, there is nothing like legislative arms. What you have is only executive and judiciary. And what PLAC has been doing since establishment is to engage with National Assembly. I don't think it's appropriate for organization like PLAC or to Clement Nwankwo to say we have not transitioned from military to democracy. Having said that, we may not be where we're supposed to be, but as we move from where we are, the answer is yes. Now everybody can issue statements, everybody can talk. Can we do that under military comfortably? The answer is no. But yes, we need to strengthen our democracy. All hands must be on deck. Everybody needs to play their roles if we want to put Nigeria in better shape, Nigeria that we all want. And I also want to disagree with the last speaker that civil society has come. I don't want to buy into that idea. What civil societies are doing is to complement and checkmate. We may have different types of civil society organizations that do different types of things, and which is common in all sectors of our economy. So to say civil society or NGOs are scam, I don't think it is appropriate. That is the sector I work, and I know we are not scamming. So I want to take some excuse from that.
All right.
Civil society organizations have a very active role to complement and supplement and demand for accountability from the structure of government at all levels.
All right.
So a lot of laws that we have in Nigeria today, from Freedom of Information Act, Public Procurement Act, Fiscal Responsibility Act, and others, that civil society have played active role to let it happen. Yes, civil society organizations will have different types, the role they are playing, but that doesn't mean we call a sector a scam. I don't want to buy into that.
All right, I'm still staying with you, Mr. Adekunle, but some quarters will want to disagree with you on the part of the Freedom of Information Bill, because that, again, has been in the 1999 Constitution before now. So it's more like wanting to refurbish a particular law that has been there. Now, my question to you would be,
ability the Constitution is different from having it as one of the tools to demand for transparency and accountability. Up to today, we have whistleblowing protection provision in our Constitution. How many Nigerians are ready to blow whistle in Nigeria that will be protected? And civil society have also been advocating on the need to have whistleblowers protection law. Yes, a policy has been introduced under Buhari regime in 2016, December 2016 specifically, but we want to turn it, we want a system that we can turn it to law. Having it in Constitution doesn't guarantee that people that want to demand for accountability can rely on it. But when you have a transparency and accountability tool like FOI or Public Procurement Act, I think it's completely different from enshrining it in our Constitution.
All right then. The question I wanted to ask you before now is the fact that you did mention that the civil society groups have done quite a lot of things when it comes to accountability on the part of putting the government on their toes. But again, some quarters will disagree with you, because even with all of the cases in court, of course, as taken from the civil society groups with, of course, the sitting governments, not just this government, nothing has thus far been found positive from some of these kind of laws and, of course, cases that you find in court. But my question to you would be, how well do you think that the civil society groups have done on the part of keeping governments in check, that the National Assembly, that is, of course, the major oversight functions of the National Assembly, have not done, from your perspective?
Now, thank you very much. Today, before now, how many Nigerians have access to budget documents? Before now, how many Nigerians demand for procurement information across ministry, department, and agencies? But civil society organization has championed that, and now Nigeria signed up to open government partnership. Nigeria signed up to Nigeria Extractive Transparency Initiative, NEITI, to demand for accountability in our oil and gas sector as well as other mineral resources. Before now, Nigeria has not been taking that crucial role. The oil sector was so opaque in the sense that nobody knows what accrued to Nigeria. Where we're supposed to be, because we still have issue as it's great to meeting. But have we moved from somewhere to somewhere? The answer is yes. Today, open government partnership has encouraged Nigeria to demand for accountability to challenge structures. Up to local government, state government, nobody knows what state governments are getting from fact before. But now society are now distilling it, sharing such information on various platforms. Look at the mention like budget. Look at the mention like PLFI when they are engaging with audit of MBAs. Before, nobody engaged public account committee in the National Assembly. It is through the effort of civil society organization and NGOs that are working on transparency and accountability that now engage public account committee, engage our operation committee to make sure that Nigerians have access to the budget document before to follow and to act for budget document from National Assembly or from any ministry or from budget office. Now, if you go to budget office website, you will see the budget performance, the way they are putting it. You can look at it, review it, use it to engage on advocacy for improvement.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Adekunle, for that submission. Let me bring it back to the studio here. Well, Doctor, I've been seeing you itching at the point where this conversation have been going. But on another part, I want to talk about genuine federalism in Nigeria. Now, do you believe that this current centralized system is about the biggest obstacle for true genuine federalism in Nigeria?
I want to go back to what Chris Otaibo said and Mr. Adekunle too. And,
just a few minutes before
yes,
we go to
yes. My interpretation of what Nwankwo statement is that one, democracy is about another name for the democracy is development,
right,
and freedom. In the country now, we are not having this. We are not having that development. We are not having that freedom. People are afraid.
The development that we're having in bits and pieces is a gradual process. Isn't that something?
People are afraid of airing their views.
Even with the Freedom of Information Act.
So more people are being arrested under a democracy than under the army. Understand me? And as Chris Otaibo said, we had far more development under the military than what we are having now. Under Abacha increased fuel just once from 9 naira to 11 naira. Under Abacha held the economy for 5 years, stability in everything. So what Abacha did in 5 years, from 1999 to date, no government has done that.
And why do you think that is an obstacle and the reason why it's not been done?
One, because democracy as an institution is too fragile, it's too weak. Democracy has a lot of loopholes that you can manipulate. Understand me? No. So on what you are talking about, what we are practicing is what we have been practicing since 1996. That's 1966. That unitary system. Okay. We have never practiced true federalism. And it's because of this system that Tinubu unconstitutionally removed the governor in Rivers State. If we are practicing true federalism, he would not have done that.
Doctor, before I jump off this conversation, there is the conversation about our constitution as a major situation that we are yet to identify as a country. Do you share that thought as well? The 1999 Constitution.
Our constitution is a problem, but the bigger problem is those behind the constitution. Our constitution is a problem, but the bigger problem is those handling the constitution.
How do you mean?
Because those handling the constitution are despots on their own. It's just like a Bible. A Bible is a sacred book, but some pastors use it to do people. Are you aware of it? So the problem is not the written document, but those using that written document.
Okay.
The problem is not the written document, but those using that written document. I believe that there's no constitution in the world that is perfect. But when good people use that constitution, they will achieve a better result. When bad people use that constitution, they will achieve a very bad result. Right now, wicked people are using our constitution.
Now, I really, really want to jump off this conversation, but I hope my producer would forgive me on this. Some have argued that former President Olusegun Obasanjo had a major opportunity to restructuring Nigeria in 1999, but failed. Do you share that sentiment as well?
Obasanjo had that opportunity, but from his background, did not enable him
as a military person.
As a military person.
When you say his background does not enable him, make me understand, or make Africans understand as well.
The military is practically autocratic.
Okay.
Understand? The military is by nature autocratic, and that's where Obasanjo spent all his adult years. And it's not easy to change a man who has formed an opinion. Understand me? Okay. So that's why I had expected Tinubu to do a different thing, because he comes from a different culture, a different background. But he's now doing worse than people in the army.
All right then, because of our time really, let's jump to the next conversation, truly because of our time. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has dismissed a suit challenging President Bola Tinubu's suspension of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and members of the State House of Assembly. The suspension, which lasted 6 months following the declaration of a state of emergency in March, had prompted 5 indigenes led by Belema Briggs to file the case. They argued that the move was unconstitutional and violated the rights of course, the Rivers people. In his ruling, Justice James Omotosho held that the plaintiff lacked the legal standing to sue, as they were neither the governor nor members of the State Assembly and failed to show any personal injury suffered beyond that of other citizens. The court also noted that they did not obtain authorization, from the Attorney General of Rivers State before instituting the case. The judge further ruled that only the Supreme Court has jurisdiction to determine the legality of a state of emergency. He maintained that Tinubu imposed the measure to prevent a breakdown of law and order in Rivers State. Consequently, the suit was dismissed as frivolous and baseless. Well, I want to start with Mr. Adekunle with this one. Interestingly, I don't know if you're still with us, Mr. Adekunle. The Federal High Court ruled that the plaintiff lacked legal standing to sue. From your perspective, do you agree with that interpretation? First off, let's start off with that.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's not about agreeing with it or not. If the plaintiff is not comfortable with the rulings, they still have option of going to another layers of court. Yeah. So I don't think it would be fair to me to say whether I agree or not agreeing with that. But like we said on this program before, it is the right of people of Rivers State to test that at the court of law. So if Federal High Court said they lack that to sue the federal government or Mr. President for that, I think they still have opportunity to go to another higher court, which is Court of Appeal. If they are not comfortable, they still have opportunity to go to Supreme Court. So it's not about agreeing or not agreeing. I think that is that. And it's about judiciary performing their constitutional role. And they still have windows of opportunity to still test run the process.
All right then. Well, let me also move to Mr. Chris on this one. Interestingly, Mr. Chris, the judge emphasized that only the Supreme Court can rule on the legality of a state of emergency. From your perspective, does this limit the access for justice for citizens? Because again, on this table, it is very obvious that a citizen has the right to sue and be sued as, of course, a citizen of this country by law.
I'm not a lawyer, but all I know is that to a large extent, law also, proper justice also operates or is anchored on logic, right? And in this particular case, you are talking about the citizens represented by 5 people,
right,
going to, challenge that decision of Tinubu. They have a right. Of course, let me also lay it here. Local standing has been the technical point that the judiciary has used to throw away justice for the people or for the plaintiff. That is an issue Nigeria must address. But let's look at it from the point of logic. You impose unjustly, illegally, illegitimately a state of emergency on a state that's not at war. You impose that on that state, on a state which you yourself, through your proxies, threw into crisis. And the court, the judiciary knows this, and they still dismissed the case. Let me tell you, let nobody waste their time. Supreme Court too will still throw it away. Local standing will still stand in the way. All right? Because when you impose that on that state, you have actually affected the lives of the citizens. So for me, it is wrong. I don't agree with it. I don't have to be a lawyer to agree with it, for crying out loud. No. But let me quickly address some issues that were raised by my brother Adekunle and First of all, let me tell you, NGOs are sponsored. He himself said Nwankwo is enjoying the European Union fund. His own NGO or civil society is also enjoying foreign grants. These foreign grants are securing a part of security vote in foreign countries. George Soros of America is the one sponsoring OSIWA, Open Society Initiative. It is on record that this guy is a billionaire, yes, but he's working with the CIA. Those are some of the deep states in the US that are funded to destabilize democracies for the interest of the United States or for the interest of the neo-colonialists, neocons, or globalists in the West. So let nobody be fooled. When I say they are scam, but that's not to say that they're maybe the word is too hard. But these people are not, they don't have a mind of their own. You have to dance to the tune of the grant, of the person providing the grant. And these people, they don't have the interest of your country at heart. Well, during Abacha, that was when we had, NGO, CSO. This organization, that was when they had teeth. Because America was backing them, the West were backing them. Yet, we had some of the best governance under Abacha. Now, we are having totally opposite worse governance. Nobody is talking. The West is not making the people to rise up. Because the society organization have been silenced with lack of funds or reduction of funds. In fact, let me tell them, they are better be ready. The European countries are buckling, their economies, they are collapsing because of Ukraine, their illegal, illicit involvement in Ukraine against Russia. US, Trump has already cut funding. Within the next 5 years, I don't know whether CSOs will exist. But having said that, the truth of the matter Nigerians must know is that constitution or no constitution. Look, what still on the NGO. Look at Burkina Faso here. Got rid of, drove out NGOs away. Even you and I have been driven away because they are all spies. They are all spies for the West against the people they are supposed to protect, against the countries they are supposed to protect. For Russia to be where it is today, Putin had to sweep Russia clean of so-called NGOs, CSOs. He even had to touch the oligarchs who are the spearheads of this camp called NGO, this right organization.
Well, Mr. Chris, so yes,
I'm closing with this now.
I like the fact that you brought up the part of the NGOs, really, and of course the CSOs. But there are conversations about the fact that sometimes these CSOs clearly do not have that wit to fight a sitting government. Clearly because maybe some are not so funded, but they're doing their bid in the part of keeping governments on their toes when it comes to accountability. Should we not cut them some slack in doing some of these things that they do in a space of the very little fund that they have?
Thank God for David Hundeyin. Has exposed him. I knew before Hundeyin exposed Sowore. That guy is not fighting any revolution. He's been heavily funded. So that is, though you might say I don't have evidence, but somebody who knows has said it. So it's on record.
All right.
These things are, look, I keep saying that whatever we are discussing here, the Nigerian politics is not purely domestic. It's international.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Chris, for your submission.
So that Nigerians are better know that and have peace.
Well, thank you so very much again for your submission. Because of our time, let's just jump right to another conversation quickly because of our time. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has denied reports suggesting he plans to step down for another presidential aspirant ahead of the 2027 elections. In a statement by his media aide, Paul Ibe, Atiku described such claims as a distortion of his recent BBC Hausa interview. He stressed that at no point did he say or suggest or imply he would withdraw for anyone. According to Ibe, Atiku only stated that young people are free to contest for the presidency and that if a younger aspirant were to emerge victorious in a competitive primary, he would fully support and mentor such a candidate. He clarified that this was misinterpreted as an intention to step down. The statement further criticized what it described as interpretative journalism taken to the point of mischief. He insisted that Atiku remains firmly in the 2027 race and reaffirmed his commitment to strengthening democracy while encouraging wider participation by youths and women. Well, I still have the gentleman with me on this one to make sense of this story. Doctor, I'm going to start with you here. Atiku is coming out to deny the reports that he plans to step down for another aspirant. First, what's your reaction to this clarification from former Vice President Atiku Abubakar?
Well, the issue is this. What he said was distorted.
Okay.
What he said is that he will be ready to step down if defeated during the primary. He never said that he's not going to contest. But as a sportsman, in the spirit of sportsmanship, if he is defeated during the primary, he will accept defeat. He never said that he's not going to contest. But I know that APC has a fake media team who are being paid to distort what those in the opposition are saying.
You think this is from the APC?
Just to create confusion. This is not what Atiku said in Hausa.
Okay.
He said that if he is defeated at the primaries, that he would accept defeat. Understand me? He didn't say that he will step down for any body. And he said again that APC, that ADC is a party that for the youth and the women.
Right.
And this is where the population is as we speak. Because over 65% of Nigeria population are youths under the age of 35.
Okay.
So you cannot do without the youth. So the issue is, Atiku did not say that he will not contest or the primary. Understand? I'm not an Atiku fan, but I stand for the truth.
All right. I like that part, standing for the truth. But then again, that statement of wanting to allow young people run, should he be defeated at primary, does that strike like an encouraging statement from one who has been an active player to wanting to get to the presidency since inception?
One, it shows that he is not desperate. Understand? Right. Because people have been saying that ADC just for Atiku. Understand? That is going to pick the ticket without any contest or any opposition. But the remark has said that there will be a primary, which whoever is interested should contest, and whoever emerges, others will support him or her.
All right then.
So we should be putting her.
Interesting. We should be adding the heart to the mix.
Sure.
All right, then let's get to Mr. Adekunle quickly because of our time. Your view on the clarification by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar on, of course, his message being distorted and misinterpreted. What's your view? I don't know if Mr. Adekunle is still with us. Please help us unmute your mic so we can hear you. All right. Well, I don't know for some technical reasons. I don't know if Mr. Chris Otaigbe is still with us. What's your view about former President Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar's clarification?
My brother Nnamdi has said it. It's part of a ploy to is disinformation or misinformation to exploit that, to destabilize people's understanding and empathy for ADC. That's clear. But I just want to also put on record that I'm seeing here in this ADC coalition, I like to talk my own. Some kind of a local continuation here. Local politics, because Atiku is driving for that, though he's not saying it in English or Yoruba or Hausa, but he's driving for that. And really, but for this emergence, and of course, Tinubu's criminality of snatching and grabbing and running with the ballot box, Atiku will have just easily transited as the next in line to be our president. So all that had been distorted and disrupted. Now, this time, he wants to fight to finish. And the fact that we're even still talking about him running shows to me that there is something cooking or brewing that may still throw this into some kind of disarray, this coalition. Because really, as I always say, and that is the truth, is the reality. It doesn't mean whether I'm a fan of Obi or not. Peter Obi remains a factor. So if I'm saying to Nigerians now, if that coalition does not choose Peter Obi as their flag bearer, regardless of the processes, the dynamics, or whatever name that kind of process or procedure will come to produce, come up with to produce a flag bearer, that coalition remains nonsense.
All right then.
And the beast mandate will die.
Thank you.
So, but then Atiku is trying to play the statesman so that the youth and the women, the last time he says he's Yoruba people because he married a Yoruba woman. Now he's addressing the youth. He's trying to buy support from demographics. For me, that is talk. Nigerians are used to politicians talk. They still have Peter Obi as their man. Let Nigerians know that and have peace, as I always say.
All right, thank you so very much, Mr. Chris Otaigbe, for your submission there. I don't know if Mr. Adekunle is still with us. I want to have you. Oh, I understand he's out presently. All right, we sincerely want to say thank you to all of the gentlemen who, of course, did lend their voice this beautiful edition of The Issues. I want to say thank you to Dr. Anosike, who, of course, lent his voice right here in the studio. Thank you so very much, sir, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, then. Also, Mr. Chris Otaigbe, thank you so very much for consistently giving us your voice when we call on you.
My pleasure, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Well, we also want to put it up here that the views and opinions of our analysts are not the views and position of Voice of the People TV. They are solely theirs, and of course, not of Voice of the People TV. This is where we have to draw anchor on the show this beautiful evening. I want to say thank you to everyone who definitely tuned in and was a part of this. Until we come your way again, same time tomorrow, hopefully, God willing, we only would say consistently pray for Nigeria because there is no great nation like ours. David Edwin saying, do have a good evening. God bless Nigeria.